Chapter 419. They walked past the last fork in the road. It was the end of the devil prison cave, the place where the devil spirit fiend flame was going to be born. There would be a destructive devil fire fiend phoenix guarding this mystic flame. However, when Yang Dingtian and the rest walked past this corner, they were completely shocked. They didn't see the destructive devil fire fiend phoenix, nor did they see the majestic scene that they imagined. It was just a small cave. There was a phoenix inside, but it was only about 2 feet in size. It was red and lying on the ground motionlessly. Everyone was disappointed and couldn't help but look at the ice spirit. This is the legendary destructive devil fire fiend phoenix. However, the ice spirit's expression became extremely serious. Halt! Suddenly, a hoarse and arrogant female voice came from the cave. Since we are here, we can't stop. The ice spirit said indifferently, I have to give these humans an explanation. Humans. The small phoenix on the ground suddenly opened its eyes and looked at Yang Dingtian. This flame already has an owner. If you retreat, you can still keep your life. Otherwise, you will be turned into ashes. Don't think that female creature can really protect you, and don't think that she will really protect you. Yang Dingtian bowed and said, Sorry, Senior Demon Phoenix. We really need this mystic flame. In these few thousand years, you have already swallowed so many. Waiting another 200 years is nothing. However, we humans have short lives. We can't wait another few hundred years. Humph. The owner of this mystic flame is me. Why should I give it to you? The Demon Phoenix said coldly. Besides, you already have the million spirit fiend flame in your body. Why are you still so greedy? I'm not asking for the mystic flame for myself. I am asking for it for my friends. Yang Dingtian said, Even he himself is not doing it for the mystic flame. He is doing it for the survival of the Northwest continent and even the entire chaotic world. Don't talk about this. I have nothing to do with you humans. You humans are despicable and greedy. It is better if you all die. The Demon Phoenix said coldly, I will give you a moment. Leave my territory immediately. Otherwise, I will turn you into ashes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. My apologies, Senior Demon Phoenix. Yang Dingtian then led everyone into the cave. Phew! Instantly his anger soared to the sky. Flames soared into the sky. Everything around Yang Dingtian, be it the ground, the rocks, or the cave, everything had turned red and started to burn. The surrounding temperature rose rapidly, reaching the point where it could burn everything to ashes. Almost instantly, Zhao Mu fainted and died. Then, almost at the same time, Bingling waved her hand. Suddenly, a blue light screen enveloped Yang Dingtian and the others. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. That terrifying heat instantly disappeared without a trace. Rumble! Then the heavens and earth shook. The ground began to crack, and everything in the surroundings began to melt and collapse. The entire infernal cavern began to tear apart. Then, Yang Dingtian and the others watched helplessly as the stone walls and mountain in front of them turned red. Huff! The entire mountain suddenly flew up. It turned out that all the surrounding rocks and the huge mountain in front of them were all the body of the demon fire phoenix. Just now, Yang Dingtian's so-called hut only walked into the front edge of its claws. After a burst of heaven and earth, Yang Dingtian's vision in front of him suddenly became empty. It was an endless abyss. One couldn't see the top and bottom. Yang Dingtian and his group were standing on a protruding platform in midair. In front of them, there was an endless abyss. Hundreds of miles deep, hundreds of miles wide. They didn't know, but anyway, it was endless. It gave people the feeling that even if several cities were thrown down, it couldn't fill this abyss. The demon fire phoenix flew higher and higher, farther and farther. Finally, Yang Dingtian saw its full appearance. Everyone held their breaths in that instant. They couldn't imagine that a monster could be so big, Compared to it, the Millennium Owl was like a child. This burning demon fire phoenix was so big that Yang Dingtian couldn't calculate its size at all, because when it was thousands of meters away from him, Yang Dingtian still couldn't see its full appearance. Despicable female creature, the one who wants to kill me is you, not these lowly humans. At this time, the demon fire phoenix made a man's deep voice again, with the same arrogance. This demon fire demon phoenix continued to rise. It was only when it was a few thousand meters in the air that Yang Dingtian was able to see its full appearance. This was hundreds of miles below the ground if it was on the ground. Then, this demon phoenix was enough to cover the sky. It didn't need to do anything. It only needed to land on a city, and that city would instantly turn into ashes. You group of lowly and despicable humans. The demon phoenix looked at Yang Dingtian and the others with scorching eyes and said contemptuously, "You haven't had the protection of a saint-level powerhouse for hundreds of years, but you still dare to provoke my noble and powerful Phoenix clan. It seems that the treaty signed with the saint-level humans 1,000 years ago can be ignored. Our powerful monster clan can sweep the entire human world. Speaking of which, you humans are the most ridiculous and arrogant race. You think that just because you built a few houses in a few cities, you can think of yourself as the ruler of the primal chaos continent. Haha." The demon phoenix's voice turned into a woman again and sneered, "Sue doesn't know, in the eyes of the powerful monster clan, you humans are as lowly as ants. Your so-called sex, how powerful do you think you are? Sue doesn't know if I fly there it will be enough to completely destroy your so-called sex and cities. Humph. Even if you want to brag, you have to come up with a draft." The ice spirit sneered, 200 years ago, who was the one who suffered in front of humans? That just proves how shameless humans are. The demon phoenix said coldly, "Wan Wentian and Nihility Piaoling fought against me, and they even used all kinds of tricks. Moreover, at that time we were at our weakest. Don't tell me you are not too." The ice spirit said, "You have a male and female body, 2 lives sharing the same body. You really think of yourself as one." Instantly, Yang Dingtian was shocked. He did not expect that the demon fire demon phoenix was not only a male and female body, but also had 2 lives and 2 souls in its body. And that was 200 years ago. In these 200 years, I have become much stronger. Why don't you let those 2 humans try again?" The demon phoenix said coldly, "All right, I am not here to chat with you. Now I will give you a choice. You can leave immediately after they pick the mystic fire. We will leave immediately. This is still your territory. Otherwise, I can only kill you and let them pick the mystic fire." The ice spirit said coldly, "Dream on, wishful thinking." The demon phoenix was furious. "You female creature, that's right. Your background is better than ours. The energy you comprehend is much stronger than ours, and the territory you absorb energy from is dozens of times more than ours. But don't forget, there are 2 of us demon phoenixes, and we have been cultivating for many times more than you. If we really fight with our lives on the line, you might not be able to take advantage of us. And the most important thing is, you will become weaker and weaker. As long as we can survive these 3 days, you will not be our opponent. Then I will deal with you within these 3 days." The ice spirit said sternly. Whoosh! The ice spirit's delicate body suddenly flew up. With a flick of her finger, an icy sword materialized in the air. Swoosh! Like a meteor, it flew towards the demon phoenix. Compared to the demon phoenix, her body was extremely small. "Don't go too far. I will let you have a taste of the power of my demon phoenix clan." The demon phoenix roared. Whoosh! The demon fire demon phoenix suddenly spewed out flames. That was really a flame that soared into the sky, tens of thousands of meters long and thousands of meters wide. Everywhere the naked eye could see, there were all soaring flames. In an instant, the flames completely engulfed the ice spirit's body. Then the incomparably turbulent flames swept towards Yang Dingtian. The flames that soared into the sky were really like a nuclear explosion. Everywhere the flames passed, no matter what, everything was burning. Whether it was the rocks, the air, or the various demon beasts hiding in the rocks. In an instant, everything was burned and turned into magma. Even the devil prison cave behind Yang Dingtian had turned red abruptly, even when the flames didn't touch it. The stone walls began to melt and turned into flowing magma. This was the power of the saint-level power. It didn't use any tricks at all, nor did it have any mysterious skills. It was just the most direct energy, the most direct flame, the flames that devoured everything. Seeing that they were completely surrounded by flames, Yang Dingtian and others felt incomparably small in their hearts. In the face of such soaring flames, let alone escaping, let alone resisting, they didn't even have the thought of resisting. Just like the athletes of the Earth era, when a nuclear bomb exploded a few hundred meters away from you, would you still have the courage to say that you must run faster than the flames of the nuclear bomb? No wonder the Ice Spirit said that the demon fire demon phoenix could kill them dozens of times from a few miles away. Previously, they thought that the Ice Spirit was exaggerating, but now it seemed that she was already very conservative. The fact was that they could easily be killed hundreds of times from dozens of miles away. Of course, in the face of such soaring flames, Yang Dingtian and others were fine. In fact, they still felt cold and couldn't feel the slightest bit of heat, because they were staying within the energy shield set up by the Ice Spirit. Looking at the Ice Spirit again, she was actually not swallowed by the flames. On the contrary, the raging flames were suddenly torn open by her. She was still like a meteor, flying towards the huge demon phoenix. Her speed was extremely fast, like a missile. The distance of tens of thousands of meters was covered in an instant. Hiss! When she reached the demon phoenix's huge abdomen, the Ice Spirit suddenly stabbed her sword. Of course, Yang Dingtian couldn't see the Ice Spirit's sword stabbing in at all. In fact, in terms of volume, the Ice Spirit sword was only equivalent to piercing an embroidery needle into the belly of a dinosaur. It was equivalent to an elephant being bitten by a mosquito. It wouldn't feel anything. But in fact, that wasn't the case. After the incomparably huge demon phoenix was pierced by the sword, it let out an earth-shattering roar. Then its entire body trembled violently, and countless flames cracked from its body and fell. Suddenly, the sky was like a meteor shower, and countless flames fell to the ground. Then, an even more shocking scene happened. The part of the demon phoenix's abdomen that was stabbed began to freeze. That's right, the flames began to freeze. The raging flames that were burning quickly condensed into ice. It condensed into blue ice in the shape of surging flames. Yang Dingtian and the others who were watching the battle were completely stunned. In their knowledge, only liquid could condense into ice, but they didn't expect that flames could also condense into ice. Everyone looked at each other. Who was this Ice Spirit? Previously, Yang Dingtian and Qin Huayu had other thoughts. They felt that they had eliminated the demon spirit and defeated the Millennium Owl, so they were eager to find the demon fire demon phoenix's weakness and then destroy it. Now that he looked at it, how ridiculous and childish was that? The Ice Spirit didn't point out at all. From her, Yang Dingtian learned that this demon phoenix was very, very powerful, and even the Ice Spirit couldn't defeat it. So Yang Dingtian thought that in the battle against the demon phoenix, they would have to help the Ice Spirit and even play a key role. Now, it seemed ridiculous and childish. It was like an ant fantasizing about interfering in a battle between two humans. Yang Dingtian and the others could only play the role of a burden. City Lord Yang, I believe that one day you will be so powerful, and you will also have the ability to destroy the world. I believe that one day you will also become a saint-level powerhouse and can completely step on the heads of these saint-level demons. I believe that not only can you defeat the evil ways, but you can also protect the entire human race. Song Chenhua felt that Yang Dingtian was a little depressed, so she encouraged him loudly. Yang Dingtian smiled at Song Chenhua and said, I'm just overturning my previous worldview. Before, I always thought that the so-called saint level was only one step away from the 9-star Great Grandmaster, and there wasn't much difference. Now I know that the difference is like heaven and earth. I used to think that people like Wu Yu from the Netherworld Sea should have already broken through to the saint level, because he already had the power of heaven and earth. Now I understand that he is still a great Grandmaster, but a very, very high one. Look, the demon phoenix is going to escape. The little princess, Vulture, said. She was a little girl, and didn't have the mood to discuss such a serious topic with Yang Dingtian. She was fully focused on watching the battle. Sure enough, the demon phoenix was going to escape. In just one move, the demon phoenix had already been defeated and was going to escape. Of course, the demon phoenix wasn't going to escape, but was going to escape. For some reason, the ice spirit was getting weaker and weaker. Perhaps after 3 to 5 days, the ice spirit wouldn't be a match for the demon phoenix. At that time, the demon phoenix would turn around and kill the ice spirit, and then easily crush Yang Dingtian and the others. This way, no one would snatch the mystic flame that it regarded as its exclusive property. Whoosh! Sure enough, the demon phoenix's body quickly shrank, and then suddenly turned into a stream of light and disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, the entire abyss darkened, and the incomparably huge demon phoenix disappeared into the huge abyss. It really ran away. The ice spirit looked at everyone in the air and said, "Don't leave the protective shield. Wait for me to return." After saying that, the ice spirit also suddenly turned into a stream of light and disappeared without a trace, chasing after the demon phoenix. She had to chase, otherwise she wouldn't be a match for the demon phoenix in 3 days. Suddenly, in the entire abyss, the entire devil prison cave, only Yang Dingtian and a few others were left, staying within the blue ice shield. Who do you think this ice spirit is? Qin Huaiyu asked. Everyone shook their heads. Everyone wanted to know the answer. Yang Dingtian wanted to know even more. Who is this ice spirit? She kept saying, "You humans, you humans." Without a doubt, she was definitely not a human. The demon phoenix had been famous for thousands of years, and it said that the time it cultivated was many times longer than the ice spirit, which meant that the ice spirit had lived for at least thousands of years. Humans couldn't live for that long. Could it be that the ice spirit was a demon beast? Of course, there were demon beasts that could transform into human form, such as Yao Rao, but could demon beasts transform into such a fairy-like appearance? Everyone couldn't figure out who this ice spirit was. Not good, look. Zhao, Mu suddenly said, and then pointed to the surroundings. Yang Dingtian looked, and suddenly his hair stood on end, because many flaming monsters flew in the air and suddenly flew towards the ice energy shield. This was definitely an ambush left behind by the demon phoenix. They shouldn't be able to pass through this shield. The little princess Vulture said worriedly, "Bang!" As they spoke, 3 flaming monsters slammed into the energy shield. Boom! In an instant, the 3 huge flaming monsters directly turned into ashes and suddenly exploded. The people inside the ice shield were safe and sound. However, Yang Dingtian clearly saw that after the energy shield trembled violently, the blue color became thinner. Then more and more flaming monsters rushed over. Bang, 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 bang. They madly launched suicidal attacks towards the energy shield. Of course, they themselves turned into ashes, but under the intense tremor, the ice shield became thinner and thinner. Vulture, these flaming monsters are all energy creatures. Try to control them? Yang Dingtian said. Okay. Vulture said. Then she closed her eyes and put her palms together, and suddenly a green light enveloped her body. Go! Vulture pointed her finger, and suddenly countless green lights suddenly scattered out, quickly drilling into the flaming monsters. Ah! It didn't have any effect. Instead, Vulture screamed, spat out a mouthful of blood, and her delicate body flew out. At the same time, dozens of flaming monsters pounced towards the little princess. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian suddenly opened the mystic flame shield and rushed out quickly. Yang Dingtian rampaged all the way, squeezing through countless flaming monsters, and hugged the little princess vulture, who was on the verge of death, in the air. At this moment, her delicate body was completely red. She, who was surrounded by the flaming monsters, felt like her blood was boiling. I can't control them. These flaming monsters don't have souls. Moreover, they all have an incomparably strong will in their bodies, probably from the demon phoenix. Just as my thoughts entered, it was like a galloping horse hitting a stone wall. The little princess vulture said weakly, then spat out a mouthful of blood and was about to faint. Yang Dingtian quickly took out the holy water pill, stuffed it into her mouth, and said, "Close your eyes and dissolve the pill. Don't think about anything." At this moment, Qin Huayu, Song Chanhua, and the others also came out of the energy shield and were attacking these flaming monsters. However, to their horror, these attacks were completely useless. Not only were they useless, but they also made these flaming monsters stronger. "Why did you come out? These are Martian energy creatures. You are all fire element warriors. You can't hurt them at all. You can only make them stronger. Only ice element experts can deal with these flaming energy beasts," Yang Dingtian said loudly. "What about the lightning element?" Song Chanhua asked. "It's also useless. These flaming monsters are energy bodies. They're not afraid of lightning at all. Instead, they are adding fuel to the fire, making them stronger." Yang Dingtian said, "Quickly enter the shield." Yang Dingtian carried the little princess vulture and rushed into the shield. Song Chanhua, Qin Huayu, and the others also quickly entered the shield. Then, countless flaming monsters continued to launch suicidal attacks at the shield. It was really endless. There were hundreds and thousands of flaming monsters. According to your estimates, what are the energy levels of these flaming monsters? Yang Dingtian asked. "Most of them are only martial ancestor realm. There are also martial honorable realm, but very few." Song Chanhua said, "However, they are completely immune to our attacks, and they are also making them stronger. Therefore, these thousands of martial honorable realm flaming monsters will burn us alive." "Brother, the ice shield is about to break," Zhao Mu said in a frightened voice. That's right, the ice shield was about to break. Once it broke, they would be surrounded by endless flaming monsters, and only death would await them. Yang Dingtian said to the little princess vulture, "Girl, take off your demon spirit mist cloak and give it to me. I will go outside to lure the flaming monsters away." The little princess vulture blushed slightly and said, But this demon spirit mist cloak is the one I wear the most. Take it off," Yang Dingtian said. Then Yang Dingtian turned around, and everyone else also turned around, their backs facing the little princess vulture. The little girl gritted her teeth and began to take off her clothes. Chapter 420. Everyone stared at the oval-shaped ball in Yang Dingtian's hand, which was slightly bigger than a basketball. They didn't expect it to be the egg of the fire demon phoenix. "Do you think it's inhumane for us to let ice spirit kill this demon phoenix for this mysterious fire?" Little Princess Vulture suddenly asked. Everyone was avoiding this question before, but now that the little girl mentioned it, they couldn't help but feel complicated. "It's inhumane," Yang Dingtian said, "but if we don't do this, it's even more inhumane to our family. So if we must be inhumane, I'd rather be inhumane to other species." Then Yang Dingtian said, "Now Ice Spirit has cleared the way back, and the magma flames in the entire Devil Prison Cave have been extinguished and solidified. You can go back to the secret realm to recover your mysterious chi." "What about you?" Qin Huayu asked. "I can recover my mysterious chi here," Yang Dingtian said. "But the mysterious chi here is poisonous," Song Chanhua said. "I have the yin-yang chi transformation technique, which can turn any mysterious chi into absolutely pure mysterious qi. Yang Dingtian said. Suddenly everyone was stunned. This was undoubtedly an almost heaven-defying skill. Then you go and recover your mysterious qi first. City Lord Yang and I will stay here, Song Chunhua said. Okay, Qin Huayu said. The little princess's smile was strange and ambiguous. She wanted to tease Song Chunhua again, but Song Chunhua glared at her. Qin Huayu, Vulture, and Zhao Mu returned to the secret realm first. Song Chunhua said to Yang Dingtian, Did I waste your Naga mysterious veins? This thing is extremely precious and can't even be bought in the merchant hall of the Demon City. This Naga mysterious veins was meant to be given to you. Yang Dingtian said, But I don't have much left. I really don't know who to give it to next. Song Chunhua was silent for a moment and asked, Your cultivation, how much has it regressed? Not necessarily. I need to cultivate under the holy light pillar for a period of time before I can be sure, Yang Dingtian said. Tell me. Song Chunhua said, Please don't hide anything from me, because I'm using my life to pledge loyalty to you. 1 star revered martial artist. Yang Dingtian said. What? Song Chunhua suddenly exclaimed. How can it degenerate so much? 1 star revered martial artist. Yang Dingtian's cultivation had almost returned to half a year ago. It's not just because I used the heart flame to burn my qi. Later on, the damage to my qi was so severe that I couldn't use external force to make up for it. Therefore, the inner wall of the energy reserve automatically decomposes the energy to make up for it, Yang Dingtian explained. Then what should we do? Song Chunhua said anxiously. It can be said that the secret realm trial is over. There is no room for further breakthroughs. Don't worry. Every time I fight to the limit, I will expand a huge space for my energy reserve. This time, I have completely reached the limit of the limit. It can be said that I have almost lost my life. Therefore, the expansion of the space should be unprecedented. Therefore, everything will have to wait until I reach the holy light pillar and absorb the mystic qi before I can be sure. Yang Dingtian said, Perhaps I might be able to recover completely. Then you go now, Song Chunhua said. No hurry. After the mystic flame completely blooms and Qin Huayu completely collects the mystic flame, I will go to the holy light pillar, Yang Dingtian said. No, Song Chunhua said firmly. After Qin Huayu comes back, you and I will go to the secret realm together. This is not negotiable. After saying that, Song Chunhua stared at Yang Dingtian, full of determination. Yang Dingtian could only nod. 10 hours later, Qin Huayu and the others came back. Yang Dingtian asked, Did you have any breakthroughs in your cultivation? The 3 of them shook their heads, indicating that they didn't have any breakthroughs. Yang Dingtian said with a smile, Don't worry, the breakthrough after swallowing the mystic flame will be unimaginable. Song Chunhua said, City Lord Yang, it's time for us to recover our mystic qi. After saying that, she grabbed Yang Dingtian's arm without any room for discussion and directly walked forward. Suddenly, the little princess Vulture's gaze became even more ambiguous. Yang Dingtian and Song Chunhua walked back along the maze of Devil Prison Cave. Just now, the demonic fire phoenix turned the entire Devil Prison Cave into magma, and all the monsters inside were in chaos. When Yang Dingtian returned, he found that the layout of the maze of Devil Prison Cave had not changed, but the outer layer had completely changed. After the magma solidified, it became a kind of porcelain surface, and it was suffused with a strange luster, making the entire Devil Prison Cave harder and smoother, somewhat like a crystal palace. On the way back, there were at least dozens of monsters lying on the ground. Even if this ice spirit's cultivation has regressed, it can still kill all these monsters. It's so powerful that it's beyond our imagination, Song Chunhua said. Yang Dingtian nodded. Soon, the 2 of them walked to the starting point of Devil Prison Cave. In front of them was a slightly distorted light screen. This was the space-time crack that led to the secret realm of Despair City. Yang Dingtian and Song Chanhua walked forward into the light screen. Suddenly, their minds lost all consciousness for a short time. When they regained consciousness, they were already in the passage to the secret realm. After walking through the passage, they had already arrived at the stone cave. The stone table was still there, and on it was still the chess game that Yang Dingtian and the ice spirit had finished playing. But the ice spirit was not here. The door to her room was closed at this time. She was probably in her room at this time and had no intention of coming out. "Let's go," Yang Dingtian said. Then they walked to the main hall on the first floor. Coming to the holy light pillar, Yang Dingtian found that Qin Ji was no longer here. Most of the time, she would be lazily sitting under the pillar, dressing up and looking at the mirror. But soon, Yang Dingtian heard the sound of water flowing. Then, in the shadows far away from the main hall, he could vaguely see a graceful, naked body. At this time, Qin Ji was taking a bath. Yang Dingtian immediately looked away and sat under the holy light pillar with Song Chanhua to absorb profound energy. The profound energy under the holy light pillar was indeed unimaginably dense. Compared to Devil Prison Cave, it was almost 100 times denser. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and immediately felt the entrance of all the profound veins in his body completely open. Then, an incomparably pure, profound energy surged out. It was so comfortable. It was really like rain after a long drought. Yang Dingtian's qi vessel and mystic meridians were extremely hungry as they greedily devoured this purest, mystic qi. Bang! 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 In almost a short period of time, Yang Dingtian's energy, qi, trembled slightly. These were all small breakthroughs. Then, Yang Dingtian's energy, qi, began to completely expand. Boom! Without any obstruction, Yang Dingtian's mind and body completely entered into nothingness. Yang Dingtian broke through again. The terrifying experience in Devil Prison Cave had caused him to regress from a 6-star Martial Venerable to a 1-star Martial Venerable, causing him to suffer the greatest injury in history. Now, in a short period of time, he had once again broken through from a 1-star Martial Venerable to a 2-star Martial Venerable. Just as Yang Dingtian was enjoying the aftertaste of his breakthrough, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Yang Dingtian opened his eyes. Suddenly, his eyes were almost dazzled. It was Qin Ji. Moreover, she had just come out of the bath. Her fragrance was overflowing and her beauty radiated in all directions. Yang Dingtian looked away and said, "What's wrong?" "I've used up my condensation pills. There's not enough for me to wash my clothes. Give me a few," Qin Ji said. Yang Dingtian was helpless and pretended to grab a handful from his arms and give it to her. "Also, be careful when you come back. I only took a bath when I saw Qin Huayu and the others leave. I also asked if anyone would come next. The little girl from Vulture said that no one would come, so I went to take a bath. In the end, you came." Qin Ji said, "I'm as pure as snow. If you saw me bathing, who would it belong to?" Yang Dingtian could only nod. He would never quarrel with her. This woman was abnormal and had no bottom line. No matter what he fought with her, he would not win. After taking away the condensation pills, Qin Ji left gracefully and returned to the dark corner to wash her clothes. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes again and breathed in and out. Soon, the profound qi surged out again and entered his qi sea. Bang! 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 The qi sea soon trembled again. After trembling 9 times, Yang Dingtian's qi sea began to expand, expand, and expand. Boom! His entire body entered nothingness and emptiness. Yang Dingtian broke through again. From a 2-star Martial Venerable, he recovered to a 3-star Martial Venerable. Just like that, time passed by minute. Qin Ji had finished washing her clothes and continued to sit under a pillar not far from Yang Dingtian. She held a mirror and carefully put on her makeup. That's right, She spent the past dozens of days in the secret realm like this. She was always looking in the mirror and putting on makeup. It took her 4 to 5 hours to put on makeup. After putting on makeup, she used the mirror to admire herself for 3 to 4 hours. Then she washed off her makeup and put on new makeup. As a result, Yang Dingtian saw a shape-shifting demoness. This woman was already extremely beautiful. Coupled with the various styles of makeup that were all at the peak of perfection, Qin Ji could amaze everyone every time. Her beauty stunned everyone for a few seconds. Every time this happened, Qin Ji was the happiest. Therefore, in the end, the little princess had no bottom line to ask Qin Ji for her makeup skills. Later, when Yang Dingtian and the others were cultivating under the holy light pillar, the little princess Vulture was almost always with Qin Ji. Then, Vulture also enjoyed Qin Ji's makeup skills, which made her delicate face even more soul-stirring. However, Qin Ji had a very accurate grasp of one thing. No matter how beautiful Vulture was with makeup, she would never surpass herself. She would always be beautiful. At most, she would not completely suppress the little girl. The little girl did not know that she had become a green leaf. She was still happily raising her little face for others to see. Therefore, in the end, Yang Dingtian often inadvertently saw the two women being unusually close. Regarding this, Qin Huaiyu had secretly warned the little princess Vulture that Qin Ji was once a man. In the end, the little princess Vulture's reply made everyone burst out laughing. They did not try to persuade her anymore. Her reply was, "I know. It's more fun this way." 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours, 24 hours passed. At this time, there were only about 20 hours left before the demon fire bloomed. Yang Dingtian opened his eyes. His entire body was surging with incomparably vigorous and huge energy. He looked at Song Chanhua and was about to apologize for making her wait. However, he did not expect that Song Chanhua still had her eyes closed and was in the middle of breathing. Ah, why is it like this? Yang Dingtian was extremely surprised. He could not help but look at Qin Ji. "Do I look good?" Qin Ji moved the mirror away and looked at Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's gaze was slightly dazed. She was more than just good-looking. She was simply gorgeous and breathtaking. At this moment, Qin Ji had put on an extremely gorgeous makeup. Furthermore, it was slightly thick, especially her lips, which were really like raging flames. Also her eyes. It was unknown what method she used, but her pupils actually turned blue. This kind of oppressive glamour directly pierced Yang Dingtian's eyes. "Then I am at ease." Qin Ji let out a breath of relief and said, "My face is too small and inclined toward seductiveness. It's not magnanimous enough. I thought that I would not be able to pull off this kind of makeup. Therefore, I did it for a very long time and did not dare to do it. Today, I finally made up my mind. After painting for 20 hours, I was still worried that it would not look good. Seeing your reaction, I am finally at ease." After that, Qin Ji admired herself in the mirror and said proudly, "Yang Dingtian, my appearance is more suitable to be the empress of a city than Shimin Yanyan. It's gorgeous and magnanimous. I originally thought that only Mu Dan and Dugu Fengwu would be able to pull off this kind of makeup." Speaking of Mu Dan and Dugu Fengwu, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but feel gloomy. He then changed the topic and said, "Song Chanhua, has she not woken up yet?" "No," Qin Ji said indifferently. "She has not woken up at all." After that, she continued to be intoxicated by her own beauty. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible. Because her cultivation had regressed a lot, it caused a huge amount of space in her qi vessel. Therefore, this was a revenge increase in cultivation, which was why she needed 20 hours. Song Chanhua shouldn't need such a long time to absorb the mystic qi. "Yang Dingtian, I have decided. After I go out, I want to be a prostitute. I want to turn everyone upside down. I want to charm all the men in the world." Qin Ji suddenly said, Yang Dingtian was originally concerned about Song Chanhua, but after hearing Qin Ji's words, he couldn't help but get a shock. Qin Ji's ambition was to be a prostitute. This was really out of the ordinary. Of course, I am selling my skills, not my body. I want my fame to surpass third Lady Gongsun. I want to become the dream lover of all the men in the world. No matter where I go, countless men will go crazy for me. Qin Ji said passionately, "Of course, if I meet someone I like, I don't mind having a good time with him." Yang Dingtan said, "You should remember that we might not let you go out alive because you killed many innocent people." "Oh, that's right." Qin Ji said, "That's really a pity. It wasn't easy for me to find my dream." Following that, Qin Ji continued to look at herself in the mirror and said, "But it doesn't matter. For the next few days, I will fantasize about myself being the most beautiful woman in the world and turning everyone upside down." Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. There was probably no one who could surpass this perverted and beautiful woman in front of him who was indifferent to life and death. Yang Dingtian ignored the half-crazy Qin Ji and looked at Song Chanhua with concern. Suddenly, Song Chanhua's face gradually revealed a fiery light. Her body began to tremble. Then, a dazzling light burst out from her body. Yang Dingtian even faintly felt that there was a rumbling sound coming from the horizon. "Ah!" Song Chanhua screamed, and then suddenly opened her eyes. "What happened to you?" Yang Dingtian asked with concern. I think I broke through," Song Chanhua said. "How much did you break through?" Yang Dingtian asked. "More than 10 levels," Song Chanhua said. "I was originally an 8-star 9th level revered martial artist. Then, I didn't make any progress. This time, I didn't have much hope of breaking through because I didn't go through any intense training. I didn't expect that I would break through to the 9-star 9th level revered martial artist. I even faintly felt that my Sea of Qi was about to break through to the master level. But I was still suppressed and stopped at the 9-star 9th level, infinitely close to the master level. Song Chanhua almost broke through to the master level. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. "Why do you think it's like this?" "I didn't go through any training at all during this period of time," Song Chanhua asked. "It should be that Naga's Xian veins." It valiantly transformed her Xian veins and Sea of Qi, forcibly expanding a huge space. Yang Dingtian said, "Oh, that's right." Song Chanhua said, "After you washed my marrow and meridians, I felt that my whole body was light and floating. It was as if there was a gust of wind flowing in my Xian veins. I've never felt that my Xian veins were so light and powerful. It's a pity that you didn't break through to the master level," Yang Dingtian said. "I'm already very satisfied." Song Chanhua said, "It's more difficult for a martial artist to cultivate. Although it's only half a step from a 9-star revered martial artist to a master level, it's actually very, very difficult. The time needed may be longer than a 1-star revered martial artist to a 9-star revered martial artist. Moreover, it's also a special opportunity. Therefore, almost all the experts in this world are stuck in the revered martial artist position and will never be able to break through to the master level. Only by breaking through to the master level can one have a place at the top of the pyramid in this world. You definitely won't stop at the master level," Yang Dingtian said. "I believe you. However, if I can break through to the master level within a year, it will be a great surprise," Song Chanhua said. "All right, it's not long before the Xian flame blooms. We should go to Devil Prison Cave," Yang Dingtian said. Then, the two of them left the main hall and headed to Devil Prison Cave. On the way, Song Chanhua asked, "How much of your Xian Qi have you recovered?" 5-star revered martial artist, Yang Dingtian said. It turned out that Yang Dingtian's cultivation was a 6-star, 3rd-class, revered martial artist. In the near-death battle in Devil Prison Cave, his Sea of Qi was injured and his cultivation regressed to a 1-star revered martial artist. This time he recovered to a 5-star revered martial artist under the holy light pillar. Sigh. Song Chanhua sighed. I'm already very satisfied. Yang Dingtian said with a smile. Actually, you also really need this demon spirit demon fire. Song Chanhua said. Are you sure you want to give it to Qin Huaiyu? Of course. There's no room for discussion. Yang Dingtian said. I can't win against the evil ways by myself. We need more and more allies, and we need powerful allies. I will follow you forever. Song Chanhua said solemnly, even though she didn't know how many times she had said this. Yang Dingtian returned to the end of Devil Prison Cave and came to the place where the Xian flame was about to bloom. There was a floating circular platform here. At this moment, Qin Huaiyu and the others were sitting cross-legged on it. The little princess Vulture's gaze kept wandering between Yang Dingtian and Song Chanhua, and her expression became even more strange. Song Chanhua stepped forward and twisted her ear, saying, Girl, if you look at me like that again, I promise I'll beat you until you cry. Sister Chanhua, don't be guilty. I didn't say anything. The little girl screamed and begged for mercy. Girl, please don't joke with me like this in the future. Song Chanhua said seriously, Song Chanhua, will never marry. I'm a warrior, not a woman. I see City, Lord Yang, as my lifelong leader. I hope you won't blaspheme our relationship. Seeing her incomparably serious appearance, the little princess Vulture said embarrassedly, Okay, I understand. Yang Dingtian said with a smile, Chuanhua's cultivation has broken through to the 9th rank martial venerable because of the cleansing of her marrow and meridians. She's only one step away from becoming a grandmaster. When these words came out, everyone immediately exclaimed and looked at Song Chanhua with envy and joy. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and patted Qin Huaiyu's shoulder, saying, Senior brother Qin, it's your turn next. The breakthrough, brought about by swallowing the Xian flame, is something you don't dare to imagine. So, perhaps you're the fastest among us to break through to the Grandmaster realm. Qin Huaiyu originally wanted to give up the Xian flame, but he knew that it would be useless. He immediately bowed deeply to Yang Dingtian. Okay, there should only be one day before the Xian flame blooms. Everyone, sit in a circle and quietly wait for the Xian flame to bloom. Yang Dingtian said, Yes. Everyone said. Then the 5 of them sat side by side and closed their eyes, waiting quietly. Time passed by minute. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, 10 hours, 16 hours, 20 hours, 20 hours, 24 hours. Everyone opened their eyes. Their eyes were filled with anticipation and some uneasiness, because the demon spirit, demon fire, would bloom at this time only because the ice spirit said so. The demon fire, demon phoenix guarded and occupied the Xian flame, but it didn't say when it would bloom. Although everyone knew that the ice spirit wouldn't lie, they still couldn't help but wonder. At this moment, an incomparably beautiful and enchanting flame gently jumped and appeared out of thin air. It floated on the platform and floated in front of everyone. The Xian flame bloomed. The demon spirit, demon fire bloomed. That's right, this was the Xian flame. Everyone could clearly feel it at the first moment, because that clear spirit, that clear energy, and that clear life force was something that no other flame possessed. Yang Dingtian also felt it at the first moment. This was the Xian flame. It wasn't a mixed flame or an illusory void flame. The million spirit demon fire had the illusory void flame, but it didn't mean that the demon spirit demon fire also had the illusory void flame. The million spirit demon fire was divided into yin and yang, but there was only one demon spirit demon fire. This was the true mystic flame that everyone yearned for even in their dreams. The Xian flame that could allow a martial artist to be reborn and advance by leaps and bounds. In about 7 minutes, the Xian flame would bloom and mature. When it matured, as long as a martial artist summoned it and gently devoured it, it would enter the martial artist's sea of qi and become the martial artist's lifelong comrade, or even a part of him. 7 minutes. Time passed by minute. This Xian flame became more and more beautiful, brighter and more breathtaking. Everyone held their breaths, waiting for it to bloom and mature completely. Chapter 421. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Yang Dingtian almost held his breath as he looked at the blooming mystic flame. He watched as the flame became bigger and bigger, more and more beautiful and enchanting. That's right, enchanting. It really did not look like a flame, but more like a flower. In fact, after a while, its color had stopped changing too much. It was still a red flame, just like the Mudan. It was not as glaring as fresh blood, but it was very brilliant. What matured next was a certain temperament of the mystic flame. That's right, temperament. Every mystic flame had its own temperament. Yang Dingtian's million-spirit demon flame had a mysterious temperament. The mystic flame in front of them had a luxurious and passionate temperament. The more it bloomed, the clearer everyone could feel its temperament. It was really like a peony, blooming passionately and gorgeously. In fact, it wasn't even burning quietly. Instead, it would jump up and down from time to time. Sometimes, it even leaned over to feel the energy, aura around it. Yang Dingtian realized that the flame of this mystic flame was bigger and thicker than Yang Dingtian's million-spirit demon flame. Finally, this mystic flame bloomed to the extreme and matured to the extreme. At this moment, it had already started to sway and change into all kinds of beautiful shapes. It was different from other mystic flames. When other mystic flames matured, they were filled with uneasiness, anticipation, and fear. The mystic flame was a flame with life. Therefore, it also had its own emotions. The mystic flame in front of them was like a peacock, but also like a passionate and bold girl, desperately showing off her beauty, hoping that someone would take it away. Of course, this analogy might not be accurate. It made people feel that the mystic flame was like a beautiful and mature girl longing for a lover. In fact, the relationship between a mystic flame and a martial artist was more like a baby and its parents. However, this mystic flame in front of them was too generous and passionate. It kept showing off its beauty without the slightest bit of fear like other mystic flames. At this moment, even though everyone knew that this mystic flame was going to be given to Qin Huaiyu, they could not help but be filled with love for this mystic flame. It was indeed very lovable. It could already be picked. Otherwise, it would quickly disappear and wilt. The next time it bloomed would be many, many years later. At this moment, everyone was looking at Qin Huaiyu because Yang Dingtian had said that this profound flame belonged to Qin Huaiyu. However, Qin Huaiyu didn't step forward. He just stared at Yang Dingtian, waiting for Yang Dingtian's final decision. Yang Dingtian glared at him, indicating for him to go immediately. Qin Huaiyu stood up and once again bowed deeply towards Yang Dingtian and everyone else before walking towards the obsidian flame. Immediately, the gorgeous and breathtaking profound flame suddenly scuttled, as if it was filled with curiosity as it looked at the newcomer. Qin Huaiyu came to the side of the mystic flame and sat down cross-legged. His hands lightly grasped the sides of the flame as if he was holding a precious treasure. Of course, it was a supreme treasure. In other words, it surpassed any treasure in the world. Because of the periodic problem of the heaven and earth mystic flame, most of the experts in the world didn't have the fortune to own it. Even the extremely powerful figures like Dongfang Minmi and Zhu Qingzhu didn't have it. Now that Qin Huaiyu had this profound flame, it meant that his cultivation would very likely surpass his formidable father, Qin Wanqiu. He took a deep breath. Qin Huaiyu looked at this beautiful, profound flame and injected a stream of profound qi, gradually approaching it. This process had to be very, very careful. There couldn't be any interruptions. Otherwise, the profound flame might go berserk after being startled. Once the profound flame went berserk, the outcome would be similar to a nuclear bomb explosion. Everyone held their breaths as they watched this scene. Usually, this was the time when patience was at its finest. One couldn't be a little impatient and definitely couldn't scare the profound flame away. Therefore, the profound flame's speed of approaching had to be very, very slow. One had to let the profound flame fully familiarize itself with the smell of one's energy and then let it approach gently. Because the blooming profound flame was really like a baby, full of anticipation and also full of fear. Because it was about to go to a new home. Of course, this was an ordinary profound flame. The profound flame in front of them was completely different. Sensing the approach of profound chi, this beautiful profound flame suddenly jumped. Instantly, everyone was shocked. Could it be that it was going berserk? But who knew that this red flame would directly spin a circle in the air to express its joy? Then, this flame suddenly pounced and directly charged into Qin Huaiyu's profound qi. Yang Dingtian was instantly stunned. It was really his first time seeing such a passionate, profound flame. Other profound flames were all very, very careful. Yet, this one directly pounced over and wasn't afraid of entering a very lousy qi si. Boom! The moment Qin Huaiyu's profound qi and this profound flame merged, this flame suddenly shot up more than a meter high. The outcome was already decided. At this moment, no matter who it was, no one could change the outcome. No one could snatch the profound flame from Qin Huaiyu. If Qin Huaiyu was killed now, then the profound flame, which had already regarded Qin Huaiyu as its master but had yet to enter the Qi Si, would use its greatest fury and madness to avenge Qin Huaiyu. That would be the profound flame going berserk, equivalent to the explosion of a nuclear bomb. Phew! Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief. Even though he knew that there wouldn't be any unforeseen events during the process of swallowing the profound flame, Yang Dingtian was still very nervous just now. Now that everything was settled, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Boom! This beautiful, profound flame suddenly dispersed and turned into thousands of strands of beautiful energy, instantly filling the entire space. This was the profound flame preparing to enter the Qi Si. Because its energy was too strong, it couldn't enter the master's Qi Si at all. So it would turn into thousands of strands of energy and enter the master's Qi Si from every profound vein entrance. Everyone looked at the red strands that filled the sky with amazement. Countless red threads danced and danced around Qin Huaiyu. Whoosh! Then they quickly drilled into all the profound veins in Qin Huaiyu's body. Suddenly, Qin Huaiyu's body emitted a dazzling light. At this time, what Qin Huaiyu had to do was to refine the profound flame's energy and guide it into his Qi Si, turning it into his own heart flame. The profound flame turned into thousands of strands and existed for a limited time in this space. The master could only swallow as much as he could. Therefore, this was the time to test the master's profound veins and Qi Si's talent. Qin Huaiyu closed his eyes and quietly accepted and refined the countless strands of profound flame's energy. This process would probably last for several hours. Of course, the most important thing was that the profound flame's energy that was swallowed in the first 15 minutes was more than 80% of the final energy that was swallowed. Looking at Qin Huaiyu, who was quietly swallowing the profound flame's energy, Yang Dingtian sighed and said, "I really hope that Qin Huaiyu can break through to the master level this time. That would have an extraordinary meaning to us. At least, it would be a strong shock to his father." "I hope that you'll break through to the master level first," Song Chanhua said. "Whether I break through to the master level first or not, it won't affect anything." Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "Previously among the three of us, my cultivation was the lowest. Speaking of which, it's really funny. At that time, Qin Huaiyu and I were enemies. For the peace of Cloud Sky City, I had no choice but to make a deal with him. Therefore, the so-called finding a profound flame for him was completely a scam. At that time, I didn't even think of realizing it. I didn't expect that we would actually become comrades in the end. I also really found a profound flame for him. Yes, you're so generous. Why didn't you find one for me?" Little Princess Vulture pouted and said, "You already have the third profound flame in the world. Why are you still fighting for it?" Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "Who would complain about having more profound flames?" The little girl said, "To tell you the truth, I almost fought with Qin Huayu for this profound flame just now. I almost wanted to inject my profound qi into it. However, I thought that if I did that, you guys would look down on me. Therefore, I thought about it and decided not to." "Yang Dingtian, don't you think my character is very bad? Am I very greedy?" Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "You're just a child. Everyone wants something good when they see it. This profound flame, not only me, but also Chenhua and Zhao Mu also want it. However, we're adults. We'll restrain our desires." Little Princess Vulture said, "Then I'd better not grow up. I'll be at a disadvantage if I grow up." Then, Little Princess Vulture's eyes suddenly lit up. She pointed outside and said, "Yang Dingtian, look." What's that?" Yang Dingtian couldn't help but turn his head to look. He saw that the entire abyss was now filled with countless red light particles. They were endless and covered hundreds of miles of the abyss. Suddenly, the entire dark abyss seemed especially beautiful and dreamy. "Yang Dingtian, what kind of light is this?" Little Princess Vulture asked. "I don't know either," Yang Dingtian said. Then these light particles gradually condensed and condensed towards the center. Suddenly, it became brighter and brighter. When it condensed to a size of hundreds of meters, everyone saw its shape clearly. It was the shape of a phoenix. Yes, it was the shape of a magical fire demonic phoenix. Little Princess Vulture was shocked and said, "Is the magical fire demonic phoenix resurrected? Then we have to call Bingling. We're no match for her at all." Yang Dingtian also suddenly felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy, because this was indeed the shape of a magical fire demonic phoenix. If the magical fire demonic phoenix really resurrected, then no matter how weak it was, everyone present would be no match for it. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian held the egg of the magical fire demonic phoenix in his arms. If it really did murder, then he had no choice but to use its child as a hostage. However, the condensed fire phoenix didn't show any fierceness. It was still condensing, condensing, and condensing. From hundreds of meters, it condensed to only dozens of meters. Dozens of meters. At this time, this fire phoenix was so gorgeous and bright that people couldn't look at it directly. Its light even surpassed the sunlight in the sky. However, the fire phoenix was still condensing. 8 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter, 1 foot, 5 inches, 3 inches, 1 inch. In the end, it condensed to only about 1 inch. It was still in the shape of a flying phoenix. But because it was too small, the phoenix's appearance couldn't be seen clearly. It was more like a ball of flame. Yes, it was like a ball of flame. It was fiery red and incomparably gorgeous. It floated in the air, burning passionately and beautifully. The entire abyss was filled with its powerful and fiery energy. What is this? Why do I feel that it's similar to the mystic fire just now? Little Princess Vulture couldn't help but ask. Yang Dingtian suddenly couldn't help but be shocked. Yes, it was very similar to the magical fire just now. Then Yang Dingtian was ecstatic and thought of a possibility. This magical fire demonic phoenix had swallowed many mystic fires in the past thousands of years, and it was a fire energy creature. Could it be that although Bingling smashed it into pieces, the mystic fire energy it swallowed was not completely destroyed? At this time, it was attracted by the magical fire again and began to condense again. If that was the case, then, although the flame in front of them was extremely fragile and had been severely injured by Bingling, it was still a brand new flame, condensed by more than a dozen mystic fires inside the magical fire demonic phoenix. Follow me, Yang Dingtian. Then they couldn't help but fly to the side of the phoenix flame. Yes, it was really a mystic fire. because everyone felt the unique spiritual energy, life, and soul of the mystic fire. However, it was also a special mystic fire. Not only was it as passionate and generous as the magical fire just now, but it also had the arrogance of the magical fire phoenix. Not only did it desperately release its power and beauty in the air, but it also desperately looked forward to being devoured by others. However, it was also very reserved and arrogant, as if it was looking down on others. This kind of passionate and unrestrained temperament, as well as arrogant and reserved, caused the hearts of everyone to sway. Yes, it was related to the magical fire demonic phoenix, but it was definitely not the soul of the magical fire demonic phoenix, because its childishness and naivety matched the characteristics of every mystic fire. This should be a specially modified mystic fire. If they had to give it a name, then they would call it the Heavenly Phoenix Fire. The Heavenly Phoenix Fire gently flapped its wings and flew in front of everyone. It desperately displayed its beauty and desperately wanted others to collect it. However, at the same time, she would always raise her little head and show her incomparably proud appearance. Yang Dingtian and the others were completely stunned. They didn't expect that not only did they find a mystic fire for Qin Huaiyu, but they also found a brand new mystic fire, an incomparably beautiful and complicated heavenly phoenix fire. Instantly, everyone looked at Yang Dingtian. At this time, there was only one thought in everyone's mind. This mystic fire should belong to Yang Dingtian, especially Song Chanhua. She clearly knew that Yang Dingtian's darkness, mystic fire needed energy. If it devoured this heavenly phoenix fire, the darkness, mystic fire might mature directly. Although Yang Dingtian had the million spirit demonic fire, he was indeed the one who needed the mystic fire the most. City Lord Yang, quickly devour this flame. This is destined to be your compensation. Song Chanhua said. Chapter 422. Yang Dingtian looked at the beautiful and fervent heavenly phoenix flame that was spreading its wings and flying. This was another mystic flame that grew under special circumstances. He didn't know what kind of energy it had, but it shouldn't be any worse than Qin Huaiyu's. The demonic fire demonic phoenix had devoured more than a dozen mystic flames. Although it was killed by the ice spirit, the remaining mystic flame energy in its body and the demonic fire demonic phoenix's aura formed a brand new mystic flame. Even though most of the energy was destroyed by the ice spirit, the remaining heavenly phoenix flame should still be very powerful. At this moment, the heavenly phoenix flame couldn't care less about being reserved. It could clearly feel the existence of living beings around it. It couldn't wait to look around. It was different from ordinary mystic flames. If ordinary mystic flames weren't collected, they would bloom again in a few decades or centuries. If no one collected this heavenly phoenix fire, it would completely dissipate. Therefore, it had already started to spread its wings in front of people, hovering and swaying. City Lord Yang, what are you waiting for? Song Chanhua asked. Chanhua, you do it. Yang Dingtian said. You're crazy. Song Chanhua shouted, You're crazy. A leader shouldn't be like you. It's not giving all the good things to your subordinates. It's not enough to be a good leader just because you're noble and modest. If you do this, you'll disappoint me. Look for yourself. This heavenly phoenix flame has already chosen its master. Yang Dingtian said. Everyone looked over. Indeed, this heavenly phoenix flame first flew to Yang Dingtian and hovered in front of him. It was a little restless and very tempted. However, it was also a little resistant. It was very tempted because of Yang Dingtian's 9 young mystic veins. But as for why it resisted Yang Dingtian, he didn't know. Maybe it was because Yang Dingtian already had the million spirit demonic fire in his body. Or maybe it was because Yang Dingtian had the darkness mystic flame, which made other flames fear. This heavenly phoenix flame was very proud. It wanted to be the boss after entering the Sea of Qi, so it didn't want to share the favor with others. Finally, it reluctantly but resolutely flew away from Yang Dingtian. Then, it flew in front of the little princess. Immediately, the little princess became excited and said fervently, "Choose me, choose me. I will treat you very, very well." However, it was clear that the little girl was going to be disappointed, because the heavenly phoenix flame only stayed in front of her for a moment before leaving. He walked up to Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu immediately held his breath, not daring to move an inch. Who would have thought that the heavenly phoenix fire would actually use its wing tip to prod Zhao Mu? Finally, it flew to Song Chanhua. It gently approached the tip of Song Chunhua's nose. Song Chanhua immediately turned her body away, indicating that she absolutely did not want it. Who would have thought that the heavenly phoenix flame would become excited instead? Whoosh! Its body, which was less than an inch long, suddenly lengthened to a full half a foot long. Then it happily flapped its wings and flew around Song Chanhua, as if it was desperately calling out, "Come, come, pick me, pick me!" However, Song Chanhua ignored him and turned to leave. The heavenly phoenix flame was anxious and hurriedly chased after her. It turned its head, spread its wings, acted cute, and danced. It even repeatedly wished that it could dive into Song Chunhua's energy reserve, but unfortunately it could not do so. It must be guided by a martial artist's mystical chi. "Chanhua, stop right there," Yang Dingtian shouted. Song Chanhua said coldly, "I've said it very clearly. I won't take this mystical flame. It's up to you whether you want it or not. But I definitely won't take it." "However, it has already chosen its master," Yang Dingtian said. "This is not up to it," Song Chanhua said. "This is an order," Yang Dingtian said. "This is a random order," Song Chanhua said. Suddenly, the two of them were in a deadlock. The little princess was extremely anxious at the side and said, "If you don't swallow it, it will dissipate. Don't waste it recklessly." "Of course, if you really don't want it, I will take it myself." Of course, the heavenly phoenix flame was even more anxious than the little princess. It acted coquettishly and acted cute, flew around and made a scene. It used all kinds of methods. But Song Chanhua was not tempted and did not guide it. If she did not want it, it would scatter into ashes and completely dissipate. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and approached Song Chanhua. Immediately, the heavenly phoenix flame straightened its wings and looked at Yang Dingtian warily, as if to say, "What do you want to do? You're not my cup of tea. Don't you dare take it." You saw it too. This heavenly phoenix flame is very wary of me. If I force it, something big will happen. It will make the mystical flame go berserk, Yang Dingtian said. Song Chanhua said, "Okay, then you don't have to take it. But I definitely don't want it. No matter what you say, I won't take it. I only know one thing. You need the mystical flame more than I do." Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, "Give me your hand. I'll tell you a possible secret." Song Chanhua stretched out her hand, and Yang Dingtian wrote on her palm. He wrote about a dozen words. Immediately, Song Chanhua showed a look of disbelief and said, "Really?" "I'm not sure, but it's more or less like that," Yang Dingtian said. "No wonder, no wonder." Song Chanhua said, "Now, you can swallow this heavenly phoenix flame without worry," Yang Dingtian said. Song Chanhua looked at Yang Dingtian for a while and nodded. "Hey, what the hell are you guys doing? What are you talking about? Yang Dingtian, you can't be so biased. You didn't tell us, but told Sister Chanhua." Little Princess Vulture said discontentedly. "Shut up." Song Chanhua said, "Don't ask anything." Then Song Chanhua looked at the heavenly phoenix flame and stared at it. However, the heavenly phoenix flame was obviously more anxious than her. It flew over with a whoosh and directly came to the tip of Song Chunhua's nose. Song Chanhua channeled a stream of mystical energy and was about to inject it into the heavenly phoenix flame. The heavenly phoenix flame desperately wanted to enter Song Chunhua's sea of qi, but it had no way out. At this moment, Song Chanhua just drew out a stream of mystical energy. Whoosh! It was completely impatient, as if it was afraid that Song Chanhua would go back on her words. It suddenly drilled into Song Chunhua's mystical energy. Boom! After it merged with Song Chuanhua's mystical energy, the heavenly phoenix flame suddenly leaped up and turned into a flame that was a few meters tall. It cheered and surged. This was a mystical flame that had seen the world. It was more emotional than ordinary mystical flames. After it cheered and jumped enough, boom! It suddenly exploded in the air and turned into thousands of strands of energy. It was really like the most beautiful fireworks. These thousands of strands of energy instantly dazzled the entire abyss. When the mystical flame that Qin Huaiyu swallowed earlier exploded into thousands of strands, it only filled the space of a few hundred meters. This heavenly phoenix flame, on the other hand, had a space of a few thousand or even tens of thousands of meters. Then these thousands of strands of mystical flame energy drilled into Song Chunhua's body. Suddenly, Song Chunhua floated and sat cross-legged. She quietly swallowed and refined these thousands of strands of mystical flame energy. This would take another few hours. Yang, Dingtian, Zhaomu, and the little princess found a place to sit cross-legged in the vulture palace. At the moment, it was very safe. There was no need to guard Song Chanhua and Qin Huaiyu. The little princess was bored to death. There were a few times when she wanted to go to the main hall to play with Qin Ji, but she was too embarrassed to say it. Yang Dingtian was now somewhat glad that the little girl met him first. Otherwise, with her personality that did not distinguish between good and evil and only cared about having fun, if she played with people of the evil ways first, the entire vulture palace would probably follow her into the evil ways. At that time, Yang Dingtian would have no time to cry. "Brother, after we go back, I plan to close Horror Mountain Village," Zhaomu suddenly said. "Why?" Yang Dingtian was shocked. "This is the foundation of your ancestors for hundreds of years." Zhao Mu said, "In the current situation, there are already things that are more important than our ancestors' foundation. I plan to enter Cloud Sky City and bring all the loyal warriors of Horror Mountain Village to Cloud Sky City." Yang Dingtian was shocked. He said, "Brother Zhao, have you thought about it?" "Yes," Zhao Mu said, "If our side wins, I will leave Cloud Sky City and go back to rebuild Horror Mountain Village. If we lose, then there will definitely be Horror Mountain Village." Yang Dingtian did not say anything. He only stretched out his hand. Zhao Mu stretched out his hand and shook Yang Dingtian's. This time in the secret realm, he had obtained many treasures, including 2 mystic flames. Zhao Mu did not have a share in any of them. Speaking of which, Yang Dingtian owed Zhao Mu a great debt of gratitude. However, Yang Dingtian did not explain anything from the beginning to the end, because he knew that there was no need for an explanation. These treasures, these mystic flames, Yang Dingtian distributed them according to their needs and not according to their feelings. The things that were most useful to the person would be given to. This kind of reasonableness and fairness, even a child's vulture was clear in her heart. If there was any unfairness, it would be that Yang Dingtian gave her the ring of protection to take care of the little girl's playfulness and her fondness for good things. "Yang Dingtian, we will be leaving soon. After we leave, what are your plans?" Little Princess Vulture asked. "There are only about 20 days left before Qin Chi-Chi's army attacks," Yang Dingtian said. "But there are too many things that we need to do. I heard that you like to arrange marriages. At the beginning, you planned to marry Sister Chanhua to Qin Huaiyu. Later on, when it didn't work out, you married Song Lihua to Qin Huaiyu." Little Princess Vulture said, "Don't tell me that you have designs on me and are planning to marry me to someone to form a bigger alliance with you. If I marry you to someone like you, wouldn't that be harming others and pushing them into the fire pit? Who would dare to marry you?" Yang Dingtian laughed. "Yang Dingtian, I will fight out with you," Little Princess Vulture said. Then she came over and pinched Yang Dingtian's arm. Yang Dingtian was in so much pain that his face trembled. He could only admit that he was unlucky. Zhao Mu frowned and said coldly, "Miss Vulture, I will tell young Master Song about this matter." Instantly, the little girl's delicate body trembled. She hurriedly let go of Yang Dingtian and said stubbornly, "Those who like to snitch are all vile people. Fine, I will say it. Do you think I am afraid of her?" Then, she couldn't help but touch her little ears. Song Chanhua would always pinch her ears and lift them up. It was really painful. Therefore, the little girl felt that her ears were burning. A few hours passed. Suddenly, Qin Huaiyu's body shook violently. His face turned red. Then, a faint rumbling sound came from above his head. The platform beneath him also trembled faintly. Boom! Then, a bright light suddenly burst out from his body. However, just as this bright light was about to explode, it was extinguished. Yang Dingtian felt a wave of regret in his heart. What a pity, what a pity! Qin Huaiyu was about to break through to the Grandmaster realm. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Sigh. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but sigh. If Qin Huaiyu had broken through to the Grandmaster realm, how shocking would it have been when he returned to Cloud Sky City? What a pity! At this moment, the sky suddenly rumbled and there was a burst of thunder. Then, the air in the entire abyss suddenly surged. Pa! A red bolt of lightning suddenly struck down. Song Chuanhua's delicate body trembled. Then, a ray of light suddenly burst out. Boom! The fiery red light suddenly burst out from Song Chuanhua's body. It exploded powerfully without the slightest bit of effort. Then, the ferocious flames instantly surrounded Song Chanhua. The light that shot out from Song Chuanhua's body was so dazzling that no one dared to look directly at it. Good. Yang Dingtian hammered his fist. Song Chanhua had broken through to the Grandmaster realm. Although Yang Dingtian had long been mentally prepared, Yang Dingtian still couldn't help but feel a burst of excitement when he saw that Song Chanhua had broken through to the Grandmaster realm. Song Chanhua was undoubtedly the most loyal person to Yang Dingtian. She was the most determined person to fight against evil ways. Her breakthrough to the Grandmaster realm was undoubtedly a huge incentive for Yang Dingtian's career. This meant that Song Chanhua should be the second young expert to break through to the Grandmaster realm after Dongfang Bingling. Of course, although she was almost 10 years older than Dongfang Bingling, she was still of the same generation as Dongfang Bingling. At this moment, Qin Huaiyu opened his eyes and found Yang Dingtian immediately. Brother, I almost broke through to the Grandmaster realm. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. His words were full of excitement and regret. But I'm already satisfied. I originally thought that I would need at least 3 or even 5 years to break through to the Grandmaster realm. I didn't expect that I would almost step into the Grandmaster realm today. Qin Huaiyu was full of excitement. Then he saw the abnormality in Song Chuanhua's body and asked in surprise, "What happened to young Lord Song?" Little Princess Vulture couldn't wait to tell him what had happened. Really? Qin Huaiyu said excitedly, "That's great. Young Lord Song has broken through to the Grandmaster realm. It's really a big boost for us. This family and the world society are one step closer to us." Then Qin Huaiyu said, "It's a pity. If only brother had swallowed this heavenly phoenix fire." Then Qin Huaiyu said, "Brother, now that I've returned to Qin City to compete with Qin Chichi for this position, I'm full of confidence. At most next year, I'll be able to break through to the Grandmaster realm. This result is even better than my father's in the past. He should be satisfied." Immediately, Qin Huaiyu came in front of Yang Dingtian and knelt down on one knee with his sword in hand. He said, "I, Qin Huaiyu, swear once again that I will forever be loyal to the hidden sex master, Yang Dingtian. I will forever be loyal to the Tiando League and will forever fight against evil ways. If I violate this oath, let the 2 moons and 2 suns destroy me. Let the chaotic land drown me. Let my ancestors be buried underground and never be reincarnated." Once he said this, little Princess Vulture was stunned. She looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. He's the hidden sex master? How can it be? How can it be? Yang Dingtian didn't bother about the little princess, Spirit Vulture, and helped Qin Huaiyu up and said, Senior Brother Qin, your current cultivation isn't enough to shock the entire Qin city. It isn't enough to convince all the vassals in Qin city. You have to break through to the Grandmaster realm. Only then will it be enough. Grandmaster, Qin Huaiyu said in shock. I didn't break through to the Grandmaster realm after swallowing the mystic fire. I'm afraid it's impossible in a short time. Yang Dingtian took out a section of Naga mystic veins and handed it to Qin Huaiyu. He said, You already have the mystic fire. Take this section of Naga mystic veins to cleanse your marrow and meridians. After you're done, go under the Saint Light pillar and absorb the mystic qi. I believe it's enough for you to break through to the Grandmaster realm. Qin Huaiyu's eyes suddenly lit up. He pushed it away with both hands and said, Brother, I can't take any more. I've already taken too much from you. I can't take any more. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing this for the Taiando League. Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Qin Huaiyu took it with both hands. Yang Dingtian looked at Zhao Mu and said, Brother Zhao, there's still one more section. I'll keep it for you. When you break through to the honorable martial artist level, use the Naga mystic veins to cleanse your marrow and meridians. It'll be twice the result with half the effort. Zhao Mu trembled. He bowed and said yes. Immediately, the little Princess Vulture looked at Yang Dingtian with eagerness. Yang Dingtian touched her head and said, I'm sorry, little girl. I've used up the Naga mystic veins. There's no more. The little girl immediately pouted. She wasn't really greedy. She was just a child. When she saw Yang Dingtian give something to others, she wanted to share. It didn't matter if this thing was precious or not. Qin Huaiyu found a jade platform and used his sword to carve a groove. Yang Dingtian gave him the best medicine and crystals. He also gave him the condensation pill to make the best medicine for cleansing his marrow and meridians. Then, Qin Huaiyu entered the medicine. Yang Dingtian's back was facing the medicine pool as he guarded Qin Huaiyu. Qin Huaiyu already had the mystic fire, so he didn't need Yang Dingtian to help him cleanse the Naga mystic veins. Huff! Under the burning of the mystic fire, Naga's purple mystic veins suddenly turned into countless purple rays of light, dazzling the surrounding hundreds of meters. Then, these purple rays of light began to condense and condense. Finally, they completely condensed in Qin Huaiyu's palm. Puff! Then, he suddenly forced the energy of Naga's purple mystic veins into his own mystic veins. And Qin Huaiyu suddenly let out an incomparably painful sound. He didn't have the yin-yang qi transformation technique, so he needed to use the energy of Naga's purple mystic veins to cut his mystic veins inch by inch from head to tail. Because the energy of the sacred water pill had seeped into the medicine, and he also had the mystic fire, he didn't need to worry about his body exploding. But this kind of pain was completely indescribable. Time passed by minute by minute. Qin Huaiyu used the mystic fire to cut his own mystic veins inch by inch. Then he used the Naga's purple mystic veins to transform his mystic veins inch by inch, transforming his qi. He endured hellish pain, but he didn't let out a scream from the beginning to the end. After a full 6 hours, Qin Huaiyu's hoarse voice came from behind Yang Dingtian. It was as if he had been reborn. Brother, I've succeeded in cleansing my marrow and meridians. These Naga's mystic veins are extremely heaven-defying. They actually raised my mystic veins from the lower 8th grade to the upper 8th grade. Now I feel as if I'm about to fly. Qin Huaiyu said. Yang Dingtian smiled slightly, then gently floated up and left the platform where Qin Huaiyu was. Qin Huaiyu stood up from the medicine pool. His whole body really looked as if he had been fished out of a pool of blood. He was in so much pain that his face was somewhat distorted. The pain he suffered was even more severe than Song Chuanhua's. Yang Dingtian flew to Song Chuanhua's side. At this moment, Song Chuanhua opened her eyes slightly and said, "I've broken through to the master stage." "I know," Yang Dingtian said. "Not only have I broken through to the master stage, but I'm also a 2-star 8th grade master," Song Chuanhua said. "What?" This time, Yang Dingtian was also surprised. This heavenly phoenix fire was so amazing. Not only did it help Song Chuanhua break through to the master stage, but she was also a 2-star 8th grade master. In other words, this heavenly phoenix fire had helped Song Chuanhua break through to the star level. How shocking was that? Of course, Yang Dingtian's million spirit demonic fire had helped him break through to the 16-star level. However, at that time, Yang Dingtian had only broken through to the martial ancestor stage from the martial Xian stage. It was incomparable to breaking through to the master stage from the martial revered stage. The energy needed to break through to the master stage from the martial revered stage was astronomical. It was hard to say whether the heavenly phoenix fire's special attributes were better than the million spirit demonic fires. However, in terms of pure energy, it definitely surpassed the million spirit demonic fire. Of course, it also surpassed the mystic fire that Qin Huaiyu had devoured. No wonder. After all, it was formed by more than 10 mystic fires. How is Qin Huaiyu? Song Chuanhua asked. He's very close to the master stage. Yang Dingtian said, but I gave him the Naga mystic veins. It should be enough for him to break through to the master stage. We have 2 masters in our team now. Song Chuanhua waved her fist and said. At this time, the little girl said from afar, Yang Dingtian, Sister Chuanhua, and Qin Huaiyu are done. Let's go back. We should have passed the test. Let's go out. At this time, Qin Huaiyu's face seemed to have some unspeakable troubles. He looked at Yang Dingtian and hesitated. Song Chuanhua said, What is it that you can't say? Qin Huaiyu said to Yang Dingtian, Brother, there are some things that I don't know if I should say. Yang Dingtian walked over to Qin Huaiyu's side alone. Brother, I vaguely feel that something is wrong. It has to do with the mystic fire that I devoured. Qin Huaiyu said, All right, you don't have to say any more. Yang Dingtian stopped Qin Huaiyu and said, I know what you want to say. I've been suspicious for a long time. You already know? Qin Huaiyu asked. Yang Dingtian nodded. You also suspect? Qin Huaiyu asked. Yang Dingtian nodded. Then what should we do? Qin Huaiyu asked. Now is the most critical and possibly the most dangerous time. Yang Dingtian said seriously, The little girl is still young. Don't tell her anything. You and Song Chuanhua bring them back to the first hall. Pretend that nothing happened and directly start absorbing the mystic qi. What about you? Qin Huaiyu asked. I'll go alone. Yang Dingtian said. No, everyone will go together. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Qin Huaiyu said. Facing such a powerful existence, is there a difference between going alone and going together? Yang Dingtian said. This was an order. Return to the first floor of the main hall immediately and pretend that nothing happened. Qin Huaiyu was stunned, then he bowed and said, Yes. Immediately, everyone followed the Devil Prison Cave's maze and returned to the Despair City's secret realm. Little Princess Vulture cheered, celebrating that she was going to leave this damned place and regain her freedom. She already knew that the Despair City's trial was over. What did Qin Huaiyu want to tell Yang Dingtian? He suspected that the mystic flame he swallowed was not the real demon, spirit, demonic flame. It might not even be a heaven and earth mystic flame. It was an earth mystic flame of shocking quality. It was very powerful, but it did not have any special attributes. Of course, he was not dissatisfied or dissatisfied. He just wanted to tell Yang Dingtian about this suspicion and worry. Because if what Qin Huayu swallowed was not the real demon, spirit, demonic flame, not the demon spirit, demonic flame, ranked fourth among the 9 flames in the world, that meant a strange direction, and that meant a dangerous situation. And there was also a fatal problem. If this was not the real demon, spirit, demonic flame, then where was the real demon, spirit, demonic flame? They came to the starting point of the devil prison, cave's maze. In front of them was the energy door of the spatial crack. Yang Dingtian said to Song Chanhua and Qin Huayu, "Do you remember what I said just now?" "Yes," the two said. "Then, how long did you not return?" "We will go find you," Qin Huayu asked. "For hours," Yang Dingtian said. Yes, although she did not know what happened, little Princess Vulture felt a suffocating aura. "Okay, let's go." Everyone walked through the light screen and returned to the Despair City's secret realm. Chapter 4:23. Swoosh! After passing through the space-time crack's light screen door, Yang Dingtian and the others were in the secret realm's passageway. In front of them was the incomparably beautiful Bingling. The passageway was dark, but Bingling's body emitted a faint light. "Congratulations! You've passed the Despair City's secret realm's trial. You can leave now." Bingling said, "I'll bring you out." Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. Bingling had been in her room all this time. Who would have thought that she would be waiting here? "All right, thank you, Miss Bingling," Yang Dingtian said. Then Bingling led the way, and they arrived at the 5th floor stone room. Then she patted the stone wall lightly, and a stone door opened. In front of them was a faint light screen door. The light screen door was very thin, and they could vaguely see the scenery outside. Outside was the desolate and strange scenery of the demon domain. Everyone couldn't help but feel excited. Previously, they felt that the demon domain scenery was too desolate and strange. Now, after being trapped in the Despair City's secret realm for several months, they felt that the demon domain's scenery was incomparably warm. "This light screen door leads to the outside," Bingling said. "As long as you pass through this door, you can leave." Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "That's great, but we still have some things to do. We still need to cultivate under the holy light pillar on the 1st floor. Is that okay?" Bingling was stunned for a moment. Then she smiled and said, "Of course." Yang Dingtian said to Qin Huayu, "You guys go up first." "Yes." Qin Huayu bowed. Song Chanhua said, "How about I stay?" "No need," Yang Dingtian said. After Qin Huayu, Song Chanhua, and the others left, Yang Dingtian sat down on the stone bench. He took the chess pieces from the chessboard and smiled at Bingling. "Miss Bingling, I've been to the 5 Elements Hall's secret realm before. The trials in that secret realm were incomparably difficult, but the final trial sounded very dangerous. In fact, I passed it easily." "Is that so?" The ice spirit smiled and said, "You guys passed the final trial of Despair City's secret realm very easily." "That's right. We really have to thank Miss Ice Spirit for this. If it weren't for you, we might not even have been able to pass through the Devil Prison Cave maze," Yang Dingtian said. "You're welcome. This is what I should do." The Ice Spirit said, "If there's nothing else, I hope you can leave as soon as possible. I've been alone for too long, and I'm not used to having other life forms around me." "All right," Yang Dingtian said with a smile. "I have 2 questions that I would like Miss Bingling to answer." "Speak," the Ice Spirit said. Yang Dingtian picked up the chess piece and chessboard in his hand and said, "This chess piece and chessboard should have a history of several thousand years. Why does it feel so new without any trace of time?" "What's the second question?" the Ice Spirit asked. Yang Dingtian, in the Devil Prison Cavern, when the demonic fire demonic phoenix escaped, you chased after it. You should have guessed that the demonic phoenix would leave behind a large number of flaming beasts, enough to kill us countless times. If you want to kill us, why do you want to borrow the demonic phoenix's hand and not do it yourself? With your strength, Killing us should be as easy as flipping your hand." As soon as these words came out, the ice spirit's face suddenly changed and turned cold. In an instant, all the kindness on her face disappeared. At the same time, the entire cave was icy cold, as if the air had completely frozen. The ice spirit suddenly became incomparably arrogant and indifferent. As cold as ice and frost, high and mighty. "These questions, can I trouble Miss Bingling to answer them for me?" Yang Dingtian said lightly. "Sure," the ice spirit said coldly. "If you want to know, come in with me." After saying that, the ice spirit turned around and pushed open the door, returning to her room. Yang Dingtian followed. The ice spirit's room was resplendent like a crystal palace. "Yang Dingtian, you're very smart," the ice spirit said lightly. "That's right. This so-called Go game was made by me when you entered the 5th level of the trial room. Also, the so-called chess game was something I found in your mind. I deliberately let you win." Yang Dingtian said, "I was wondering why my luck was so good. Why would a Go game appear, and I just happened to be able to solve it? What about the second question?" The ice spirit said, "The second question is because of the highest standard of the secret realm. I'm a person of the secret realm. I can't kill the guests of the secret realm personally, so I can only borrow the demonic phoenix's hand to kill you. Of course, I really couldn't predict that you would find the demonic phoenix's egg, which allowed you to escape with your lives." Yang Dingtian said, "Then we're faced with the third question. Why do you want to kill us? Isn't this a simple matter?" The ice spirit sneered. "Killing you is my mission." "No, this is contradictory." Yang Dingtian said, "You said before that you can't kill us. So, you have to borrow the demonic phoenix's hand." "Then, according to your understanding?" The ice spirit said coldly. "My understanding?" Yang Dingtian said, "You're not called the ice spirit at all. The reason why you named yourself the ice spirit is because I have an unforgettable name in my mind, Dongfeng Bingling. Moreover, your appearance, temperament, and aura are almost exactly the same as her. You know, like this, you can make me fall head over heels for you." "Good story." The ice spirit said, "Please continue." "Your name should be the demonic spirit." Yang Dingtian said, "Of course, it's not the ugly demonic spirit, but the demonic spirit of the demonic spirit fire. You're the demonic spirit fire's primordial spirit. You and the demonic spirit fire are one. The 5th level's trial mission is to destroy you." "Destroy me?" The ice spirit sneered. "Don't you think it's ridiculous? You've seen my strength. With just the 5 of you, do you think you can destroy me? The cultivation of the Despair City's secret realm is harder with each level. You're the highest boss of the secret realm, so of course you're the strongest." Yang Dingtian said, "But without exception, every boss of the Despair City's secret realm has a weakness. There's the Millennium Owl, the Negative Demon, the Illusory Void Demon, and the 2,000-year Demonic Spirit. Of course, as the highest boss of the secret realm, you also have a weakness." "What weakness? I'd like to know." The ice spirit sneered. "The first weakness is that even though the disparity in strength between us is extremely great, you'll never be able to kill us. The second weakness is that as the 5th level's trial opens, as the time for the demonic spirit fire to bloom draws closer, your energy is weakening every day. Of course, you also have something that can kill us. That is a trap, such as the trap in the Devil Prison Cave, or the so-called light screen door that just opened to leave the secret realm." Yang Dingtian said, "Behind that light screen door should be an endless, illusory void. After entering, you'll be completely lost." In the end, Yang Dingtian looked at the ice spirit and said, "Do you think I'm right?" "The story is very interesting." The ice spirit said indifferently, "Then what are you going to do?" "Of course, I'm going to do as the trial mission said and destroy you." Yang Dingtian said, "Then how are you going to destroy me?" The ice spirit sneered and mocked. If I'm not wrong, the time for the demonic spirit fire to bloom is very, very close. So you're already extremely weak because all your energy will be transferred to the demonic spirit fire that's about to bloom. Yang Dingtian said, "Do you think I'm right?" The mocking expression on the ice spirit's face became even more obvious. He said indifferently, "Yes, everything you said is right, but so what?" "What do you mean?" Yang Dingtian said. "Yang Dingtian, it's still too early for you to say these words." The ice spirit sneered. "The time you came to find me is still a bit too early. There's still about 2 hours before the demonic spirit fire blooms. Although at this time, the energy in my body is only less than 1,000th of my peak state, it's more than enough to deal with you." Then the ice spirit said with a smile, "If you really came to find me 15 minutes before the demonic spirit fire was born, then I really wouldn't know what to do. At that time, I was really weak to the extreme and completely powerless. But now, it's really too easy for me to deal with you." After saying that, the ice spirit gently opened her jade-like hand. Whoosh! Suddenly, a bone-piercing, cold wind blew. Suddenly, her entire room was completely frozen. Everything was frozen. Yang Dingtian's entire body was completely frozen. He couldn't move at all. Not to mention destroying the ice spirit, he couldn't even move a finger. He couldn't control the demonic spirit fire. "Don't worry, I can't kill you and I can't kill you," the ice spirit said. "It won't be long before you recover." But at that time, the demonic spirit fire would have completely bloomed and disappeared. So, you can only watch as the demonic spirit fire ignites, matures, blooms, and disappears. The fourth demonic spirit fire in the world is only half a step away from you. You only need to gently inject some demonic spirit fire, and you can have it. Unfortunately, it's so close, but so far away. Yang Dingtian could hear Bingling's words and could see her. However, he couldn't move an inch of his body. Even his demonic spirit fire and demonic spirit fire couldn't be controlled at all. Do you know that when a heaven and earth demonic spirit fire blooms 5 times, but it hasn't been collected once, a fire spirit will be born? I'm the fire spirit of the demonic spirit fire. The ice spirit said, "A year after I was born, it wasn't easy for me to change into this beautiful form. I have a life, a soul, and a mind of my own. Of course, I don't want to disappear. I don't want to die. But once the demonic spirit fire is really collected, I'll really disappear completely. I'll have to wait for another 1,000 years when the demonic spirit fire blooms 5 times and no one collects it. Then I'll be born again. I can't wait another 1,000 years. So I definitely don't want my demonic spirit fire to be taken away by others. So you're my mortal enemies. Actually, the 5th floor of the Despair City's trial didn't have to kill you. Just like you said, as the highest boss of the 5th floor, I have 2 fatal flaws. First, I'll never be able to kill you. Second, I'll be constantly weakened. So, the 5th floor of the trial was supposed to give you a huge boost in your cultivation, because you're fighting against a saint-level expert. And you'll definitely be able to kill me in the end, because I'll be extremely weak. In order to prevent the demonic spirit fire from being collected, in order to prevent me from disappearing, I had to think of a way. So, I had to think of a way to kill you. But I can't kill you myself, so I had to borrow someone else's hand. Also, I can't force you to do anything. So I thought of a plan. The ice spirit said, "I found an earth-level demonic fire and disguised it as the demonic spirit fire to take you to collect it. In fact, it's a scorching sun demonic fire about 3,800 miles away from the Despair City. There's a powerful guardian demonic beast there, the demonic fire demonic phoenix. I could borrow its hand to kill you. Moreover, what's even better is that the devil prison cave where the scorching sun demonic fire is located has appeared in your mind before. You've been there before during the spiritual trial. This way, you won't have any suspicions. So, I used the saint-level energy to open a space-time door and let you go to the devil prison cave." The ice spirit said, "That's right, this space-time door was opened by me, not by the secret realm itself. After going to the devil prison cave, I used the demonic phoenix's hand to kill you. This way, I wouldn't violate the secret realm's rules and could successfully kill you. My plan was flawless, but I didn't expect that you would accidentally find the demonic phoenix's egg, allowing you to escape with your lives. My plan to kill you failed. The ice spirit said, but that's nothing as long as the demonic spirit fire isn't taken away. If you want to deal with me, you'll have to wait at least 200 years. But by that time, your bones will have already turned to ashes. All right, I've finished speaking. Let's wait here, quietly, for the demonic spirit fire to bloom. Don't worry, this stone door of mine is also made of energy. After it closes, your companions won't be able to come in and save you. Then the ice spirit sat cross-legged in front of Yang Dingtian and quietly closed her beautiful eyes. Time passed, but time also seemed to be frozen. 10 minutes passed. 15 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. 3/4 of an hour passed. Yang Dingtian was sealed in ice and couldn't move at all. However, he could see and hear. He could clearly see that the ice spirit's powerful energy was quickly draining away. That's right, her power was getting weaker and weaker. That's right, Yang Dingtian came too early. So, she was completely sealed in ice and couldn't move at all. Not only could she not move her body, she couldn't use her profound energy either. She couldn't even ignite her heart flame and burn her chi si. Half an hour passed. 3/4 of an hour passed. 3/4 of an hour passed. 3/4 of an hour passed. There should be less than 1/4 of an hour left before the demonic spirit fire bloomed. At this time, no energy could be felt from the ice spirit's body. She was just like a beautiful, ordinary woman. She should be extremely weak. Perhaps anyone who came would be able to destroy her with a light punch. Unfortunately, Yang Dingtian was sealed in ice. Qin Huayu and Song Chanhua would never be able to break the energy stone door and enter. Then, the ending would be just like what the ice spirit said. Yang Dingtian would have to watch the demonic spirit fire burn, bloom, mature, and disappear. After the demonic spirit fire disappeared, the ice spirit would completely recover and become even stronger than before. Then, Yang Dingtian would completely fail the 5th level trial. Then, he wouldn't be able to get out. He would have to wait for the mirage to disappear in 10 days. But by then, Cloud Sky City would have been destroyed. The corpses of the people in Cloud Sky City would have already started to rot. It was as if the end of despair had already been decided. Suddenly, the ice spirit, who had turned into an ordinary woman, revealed a sarcastic and cruel smile. She said, "Yang Dingtian, your failure has already been decided. I know you will face a very tragic situation, but what does it have to do with me?" At this time, the ice spirit's beautiful face didn't hide anything. It was filled with cruelty and coldness. It was understandable that she wanted to live, but seeing Yang Dingtian's tragic end, she still sneered. That was the viciousness and harshness in her heart. "Yang Dingtian, your tragic end has already been decided. I really sympathize with you. Ha ha ha. Just you wait. The demonic spirit fire is about to bloom. You can only watch it bloom and then watch it extinguish. Then you can only watch as I continue to recover and become even stronger than before. Maybe one day I will be strong enough to break out of this cage called the Despair City and come to your world. At that time, maybe your world will be in complete despair." Ha ha ha. The ice spirit didn't care about her beautiful appearance at all. She let out an arrogant and cold laugh. At this time, bang! Suddenly, the sword at Yang Dingtian's waist flew out and smashed the ice on Yang Dingtian's body into pieces. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian regained his ability to move. He suddenly stood up, grabbed the sword, and came in front of the ice spirit. Suddenly, the incomparably weak, yet incomparably beautiful ice spirit was completely stunned. She suddenly screamed, "How is this possible? How is this possible? Why is it like this? You have frozen my body. I can't move at all. but my mind and my spirit can still move. Yang Dingtian said, although my soul sword hasn't refined a sword soul, it already has a life. I can already use my spirit to control it. Don't you know? That's how I defeated the Millennium Owl on the first level of the training room. But there was a special energy that entered your soul sword. But after it entered, it fell into a deep sleep. Your soul sword has a life, but it's chaotic like a baby. It can't understand your commands at all. The ice spirit said sharply. That's the spirit energy of the Naga royalty. Yang Dingtian said, that's right, it was already asleep, but I woke it up. Impossible. You can't wake up a powerful energy that's asleep. It's not the dark fire in your body. The ice spirit said. Yes. Yang Dingtian said, so I can only use one way to wake it up, and that is to commit suicide. That is to use a spirit technique to completely kill my own consciousness and brain. My soul sword and I share a life. If I die, the soul sword will die. The spirit energy of the Naga, sleeping in the soul sword, will also die. It didn't want to die, so of course it woke up. So I used my spirit to control the sword and broke the ice. After hearing Yang Dingtian's explanation, the ice spirit was horrified and looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. That's right. Yang Dingtian used a spirit technique to commit suicide. Moreover, he directly activated it. How could he use a spirit technique to commit suicide? It was very simple. Yang Dingtian had a few methods. For example, during the spirit trial, he could reverse the evil soul art and swallow his own soul. Just like how Yang Dingtian dealt with Wu Xingwen in the southwest mainland. Yang Dingtian was frozen and couldn't use his spirit energy. But during the spirit trial, he could still use the spirit illusion in his mind. Reversing the evil soul art would allow him to commit suicide, destroy his own soul, and turn him into an idiot. Of course, Yang Dingtian didn't know if this could awaken the sleeping spirit energy of the Naga royalty in the soul sword. But he could only try. Anyway, if he couldn't get out of the Despair City's secret realm, Cloud Sky City would be destroyed. His family and loved ones would all be finished. Then, he would suffer a fate worse than death. So, even if it was suicide, even if it didn't succeed, and Yang Dingtian really became a walking corpse, he still had to try. He risked it all. He didn't hesitate at all for this risk. Then he succeeded. Sensing the threat of death, the Naga royalty's spirit energy immediately woke up. Then, under Yang Dingtian's control, it controlled the soul sword to break the ice, allowing Yang Dingtian to regain his ability to move. Then, it immediately went back to sleep. Yang Dingtian stood in front of Bing Ling's delicate body began to tremble. She said with a trembling voice, "You, what do you want?" "You should be completely powerless right now, right?" Yang Dingtian said indifferently, "You should be extremely weak right now." "Yes," Bing Ling said with a trembling voice. "You, what do you want? If you want to kill me, do it." "Miss Bing Ling, I really just wanted to negotiate with you and beg you to let me pass the 5th level of the trial. I can even give up the demon, soul demon fire." Yang Dingtian said, "Even if you tried to kill us, I can forgive you. But I really didn't expect you to be so vicious." Bing Ling's beautiful face looked at Yang Dingtian. "Yang Dingtian, you are indeed a heaven-defying person. You can even turn the tables in this situation. You are also ruthless. You actually killed yourself to awaken the Naga royalty's spirit energy. You win. Do it. Kill me. Winner takes all. I am willing to accept defeat." At this moment, Bing Ling closed her beautiful eyes. Her face was full of sarcasm. She sneered and said, "At worst, I will wait for another 1,000 years. At that time, if I can get out, I will find your descendants and kill them all. You have successfully angered me. There is still half an hour before the mystic fire blooms." Yang Dingtian said indifferently, "Anyway, you are weak now. I don't mind torturing you to punish you for your previous viciousness." After saying that, Yang Dingtian stepped forward and lifted her chin. "You are so realistic. You look exactly like a real beauty," Yang Dingtian said. My body is real. It took me 1,000 years to create it, the ice spirit said. Is that so? Yang Dingtian sneered. His face was full of evil light. Then she slapped Bingling's face. It did not swell or bleed. Then Yang Dingtian slapped Bingling's face a few more times. Still, there was no change. It seems that I can only use the most humiliating way to humiliate you. Yang Dingtian grabbed her long hair and forced her to kneel on the ground. No. Bingling's voice was full of anger and hatred. Yang Dingtian roared, Woman, don't ever underestimate how noble I am to my friends and family. But don't ever underestimate how cruel and shameless I am to my enemies. About 10 minutes later, suddenly, an incomparably beautiful green flame was gently born on the candlestick. Yang Dingtian had seen this candlestick before. When they were playing chess, Bingling was holding this candlestick. This was the demon spirit demon fire, the real demon spirit demon fire. The heaven and earth mystic flame was ranked fourth among the 9 flames in the world. It was even more mysterious and powerful than Yang Dingtian's million spirit demon fire. It took tens of thousands of miles of strange demonic realm to give birth to this demon spirit demon fire. Moreover, no one had picked this flame for thousands of years. As a result, the incomparably beautiful Hualing was born. At this moment, seeing the birth of the demon spirit demon fire, Yang Dingtian grabbed her snow-white neck and said, Woman, although you are the most beautiful woman in the world and were once the most powerful woman in the world, you are close to a god. But sorry, I am going to kill you. After saying that, Yang Dingtian's hand tightened around her neck. He was going to kill Bingling. No, don't kill me, don't kill me. Bingling exclaimed and said loudly, I recognize you as my master. The demon spirit demon fire is yours. I am also yours. Don't kill me. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Chapter 4:24. Seeing Yang Dingtian stop as if he was very tempted, the ice spirit hurriedly said, At this moment, all my energy will be poured into the mystic flame. So even if I survive, I will be powerless and will not be a threat to you. You have seen it too. My beauty and my figure can be said to be the best in the world. If you take me as your female slave, you will become the most envied man in the world. I can't be considered a human, but I have the exact same body as a human. You can do whatever you want. I will become the most coveted possession of men. On the other side, the incomparably beautiful and enchanting demon spirit demon fire was constantly maturing, and the ice spirit on the ground was releasing a shocking charm as she begged Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's hand loosened slightly and said, Didn't you say that as long as I devour the mystic flame, you will completely disappear, and I will need to wait for another 1,000 years to give birth to a new fire spirit? So even if I don't kill you now, you will be completely annihilated in a while. When the ice spirit heard Yang Dingtian's words loosening, she was immediately filled with hope and said, That's right. The reason why I am so weak now is because the mystic flame has extracted all the energy in my body. And when the mystic flame completely blooms, my soul will also be completely extracted. At that time, I will really be completely annihilated. Speaking until here, the ice spirit licked her lips and said, So in order to prevent me from being completely annihilated, please start devouring before the mystic flame completely blooms. Of course, this way, the mystic flame's power will be slightly affected, but the loss of power will not reach 10%. Just 10% of the mystic flame's loss can be exchanged for a peerless beauty. Don't you think it's very worth it? Yang Dingtian did not speak. The ice spirit continued, I know that in your human civilization on the ground, a beauty like me who is close to the number 1 in the world is absolutely devastatingly beautiful. My value is almost greater than anything else. So losing 10% of the mystic flame's power is very worth it to you. And I know that your purpose of devouring the demon spirit demon fire is to strengthen the darkness mystic flame in your body. Moreover, Although this demon spirit fiend fire is a mixed attribute, it is somewhat indistinguishable between yin and yang. But in the end, it is more of the ice attribute, so I named it Ice Spirit. Therefore, this devil spirit demon fire is even less useful to you. Don't you think it's extremely worth it to lose around 10% of the mystic flame's energy in exchange for my life? Time ticked by. The demon spirit fiend fire grew bit by bit, blooming bit by bit. The ice spirit was so nervous that she almost couldn't breathe. Her beautiful face looked at Yang Dingtian expectantly. Yang Dingtian, do you agree? Are you willing to spare my life? Master, can you sacrifice 10% of the mystic flame's power in exchange for my life? I will be your slave for the rest of my life. I will become your most beautiful, most obedient, and most enchanting female slave. As she pleaded, the ice spirit's body couldn't help but twitch. Is your body really the same as a human woman's? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, exactly the same, the ice spirit said. I have the same reaction as a normal woman. Then do you have a sea of qi? Do you have mystic veins? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, of course, the ice spirit said. I have everything that a real person has, but I really don't know if I can give birth to a child for Master. Yang Dingtian looked at her and said, I am very, very moved by your suggestion. Losing 10% of the mystic flame's power in exchange for you, the most beautiful woman in the world, is extremely worth it. Your beauty is enough to make any man in the world crazy. Suddenly, the ice spirit's beautiful face revealed a trace of joy, but Yang Dingtian said lightly, for a woman without feelings, even if she is beautiful, sleeping with her once or twice is enough. And the key is that I can't take any risks. You asked me to swallow the mystic flame in advance, and swallow the demon spirit fiend fire at 90%. Then what about the remaining 10%? Will it return to your body? Will you recover 10% of your previous energy? If that's the case, then my companions and I will die without a burial place. Even if you only have 1% of your energy left, you can easily kill us, so I won't take any risks. Once these words came out, the ice spirit's expression changed. She thought that she had already convinced Yang Dingtian and tempted Yang Dingtian, who knew that Yang Dingtian would still be so rational and cold after taking her body. Almost instantly, the ice spirit's expression changed. The begging, weakness, charm, and pitifulness from before disappeared without a trace. She recovered her anger and coldness. She looked at Yang Dingtian and said coldly, Then you still want to kill me? Think carefully. If you kill me now, I can be resurrected 1,000 years later. When I leave the secret realm, I'll look for your descendants, and I'll kill them all. Think about it carefully and see if you can bear such a price. No, I won't kill you. Yang Dingtian said lightly, Actually, there is a better way. The ice spirit was shocked and said, What way? The color of Yang Dingtian's eyes changed, and he reached out his hand to the ice spirit's head. Then he suddenly chanted the evil soul art. Suddenly, the whole stone room darkened, and waves of ghostly wails and howls came out. The demon spirit fiend fire that was blooming suddenly trembled. Then the whole stone room suddenly changed color, becoming terrifying and sinister. Following Yang Dingtian's chant, the whole stone room became louder and louder, and the cries of countless ghosts became louder and louder. The ice spirit's expression changed, revealing a horrified expression. Yang Dingtian, you're despicable. You're shameless. You'll go to the 18th level of hell. Hiss! Yang Dingtian suddenly opened his hands. Suddenly, a snow-white light was pulled out of the ice spirit's head. Yang Dingtian used the evil soul art to pull the ice spirit's soul out of her head. Ah! The ice spirit let out a terrifying cry. Huff! Yang Dingtian's hand suddenly pulled, and the snow-white light that looked like the ice spirit was suddenly pulled out of the ice spirit's body, and then poured into the soul ring. Instantly, the ice spirit's beautiful eyes lost all their luster. This incomparably beautiful body became a walking corpse in an instant. The ice spirit probably never dreamed that such a powerful person like her would have such an ending. That's right, her previous suggestion was still to trick Yang Dingtian. If Yang Dingtian agreed to her and swallowed the mysterious fire when 90% of its energy was blooming, then the remaining 10% would still return to the ice spirit's body. At that time, the ice spirit, who only had 10% of her energy left, could easily kill Yang Dingtian and the other 5 people. Of course, the ice spirit still couldn't kill Yang Dingtian and the others, but she could easily throw them into the illusory void. Then, Yang Dingtian and the others would never die, but they would be lost forever. Being blinded by lust was very tragic. Since you said that your body is exactly the same as a human's with mysterious veins and sea of qi, then I feel that your body shouldn't be wasted. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, "It's a pity that you don't have any mysterious qi in your sea of qi. Otherwise, I could refine you into a puppet war demon, and you would be invincible." Yang Dingtian patted the ice spirit's face lightly and then put her aside. He sat cross-legged in front of the demon's spirit demon flame and quietly waited for the demon's spirit demon flame to mature. At this moment, Yang Dingtian looked at the demon's spirit demon flame seriously for the first time. This was the 4th mysterious fire in the world, 2 grades higher than Yang Dingtian's million spirit demon flame. Yang Dingtian had seen 4 mysterious fires. The first was the million spirit demon flame, the second was the earth-level mysterious fire, the third was the phoenix heavenly fire, and the 4th was the demon's spirit demon flame in front of him. Without a doubt, the demon's spirit demon flame in front of him was more beautiful than the mysterious fires Yang Dingtian had seen before. Of course, this was just a feeling, and it was hard to describe with words. However, the demon's spirit demon flame in front of him was undoubtedly more mysterious and charming. The color of this mystic flame was constantly changing. Red, green, blue, white, colorless, and so on. It was constantly changing, and it was constantly gentle. It was really like a shape-shifting witch, and it was releasing a demonic charm. Time was getting closer and closer. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past. Then the demon's spirit demon flame left the candlestick, jumped onto the table lightly, and turned into a human figure. It still looked like the ice spirit, and it was extremely beautiful. However, compared to the ice spirit, it was even more mysterious and charming. Although it was formed by flames, and it was only 3 inches tall. No matter if it was her clothes, hair, or eyes, they were all clear and lifelike. Her skin was snow white. Her hair was purple. Her clothes and skirt were still purple. Even her pupils were purple. Yang Dingtian released a gust of mysterious qi, and he tried to get closer. He clearly remembered the scene when he swallowed the million spirit demon flame. He clearly knew that the heaven and earth level mysterious fire was not something that could be swallowed just because one wanted to. It would choose its own master. Of course, there was only Yang Dingtian in front of the demon's spirit demon flame. If it had to choose a master, it could only choose Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's mysterious qi was getting closer and closer. As if it felt this mysterious qi, the demon's spirit demon flame also flew over lightly, and it tried to get closer to Yang Dingtian's mysterious qi. The 2 were getting closer and closer. As long as they touched and merged, everything would be decided. However, just as Yang Dingtian's mysterious qi was about to get close to it, the demon's spirit demon flame suddenly flew away. Then it began to fly around Yang Dingtian. It was sensing Yang Dingtian's aura, and it was sensing Yang Dingtian's energy. Yang Dingtian knew that the demon's spirit demon flame was choosing its master. He held his breath and sat quietly, waiting for the demon's spirit demon flame's decision. In terms of talent, Yang Dingtian was not afraid of anyone in the world. His 9 yang profound veins was enough for any mysterious fire to enter. However, there was also a problem, and that was that he already had a million spirit demon flame in his body. Therefore, the heavenly phoenix flame chose to reject Yang Dingtian, even though it was not a heaven and earth level mysterious fire, because it had the aura of the demon phoenix. The heavenly phoenix flame had its own consciousness and learned to choose its own master. However, there was only one person in the stone room. If the demon spirit demon flame did not choose its master, it could only quietly disappear and wait for 200 years to burn again. Every mysterious fire had the instinct to find its master, and they all had the desire to find a qi sea to settle in. Yang Dingtian, but that if there was no other choice, the demon spirit demon flame could only choose him. 1 minute later, the demon spirit demon flame stopped circling Yang Dingtian and quietly floated in front of Yang Dingtian's eyes. Its eyes actually met with Yang Dingtian's. Even though its body was very small, its eyes were even smaller. However, Yang Dingtian could still clearly see its pupils. Its pupils were actually constantly changing colors. The situation was not good. This was because Yang Dingtian actually saw rejection in its eyes. That's right, rejection. Then, gradually, this rejection turned into hostility. Yang Dingtian was shocked, but he did not know why it was like this. Could it be because of what he did to the ice spirit that offended the demon spirit demon flame? However, the ice spirits could not affect the demon spirit demon flame at all. In the next second, the demon spirit demon flame directly flew away and was about to leave. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Could it be that he had to give up on the fourth heaven and earth level mysterious fire in the world just like that? Suddenly, his celestial qi suddenly caught up and was about to forcefully enter the demon spirit demon flame's body. In an instant, the demon spirit demon flame suddenly turned around and released a dangerous and angry light at Yang Dingtian. Then, the flames on its body began to rise and become restless. She was warning Yang Dingtian that if he angered it, it would go completely berserk. If the demon spirit demon flame went berserk, what would the outcome be? It would be equivalent to the explosion of a nuclear bomb. Not only would Yang Dingtian turn into ashes, but the entire Despair City secret realm would also be smashed into pieces. Qin Huaiyu, Song Chanhua, and everyone else would also be smashed into pieces. He could not forcefully devour it. It was too dangerous. Could it be that he had to give up, just like that? He was really unwilling. Yes, use the darkness mystic fire. Suddenly an idea came to his mind. Then, Yang Dingtian awakened the darkness mystic fire and directly injected it into his celestial qi. Suddenly, a black mystic fire directly ignited in the air. In an instant, the demon spirit demon flame's eyes suddenly lit up, as if it had seen the most attractive thing. The darkness mystic fire, as the species with the highest energy level in the world, was a fatal temptation to any energy creature. Even though they knew that the darkness mystic fire was dangerous, they still couldn't resist its temptation. Just like how many men knew that a stunning beauty was dangerous, but they still couldn't resist and fell into it. Just like how many people knew that depravity was a dangerous trap, but they still couldn't resist falling into depravity. Using this opportunity, Yang Dingtian injected his celestial qi. The demon spirit demon flame only resisted for a moment before it completely accepted it. Boom! In an instant, the demon spirit demon flame suddenly jumped up and turned into a beautiful burning flame. Then it suddenly exploded and turned into thousands of strands of energy that instantly filled the entire stone room. The darkness mystic fire quickly entered Yang Dingtian's energy sea and burned quietly. It didn't enter a deep sleep. Yang Dingtian sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and released every entrance of his mystic meridians. Suddenly, the demon spirit demon flame transformed into thousands of strands and quickly entered Yang Dingtian's body. In almost an instant, Yang Dingtian's entire body and mind sunk into nothingness. He lost all of his consciousness in an instant. He could only instinctively swallow and refine it. Almost endless mystic fire energy crazily poured into Yang Dingtian's energy sea. After passing through the mystic meridians, it poured into the energy sea. Of course, these thousands of strands of mystic fire energy were also quickly dissipating. As mentioned before, the amount of mystic fire energy that a martial artist could swallow was minuscule. It wasn't even 1% or 1,000th. Most of the mystic fire energy had completely dissipated. How much could be swallowed depended on the martial artist's mystic meridian's talent and energy C talent. The higher the talent, the more it could be swallowed. Furthermore, the most important thing about swallowing mystic fire wasn't how much energy was swallowed, but swallowing the mystic fire's soul and life, allowing it to enter the energy C and become one's heart flame. This was the most important thing that determined a martial artist's future achievements. However, the current Yang Dingtian was different. At this moment, his energy C had completely become a bottomless pit. Like a black hole, it was swallowing the mystic fire energy crazily. Of course, Yang Dingtian didn't know that the amount of mystic fire energy that he was swallowing in a unit of time was several times more than others. Because not only was his energy C swallowing, the most important thing was that the darkness mystic fire was also swallowing crazily. The only limitation now was that Yang Dingtian's mystic meridians were too limited. The crazy swallowing had already pushed Yang Dingtian's mystic meridians to the limit. Countless strands of energy crazily poured in, almost causing Yang Dingtian's mystic meridians to be torn apart. Fortunately, Yang Dingtian had the 9 Yang mystic meridians and had been transformed by Naga's mystic meridians. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand it, and his mystic meridians would have exploded long ago. Swallow! 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 Yang Dingtian's energy C and the darkness mystic fire were swallowing crazily. The stone room was originally filled with colorful lights, and the energy of the demon spirit mystic fire was everywhere. As Yang Dingtian swallowed crazily, the energy of the mystic fire in the stone room became fainter and fainter. Time passed by minute, 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours. Boom, boom, boom. Yang Dingtian, who had lost his consciousness, was trembling, and his energy, C, was trembling. He didn't know how many times he had broken through and how many times he had trembled. The darkness mystic fire in his energy, C, was getting brighter, darker, and stronger. Finally, everything was settled. There was no longer any energy of the demon spirit mystic fire in the stone room. A portion of the demon spirit mystic fire's energy had dissipated. A portion was swallowed by Yang Dingtian's energy C, and a portion was swallowed by the darkness mystic fire. Rumble! The door of the stone room opened. Song Chanhua, Qin Huayu, and the rest, who were already extremely anxious outside, suddenly rushed in. Yang Dingtian slowly opened his eyes, and his mind recovered his consciousness. He immediately felt his energy C, wanting to know how much his cultivation had broken through after he swallowed the demon spirit mystic fire. After his consciousness entered his energy C, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. It was actually such a crazy breakthrough, such a huge breakthrough. Chapter 4:25. Before devouring the demon spirit demon fire, Yang Dingtian was a 5-star martial venerable. After devouring the earth-level mystic flame, Qin Huayu broke through from a 7-star martial venerable to a 9-star martial venerable. After devouring the phoenix heavenly fire, Song Chanhua broke through from a 9-star martial venerable to a 2-star martial venerable. The devil's spirit demon flame was a heaven and earth mystic flame. Furthermore, the darkness mystic flame in Yang Dingtian's body was also frantically devouring the devil's spirit demon flame's energy. How much did Yang Dingtian's cultivation increase after devouring the devil's spirit demon flame? From a 5-star martial venerable to a 6-star martial venerable, 7-star, 8-star, 9-star, it didn't stop. Yang Dingtian, you broke through to the martial venerable. Song Chanhua rushed in and said directly, "When we were outside, we heard a burst of thunder, and the ground trembled." The situation was exactly the same as when Qin Huayu broke through to the Martial Venerable. Qin Huayu really broke through to the Martial Venerable, Yang Dingtian said excitedly. He didn't answer Song Chuanhua's question directly, because he seemed to have broken through to the Martial Venerable, and it was more than that. However, the situation was a bit complicated, and Yang Dingtian couldn't explain it clearly. Your Naga mystic veins are really domineering. You directly broke through to the Martial Venerable, 1-star 5th Martial Venerable, Qin Huayu said. When you were outside, did you hear the signs of me breaking through to the Martial Venerable? Yang Dingtian asked. Suddenly, Qin Huayu and the others all nodded. Then Qin Huayu asked anxiously, "What happened? What happened to Bingling?" Yang Dingtian said, "I devoured the real demon spirit, demon fire. This Bingling is the fire spirit of the demon spirit, demon fire. Our mission in the 5th level is to kill her and get the demon spirit, demon fire. She's the fire spirit of the mystic flame, the ultimate target for us to kill?" Qin Huayu said in shock. "Although I'm mentally prepared, I'm still very shocked. But how is it possible for us to kill her? She's so strong that it's suffocating." Yang Dingtian said, "In the 5th level of the trial, if we don't make any mistakes, we will definitely win, because the ice spirit will never be able to kill us, and she is constantly weakening. In the end, she is no different from an ordinary woman. Therefore, as long as we don't despair, don't make mistakes, and persevere in the battle, we will be able to win. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely be able to eliminate her. It's a pity that we missed out on sparring with a saint. However, as a fire spirit that had lived for thousands of years, she already had her own selfish motives. She was unwilling to fail like this, and she couldn't kill us either. Therefore, he set up a trap and opened a space-time rift for us to go to Devil Prison Cavern. Then he planned to use the magic fire fiend Phoenix to kill us. Unfortunately, we found the egg of the demon Phoenix, so her plan failed at the last step. Although Qin Huayu had already told the little princess and the others about this matter, they still couldn't help but be shocked when they heard Yang Dingtian's words. How could this be? Sister Bingling is like a fairy. To think that I was planning to make her my lifelong idol, the little princess said in Vulture. Song Chunhua said, "Then did you defeat her when she was at her weakest?" "No," Yang Dingtian said. "In fact, I was almost finished just now. I still underestimated her. I originally thought that she would be at her weakest when there was still 2 hours before the demon spirit fiend fire bloomed. It would be enough for me to eliminate her. Who knew that even if she had less than 1% of her energy, she could still easily crush me. She gently squeezed her palm and instantly sealed me in ice. Then I couldn't move at all. Even if she was so weak that she couldn't even truss a chicken and I could easily kill her, I couldn't even move a finger." Everyone was shocked. This saint was actually so powerful. She couldn't kill me with her own hands, so she wanted me to watch the demon spirit fiend fire bloom and then extinguish. Then I wanted to watch her recover her incomparably powerful energy. Yang Dingtian said, "Originally, I had no chance of turning the situation around. However, she sealed my Xian veins and Qi Si in ice, but not my mind. Therefore, I activated the consciousness in the soul sword again and controlled it to shatter the ice seal. Then I subdued her." "You killed her?" the little princess Vulture asked. "No, but I destroyed her. I turned her into a walking corpse. Her physical body is extremely powerful. Once she can be refined into a war puppet demon, she can sweep through the world." Yang Dingtian said, "That's impossible." The little princess Vulture said, "After she became weak, there was no profound energy in her Qi Si. If you can't fill her Qi Si with profound energy, she can't become a powerful war puppet demon. I know, but if I can find a powerful, profound energy source, then our strength will instantly reach the peak." Yang Dingtian said. Qin Huayu sighed emotionally. Yang Dingtian, You swallowed the demon's spirit fiend fire. This is really the best ending for us. You gave up the phoenix, heavenly fire, and my profound fire. Even if we can't refuse, this will always be a thorn in our hearts. That's right, your nobility and sacrifice will always be a thorn in our hearts. Now, this ending couldn't be more perfect. This time, the results of the secret realm training in the City of Despair have far exceeded our best expectations. There are actually 3 masters, 1 martial revered and 1 martial great master. I am now confident that I can convince my father. Then Qin Huayu asked again, Yang Dingtian, to what extent have you broken through? Yang Dingtian said, there's something very strange. When I swallowed the demon's spirit fiend fire, I lost my consciousness. But after I woke up, I could faintly feel that I had broken through to the master realm, or even more. Because I could faintly feel that after the thunderclap above my head, my chi si continued to expand and break through. I'm not sure to what extent I've broken through. Maybe I'm a 2-star master. What? Qin Huayu exclaimed. The demon spirit fiend fire is ranked 4th in the world. Is it so heaven-defying? It directly allowed you to break through from a 5-star martial revered to a 2-star master? I don't know why, but I know that because of the darkness profound fire, my ability to swallow the demon spirit fiend fire is extremely shocking. Yang Dingtian said. Then, what's your current cultivation level? Song Chunhua asked. I don't know. My Chi Si should be at least a 2-star master. Yang Dingtian said, but the strangest thing is that I can't use this cultivation level. When I fight and release my Xian Qi, it's stuck at a 9-star 9th grade martial revered. I'm very, very close to the master realm. Maybe it's just a thin layer of paper, but I can't pierce through it. Everyone was shocked. There was actually such a thing. His Qi Si was at the level of a 2-star master, but when he fought, it was only at the level of a 9-star 9th grade martial revered. This is really strange, Qin Huayu said in shock. I know the reason. It's because I didn't learn the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Yang Dingtian said, originally I couldn't even break through to the martial revered level. But because my Xian Meridian's talent is too high, coupled with the baptism of Nagas Xian Meridians, even if I didn't learn the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, my cultivation level broke through to the high-level martial revered level. But no matter how heaven-defying my Xian Meridians are, I definitely can't break through to the master realm. It's like a layer of paper sealed there. That's why this strange thing happened. My Qi Si cultivation has reached the level of a 2-star master, but my Xian Meridians are only at the level of a 9-star martial revered level. Song Chunhua looked at Yang Dingtian. Then it's very important and urgent to get the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Otherwise, your cultivation level won't be able to improve at all. Yang Dingtian nodded. Previously, because he didn't have the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, Yang Dingtian's cultivation level progressed at a snail's pace. But because he came to the high-level secret realm and swallowed the heaven and earth Xian flame, Yang Dingtian still broke through to the 9-star 9th grade martial revered level. But it was impossible to go any higher. No matter how heaven-defying Yang Dingtian's Xian Meridian's talent was, it was impossible. Unless he cultivated the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. By the way, Yang Dingtian, every heaven and earth Xian flame has a special ability. What kind of heaven-defying ability does your demon, spirit demon fire have? Little Princess Vulture said, it must be very, very amazing. The demon spirit demon fire is ranked higher than your million spirit demon fire. Instantly, everyone looked at him curiously. Yang Dingtian said, take a guess. You can definitely guess it. Suddenly, everyone began to think. I have a rough idea. Song Chunhua said, me too. Qin Huayu said, this is really a heaven-defying ability. What ability? Tell me quickly, don't speak in riddles. Little Princess Vulture said unhappily. It's not that she wasn't smart, but she couldn't calm down to guess. Idiot. What's the move that Bingling uses the most? Song Chunhua said. Ah, little Princess Vulture exclaimed, jumped up and exclaimed, Ice Seal, it can't be. This is too heaven-defying. Yang Dingtian, give it a try, give it a try. Yang Dingtian nodded and opened his palm. Suddenly, a blue flame emerged from his palm. Seal. Yang Dingtian clenched his fist towards the little Princess Spirit Vulture. Whoosh! In an instant, little Princess Vulture was frozen and couldn't move at all. Yang Dingtian, the little girl's cultivation is too low. Your cultivation is similar to mine, try it on me. Qin Huayu said. Yang Dingtian nodded and summoned the demon spirit demon fire to freeze Qin Huayu. Whoosh! There was no surprise. A dark blue barrier suddenly appeared and froze Qin Huayu inside. Immediately, Qin Huayu was unable to move at all. Song Chunhua and Zhao Mu were completely stunned. This ability was too heaven-defying. One had to know that Yang Dingtian was only a 9-star martial venerable, but he could freeze a master-level powerhouse. This was too heaven-defying. The ability of this demon, spirit demon fire, was indescribable. It was even more heaven-defying than Yang Dingtian's million spirit demon fire and Zhu Hongshue's thunderous flame. Bang! Bang! The icy blue barrier suddenly shattered. Qin Huayu and little Princess Vulture regained their mobility. Qin Huayu said with a face full of shock, This is too shocking. I really can't move at all. Not to mention my body, I can't even control my mystic qi and mystic fire. Little Princess Vulture said, Yang Dingtian, I haven't played enough yet. Why did you stop? Yang Dingtian said, It's not that I want to stop, it exploded on its own. Oh, why? Little Princess Vulture said, It's only frozen for such a short time, what's the use? Yang Dingtian said there's no other way. Although this demon spirit demon fire is of the chaotic attribute, its ability is inclined towards mystic meridians. So look at the icicles. All the attacks are of the ice attribute. I'm a fire attribute martial artist. So the ice of this demon spirit demon fire won't last long because I don't have any ice attribute energy in my body. Ah. Little Princess Vulture said, That's a pity. It's a waste to give this mystic fire to you. Isn't it? Yang Dingtian said. And among the 5 of us, none of us have ice attribute mystic meridians. Even if there is, it's useless. Song Chunhua said, High-level mystic fires will choose their own masters. As the 4th heaven and earth mystic fire in the world, the demon spirit demon fire has even more stringent requirements for its master. So, other than Dongfeng Bingling's talent, other ice attribute talents can't get the demon spirit demon fire, even if they see it. When you say it like that, I feel much better. Little Princess Vulture said, Oh right, Yang Dingtian, you have Yang attribute, mystic meridians, and you already have a million spirit demon fire in your body. Why did the demon spirit demon fire still choose you? It didn't choose me. In fact, it rejected me, viewed me as an enemy, and even almost attacked me violently. Yang Dingtian said, It's because this darkness mystic fire of mine had a fatal temptation to it that I successfully swallowed it into my body. Humph, you're so lucky. Little Princess Vulture was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, and said, One person has 3 mystic fires, and all of them are of the highest quality. Yang Dingtian said, Actually, the demon spirit demon fire also has a special ability. You guys should still remember that it's the ice shield that Ice Spirit used. Once this shield is opened, you can avoid any fire attribute damage inside. It's a pity that I don't have ice attribute energy in my body, so I can't use this special ability. Then, Yang Dingtian sighed in his heart again. It's a pity that this demon spirit demon fire was given to him. It's really a waste. Originally, Dongfeng Bingling was the most suitable owner for it. What a pity! Oh right, City Lord Yang. Song Chunhua suddenly said, when you were in the Demon City's merchant palace. Do you remember the name of the fourth stage of the pig-slaying sword art? Yang Dingtian began to recall and said, I think someone mentioned it before. It's called the Yin-Yang Universe Scripture. Then, Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly jumped, and his heart was filled with endless hope and fantasy. Qin Huaiyu's eyes also lit up and said, hearing this name, why does it seem like the reversal of yin and yang, yin and yang? Ah, little Princess Vulture exclaimed. Then, after Yang Dingtian practices it, he won't turn into a woman, right? At that moment, everyone rolled their eyes at the little girl. This little girl's brain was really out of line. There were many men with yin xian meridians, and Lung Ao was one of them. Although he was incomparably cold, he was definitely a man. Song Chunhua said, if it's really like what we think it is. After City Lord Yang practices the pig-slaying sword art, not only will his cultivation soar, but he will also be able to control both yin and yang. He will also be able to use the demon spirit, demon fire. At that moment, everyone was fascinated and fantasized about how powerful Yang Dingtian would be if that was really the case. Perhaps he would directly soar to 3-star or even 4-star master. We must get the fourth stage of the pig-slaying sword art. No matter what price we have to pay, we must get it from City Lord Kuei-Si. Song Chunhua said resolutely. That's right. It seemed like the fourth stage of the pig-slaying sword art would have a decisive effect on Yang Dingtian. All right, let's leave this secret realm first. There's only half a month left before Qin Chi-Chi's army attacks Cloud Sky City. It's very urgent, and we still have a lot of things to do. Yang Dingtian said, do you guys see any exits? If I'm not wrong, the exit should be at the end of the 5th floor's secret training room. We didn't notice it. Just now, everyone was concerned about what happened to you, Song Chunhua said. Let's go out and take a look. Yang Dingtian then led everyone out. What an obvious exit. That's right, the Despair City's secret training room had completely ended. The 5th floor's secret training room was a stone cave. It turned out that there was a long tunnel, which was the tunnel that Ice Spirit opened to enter Devil Prison Cave. It was originally pitch black, but now there was light. The tunnel was very long, and it kept going upwards. A ray of sunlight directly shone down. Originally, this tunnel was sealed and blocked by dark energy. It was impossible to leave, but now it was completely open. God, we can finally leave, Qin Huaiyu said. Qin Huaiyu said, even though this Despair City secret realm has given us a lot, I still want to get out of here all the time. If I stay here any longer, I will really go crazy. Everyone would go crazy. They had already stayed in this huge secret prison for almost 2 months. Just as everyone was cheering and about to leave, the little princess suddenly said in Vulture, Where's Qin-Ji? We were all talking inside just now. The exit here is wide open. If Qin-Ji wanted to escape, we wouldn't have been able to find her. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly ran towards the main hall on the 1st floor. If Qin-Ji escaped, the consequences would be unimaginable. If she ran back to Qin Chi-Chi immediately and revealed all the secrets here, Qin Chi-Chi would make a move in advance. The consequences would be fatal. Moreover, if Qin Chi-Chi escaped, it would mean that everything she did in the secret realm was just an act. She would still be a fatal and dangerous person. Soon, everyone arrived at the main hall on the 1st floor. Qin-Ji was already gone. Previously, she was leaning against the pillar and putting on makeup in the mirror. Everyone's heart turned cold. Qin Huaiyu's face turned cold as he said, Chase after her. She can't run far. Once you catch her, don't talk nonsense. Kill her immediately. At this moment, a mocking laughter came from a dark corner of the main hall. It was Qin-Ji's voice. It was still so enchanting and seductive. There was also the sound of water flowing. Yang Dingtian, I've told you many times, can you not suddenly appear when I'm bathing? If my body is seen by you men, who will be responsible for it? Qin-Ji said harshly and charmingly. Instantly, everyone fell silent. Then they stood there motionless and listened to the sound of water bathing in the dark corner. Qin Ji was bathing very carefully. Everyone stood there, too embarrassed to move, because if they moved, they would feel like they were peeping at her bathing. After 2 hours, Qin Ji finished bathing. However, Yang Dingtian and the others waited for another 4 hours, because she had to change into the most beautiful clothes and put on the most beautiful makeup. After 4 hours, Qin Ji leisurely came over. Suddenly, everyone felt as if their chests had been hammered. They were hit by her stunning beauty and almost couldn't breathe. She was really beautiful to the extreme. She was so beautiful that she stole people's souls. She was so beautiful that she radiated light. This was Qin Ji's most beautiful moment. She was so beautiful that it made people feel extremely pressured. She was like a flame, like a flower burning in a fire. Qin Ji was very charming. She walked in front of Yang Dingtian and raised her enchanting eyes. She said, "Yang Dingtian, tell me the truth. Compared to Dongfang Bingling, who is more beautiful?" Yang Dingtian was stunned. He said, "The beauty of ice is unrivaled. However, when you get close, this kind of oppressive and burning beauty is enough to destroy a man's memory of any beautiful woman. He feels that you are the most beautiful woman in the world." Well said. Qin Ji clapped. Dongfang Bingling is very beautiful, but she doesn't cherish her beauty. As for me, beauty is my life. I am the life of beauty. I am burning my life and releasing beauty. We are different. Qin Ji said very seriously. Then she looked at Yang Dingtian. "Say, if I use my face and beauty to brainwash all the men in the world for 2 or 3 years, will I be called the most beautiful woman in the world?" "Many people will think so," Yang Dingtian said. "Wow, that's really great. It's my dream." Qin Ji's beautiful eyes were filled with dreamy light. Then she directly pulled out Yang Dingtian's soul sword. She grabbed Yang Dingtian's hand and put the sword in his hand. She said, "Come, kill me. You have to be fast and directly cut off my head. That kind of bloody appearance will definitely be very beautiful." Chapter 4:26. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was definitely someone who could make a move. For example, he made a move on Yang Zheng. In fact, Yang Zheng was no longer a threat to him. Moreover, he was not a bad person. He deserved sympathy from the start, especially when he married a pervert as his wife. Even though his wife was a pervert, she despised him from the start. She treated him as a mating tool. After they had sex, she immediately distanced herself from him. She was afraid that if she got close to him, it would affect Yang Dingtian's impression of her, which would affect her wealth. Of course, if Yang Zheng was a man, then Bingling would be a woman, and an extremely beautiful woman. Yang Dingtian didn't have any pity for her and immediately destroyed her. Now it was Qin Ji's turn. This woman had a deep grudge against him. Yang Dingtian had made her miserable. She had also harmed Yang Dingtian and Yang Dingtian's family many times. Even when she was at her weakest, Yang Dingtian did not take advantage of her. In the secret realm of Despair City, it was always her who bullied Yang Dingtian. However, she had changed now. She had become a paranoid and perverted woman. In her own words, she was only left with beauty. She wanted to burn her beauty with her life. Therefore, her current dream was to become a beauty who harmed men. She wanted to be a femme fatale who could make all men fall for her. To put it more crudely, her dream was to be a pervert. Of course, in her own words, she wanted to seduce men, but she would not sell her body. She wanted to make all men fall for her. She wanted to be a peerless beauty who could make all men go crazy. Faced with a woman who put on makeup and looked at herself in the mirror 24 hours a day, should Yang Dingtian kill her? Should he not kill her? What if everything before was just her acting? If he let her leave alive, it would undoubtedly cause great harm to Yang Dingtian. Previously, he did not kill her. Therefore, this person became Qin Ji to harm him. After handing the sword to Yang Dingtian, Qinji hummed a little tune and looked around. She didn't care about her own life or death at all. Yang Dingtian placed his sword across her neck and slit it. Bright red blood flowed out from her snow-white and delicate neck. "Hey, it hurts." Qinji jumped and hurriedly looked at her neck in the mirror. Then she carefully wiped it with a silk handkerchief and angrily rebuked Yang Dingtian. "Yang Dingtian, what's wrong with you? If you want to kill him, then use force and directly chop off his head, okay? If you cut me like that, it will hurt a lot and leave a scar." Then she took out the mysterious ice jade ointment and smeared it on the wound. She frowned and scolded. "Men are so cheap. They can't go up or down." Yang Dingtian directly handed the treasured sword to Zhao Mu and said, "I'll leave this to you." Then Yang Dingtian turned around and left. Then Qin Huaiyu and Song Chanhua also turned around and left. Behind them, Qinji suddenly jumped up and screamed, "Yang Dingtian, are you still a man? You personally promised to kill me. Now you're going back on your word? Let me tell you, if you don't kill me, I promise you'll regret it for the rest of your life. I'll take revenge on you in the future. You better be careful." Yang Dingtian didn't bother about her and continued walking. "I'll do everything I can to change my face. Then I'll run to your side and you won't be able to recognize me. Then I'll seduce you. After you're completely with me, I'll tell you the truth. I promise you'll be scared to death. You'll be afraid of women for the rest of your life." "Ha!" Qinji laughed behind him. "Yang Dingtian, to tell you the truth, when you were unconscious in the secret realm, I've already played with you. Don't you feel that something is wrong? Go back and have nightmares, bastard." Yang Dingtian ignored the crazy Qinji and directly led them to the 5th floor of the trial room. They went to the secret passage that led to the outside and waited for Zhao Mu. After a while, Zhao Mu came down and returned the sword to Yang Dingtian. The sword was stained with bright red blood. The blood was about 1/2 foot long, and it pierced through Qinji's chest. "I pierced her chest," Zhao Mu said. "I've avenged my uncle." Yang Dingtian nodded and took the sword. He swung it lightly to get rid of the blood. "Then I placed her under the holy light pillar," Zhao Mu said, "because she saved us before. Without her, we wouldn't have been able to leave. We wouldn't have been able to complete the trial. We might even have died." Qin Huaiyu's body trembled slightly, but he didn't say anything. Just as Yang Dingtian said, Zhao Mu had the absolute right to speak on how to deal with Qinji. "However, I don't know if she can survive," Zhao Mu said, "because she kept bleeding. Even under the holy light pillar, she didn't circulate her qi to heal her wounds." "That's none of our business." Yang Dingtian said, "Let's go. Time is of the essence. We should leave and hurry." Then Yang Dingtian led everyone out of the passage. The secret passage that led to the outside was very, 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 very long. It was as if there was no end in sight. Moreover, every time Yang Dingtian and the others took a step out, a body of energy would grow behind them and seal the passage. In other words, this passage could only be left but not entered. In other words, even if Qinji survived, she wouldn't be able to come out. She wouldn't be able to come out until the mirage disappeared in a few dozen days. Perhaps this was the best ending for him. After a full 100 miles, Yang Dingtian finally walked through the long passage and saw the outside world. As soon as they walked out of the passage, the natural light shone on them. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes. After staying in the underground mystic realm for nearly 2 months, everyone felt dazzled when they came to the world above ground again. Even though the mystic realm was shrouded in blood-red fog and sunlight couldn't shine through. However, everyone still felt the aura of freedom. Even in the hellish environment of the demon territory, it was much better than the magnificent prison of the City of Despair. However, they still had to thank the City of Despair, mystic realm. It made Yang Dingtian and the others much stronger and gained a lot. Yang Dingtian turned around and saw that the long passage was wriggling and then disappearing inch by inch. Soon, everything returned to normal. There were ferocious stones everywhere. The exit of the City of Despair had disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, the voice of the stone giant in the City of Despair mystic realm rang in Yang Dingtian's mind. Guest of the mystic realm, please set the password for the mystic realm before you leave. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was stunned. There was such an obligation and function? Guest of the mystic realm, please set the password for the mystic realm before you leave. The stone giant repeated. No, Zhuandai, the mystic realm is open. Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly had a mischievous thought as he set up this bizarre secret realm's password. Please write down this password in your mind, the stone giant said. Immediately, Yang Dingtian wrote down this strange, secret code that coexisted in both English and Chinese in his heart. The password for the next opening of the City of Despair is set. Goodbye, the stone giant said and disappeared in front of Yang Dingtian. In Yang Dingtian's mind, he could clearly see a piece of jade that was slowly engraved with this secret message. No, Zhuandai, the mystic realm is open. It was the handwriting left behind by Yang Dingtian. Now, Yang Dingtian knew where the password for the mystic realm in traditional Chinese came from when he entered the hall. It didn't mean that the City of Despair mystic realm had anything to do with the China on Earth. It was because the previous guest who entered the City of Despair mystic realm was also a transmigrator and a person from China on Earth. However, Yang Dingtian was even more shocked. Who could this person be? How many years ago did he come to the City of Despair mystic realm? How many years ago did someone enter the City of Despair mystic realm? There was no answer. The stone giant didn't say anything, nor did the ice spirit. Of course, Yang Dingtian didn't ask either. If Yang Dingtian knew that the previous guest who entered the City of Despair mystic realm was also a transmigrator, he would definitely ask. However, that should be a long, long time ago. This was because Qin Ji had said that the people from the evil ways had discovered this mysterious hall a long time ago. They had also discovered the password for the mystic realm, but they didn't manage to enter it. This meant that Yang Dingtian was the only transmigrator in the chaotic world. However, this meant that the City of Despair mystic realm would be sealed for a long, long time. It might even be sealed for eternity. This was because it had been monopolized by the transmigrators. Of course, unless Yang Dingtian felt that it was necessary to leave behind the method to open the mystic realm. In other words, Yang Dingtian actually owned and monopolized the mystic realm. However, even if he wanted to send someone to the mystic realm for the trial, it would be many years later. This was because many years later, during the mirage, the mystic realm would be opened again. Let's go. Everyone take the antidote pill and circulate all your celestial qi. Use your fastest speed to leave the demon area, Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Everyone shouted. This place was more than 3,000 miles away from the end of the demon area and the source of the river of ecstasy. Previously, Yang Dingtian and the rest had spent a few days because they had to be careful. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to reach the place where the celestial fire bloomed. Moreover, they were afraid of encountering a battle. However, they now knew that everything that had happened before was Qin Ji's scheme. There wouldn't be a single person in the demon area. Everyone rushed at full speed. They could cover a few hundred miles in 2 hours. In less than 16 hours, Yang Dingtian and the rest had covered more than 3,000 miles and reached the end of the river of ecstasy. Senior brother Qin. Zhao Mu can't fly yet. Carry him, Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Qin Huaiyu carried Zhao Mu. Now, Qin Huaiyu, Yang Dingtian, and Song Chanhua were all grandmasters. Flying was a piece of cake for the three of them. Although the little girl vulture was only a martial revered, when she was a heaven-defying celestial spirit master and a martial ancestor, she dared to kill a 9-star revered martial ancestor, Zhu Hongxue. Moreover, she flew faster than him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Immediately, the four of them flew into the sky at full speed. They followed the river of ecstasy and flew towards the southwest. After flying for less than 300 miles, there were nearly 10 flying mounts in front of them. They were pacing back and forth in the sky, even though there wasn't a single rider on them. These flying mounts were sent by the World Society and the Northwest Qin City's forces in the land of chaos. Even though no one came from this place, they still followed Song Chanhua and Qin Huaiyu's orders and sent out flying mounts to wait on the River of Ecstasy. Yang Dingtian and the rest rode on these high-grade flying mounts and flew at full speed. These flying mounts were the best in the chaotic land. Therefore, they could fly at a speed of nearly 1,000 miles. Therefore, in just a few hours, Yang Dingtian and the rest had flown a few thousand miles away from the River of Ecstasy and arrived at the territory of the Temple of Blood. "Brother, do you want to take a look at the Temple of Blood?" Qin Huaiyu asked. "No need." Yang Dingtian then turned his head to take a look. The Mountain of Blood was 300 miles to the northwest. They could still vaguely see it from a few hundred miles away. Thick black smoke, mixed with the blood-red aura of death, soared into the sky. The Temple of Blood must have undergone a great change. Even though Dugu Xiao had extraordinary intelligence, he was still unable to prevent the Temple of Annihilation from dragging the Temple of Blood into the abyss of war and death. Just as he had said, he, Dugu Xiao, would never betray the Temple of Annihilation. "Let's go." Yang Dingtian then continued flying. After flying over 1,000 miles of the Temple of Blood's territory, Yang Dingtian noticed something different. Previously, although the Temple of Blood's territory was known as the territory of the evil ways, it was a peaceful place where people lived in peace and contentment. The people on the ground were living better than the people in Cloud Heaven City. But now, the sky above the territory was filled with black smoke and the aura of flames. There were burning houses, traces of armed forces, and corpses of commoners. The peaceful Temple of Blood's territory was also dragged into the impending war. At the very least, they were already preparing for war. Some people had already noticed Yang Dingtian above them, but the strange thing was that there weren't any flying warriors intercepting and killing them. Instead, they allowed Yang Dingtian and the rest to pass by. After flying over the Temple of Blood's territory, there was a long stretch of no man's land. These were the wounds left behind by the great apocalyptic war 200 years ago and had yet to recover. After the ruins, there was 1,000 miles of swamp. After the swamp, it was the land of chaos. The land of chaos was previously filled with danger to Yang Dingtian, but the current land of chaos made Yang Dingtian feel like the entire world had given up on this place. The evil ways had given up, and so had the Tiando League. Therefore, this place had become the most chaotic, the poorest, and the most destitute place. This place had become the buffer zone between the Tiando League and the evil ways. At this moment, Yang Dingtian and the rest were flying over the land of chaos. To these lowly wandering warriors on the ground, they were undoubtedly like demons or emperors that had descended from the heavens. They had absolute control over the lives of the people on the ground. Just like Dugu Fengwu, who flew into the sky out of anger and slaughtered all the wandering warriors in the town. They didn't stop for long in the land of chaos. After changing their mounts, Yang Dingtian and the rest continued to fly towards the west, returning to Cloud Heaven City first. 6 hours later, Yang Dingtian and the rest had already arrived at the sky above Cloud Heaven City. They didn't sleep or rest for an entire day and night. After flying for close to 20,000 miles, they finally rushed back to Cloud Heaven City from the demon region. In the sky, Yang Dingtian immediately felt the aura of Cloud Heaven City as if they were facing a great enemy. There was even a gloomy and fearful aura. On the road, there were cavalry patrolling everywhere. On the city walls, every sentry post on the mountain, and every pass on the road were fully armed troops. In the sky, there were a few rows of flying cavalry patrolling everywhere. But other than that, there were no traces of a great battle. It was obvious that Qin Chi-Chi's army hadn't arrived yet. The patrolling cavalry quickly discovered Yang Dingtian and the rest, and immediately chased after them. After discovering that it was Yang Dingtian, the patrolling cavalry was ecstatic. He immediately knelt on the back of the cavalry and shouted, "Greetings to the city lord!" Yang Dingtian waved his hand. The flying cavalry immediately got up from his back. Then 2 rows of flying cavalry patrolling behind Yang Dingtian to protect him. Before Yang Dingtian landed in Cloud Heaven City, he was already discovered by the troops on the ground. Suddenly, the heavy atmosphere shook violently. Suddenly, all the soldiers and warriors' morale soared. Those who were patrolling, those who were stationed, those who were training, and those who were cultivating knelt down like a tide. "Greetings to the city lord! Greetings to the city lord!" Yang Dingtian waved his hand and asked everyone to get up. He waved to the warriors as he walked into the main hall. "City lord, I heard that the Northwest Qin City wants to send an army of 100,000 to suppress and destroy us. Is that true?" A warrior asked Yang Dingtian loudly. His voice was filled with faint uneasiness. Yang Dingtian realized that at this moment all the warriors' faces were filled with uneasiness. There was even an aura of despair and fear. Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. What exactly had happened? Just how severe was the situation? Could it be that a mere army of 100,000 from the Qin City was enough to make all the warriors in Cloud Heaven City so discouraged and afraid? Yang Dingtian immediately stood still and looked at everyone. "Everyone, remember this. There is no such thing as the Northwest Qin City attacking Cloud Heaven City. A few months ago, I married Miss Qin Jiaojiao from the Northwest Qin City, so we are one family. How could the Northwest Qin City attack us? But we heard that the Qin City has already sent people to ask Second Madam to return to the Qin City." That warrior said, "Moreover, not only the Northwest Qin City's army, but also the World Society, Autumn Water Sword Sect, Sky Phoenix Pavilion, and so on, the entire Northwest, Southwest, and North Continent, all the forces of the Tiando League are attacking us." Yang Dingtian was instantly shocked. Qin Chichi wasn't the only army. There was even the World Society and Sky Phoenix Pavilion. Even the entire Western world had come to attack Cloud Sky City. Why was that? There was no reason. What exactly had happened? Looking at the uneasy and fearful Cloud Heaven City disciples, Yang Dingtian laughed loudly. "Ridiculous. There is no such thing. These are all rumors. That's right, there is an army that is attacking Cloud Heaven City, but it is not the Qin City's army. It is the lackey of the evil ways, the pawns of Qin Chichi and the South Xining clan. Someone said that the World Society and Qin City are attacking us? Look, who are these 2 people beside me?" Instantly, Qin Huayu tore off his cloak and revealed his face. Song Chanhua took off the armor mask on his face and revealed his handsome face. This is the young master of the Northwest Qin City, the future supreme master of the Northwest Qin City, Qin Huayu. This is the young master of the World Society, the future master of the World Society, Song Chanhua. These 2 people are the most loyal friends of Cloud Heaven City. They are comrades in arms who have gone through life and death with me. Yang Dingtian spoke loudly. Therefore, the rumor that the Qin City is going to attack me and the World Alliance is going to attack me is absurd. That's right. Qin Huayu said loudly, "I hereby announce that I, Qin Huayu, and Qin City will always stand together with City Lord Yang Dingtian. Whoever wants to attack Cloud Heaven City will have to step over my dead body first." Song Chanhua said loudly, "I hereby swear that City Lord Yang Dingtian's enemy is my enemy. Wherever City Lord Yang Dingtian's sword points to, I will kill in that direction. The World Society and Cloud Heaven City will form a blood alliance and never betray each other." When the crowd heard Qin Huayu and Song Chunhua's words, they cheered loudly. Their morale was boosted and they felt honored. "Long live City Lord Yang Dingtian! Long live young Master Qin Huayu! Long live young Master Song Chanhua!" Instantly, the aura of fear, gloom, and despair were all swept away. Yang Dingtian and the others were also excited. They smiled and greeted all the Cloud Heaven City disciples. In front, Madame Shimin led the Cloud Heaven City crowd and knelt down. Cloud Heaven City's Elder Guild welcomes the return of the City Lord. Yang Dingtian accepted the greeting and went forward to help Madame Shimin up. Immediately after, he knelt down and said, Yang Dingtian pays his respects to his mother-in-law. At the same time, Song Chunhua, Qin Huayu, and Zhao Mu also knelt down to pay their respects. The little girl vulture also hurriedly knelt down. Madame Shimin saw this and couldn't help but be stunned. Song Chunhua and Qin Huayu, with their noble statuses, actually knelt down as well. After the greeting, Yang Dingtian quickly entered the main hall. He wanted to know what had happened. Just how bad was the situation? Chapter 4:27. After entering the main hall, Yang Dingtian's passionate face immediately turned serious. Big brother, close the door, Yang Dingtian said. Immediately, the main hall's door was closed, blocking Yin Yin's hopeful gaze and Qin Jiaojiao's uneasy gaze. What exactly happened? Yang Dingtian asked as he walked to the City Lord's golden throne. Reporting to the City Lord, the southwest mainland has been completely pacified. Sky Phoenix Pavilion's army was completely annihilated. Pavilion Master Duanrian and all the Sky Phoenix Pavilion's main combat faction experts were either killed or captured. Lang Yanmei returned as the new Sky Phoenix Pavilion Master and started a massacre, killing all of Duanrian's direct subordinates. Zhao Liao knelt down and said sorrowfully. She looked a little weak, but there were 2 unhealed scars on her face. Yang Dingtian's eyes twitched. How can that be? Pavilion Master Duanrian is an advanced master, not far from becoming a martial grandmaster. Moreover, there are 2 or 3 martial grandmasters among the Sky Phoenix Pavilion's elders. When the City Lord sent me to Sky Phoenix Pavilion, it was when Qin Chi-Chi's attack on Sky Phoenix Pavilion was at its fiercest. Thus, when I arrived, I immediately joined the battle. Zhao Liao said, the poison that the City Lord gave me was extremely shocking. It directly killed nearly 10,000 people in Qin Chi-Chi's army. Then, Pavilion Master Duan personally led dozens of martial honorable experts and charged into Qin Chi-Chi's South Continent city to execute the decapitation operation. She planned to kill Qin Chi-Chi and Ning Wuming directly. And then, Yang Dingtian asked. Pavilion Master Duan did not succeed. Snake-Tail Jiao said, because Qin Chi-Chi and Ning Wuming in the south region's Lord Chengzhu residence were only substitutes. However, the 3 martial grandmasters by Qin Chi-Chi's side were all killed. Moreover, at this time, Qin Chi-Chi's army was poisoned and 10,000 people died. Then Sky Phoenix Pavilion's army of 10,000 people took the opportunity to counterattack and defeated Qin Chi-Chi's army, killing 20 to 30,000 people. At this point, Qin Chi-Chi's army of 100,000 people died. Hearing this, although everyone knew that there were unforeseen events, they still felt refreshed. At that time, all of us thought that the outcome was already decided. Pavilion Master Duanrian even joked with me that maybe we don't need to fight the war in Cloud Sky City anymore. We can just finish it in the southwest continent. She even said that you owe her a huge favor, Snaketail said. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but think of Duanrian's appearance. She was really a very special woman. Unrivaled beauty was almost everything to many women. But to her, it was the most insignificant thing. Her personality, willpower, carefreeness, integrity, and straightforwardness were all incomparably dazzling existences. That was why the overlord of a generation, Qin Wanchou, could not forget her and viewed her as the only woman he had ever loved in his life. And then, Yang Dingtian asked, after witnessing Pavilion Master Duan's great victory, the powers in the southwest continent began to waver. They abandoned Qin Chi-Chi and turned to Pavilion Master Duan's side. The Southwest Alliance army, led by the Sky Phoenix Pavilion, had a total of 70 to 80,000 men, which was even more than Qin Shi Chi's army. So at that time, all of us thought that the outcome was already decided, Zhao Liao said. At that time, Qin Shi Chi's army had already begun to flee in large numbers. Then Pavilion Master Duan decided to launch an all-out attack on South Content City on the 15th of a month ago to eliminate Qin Shi Chi's army. And then Yang Dingtian asked. The Southwest Alliance army, led by Pavilion Master Duan, was like a hot knife through butter. They directly invaded South Content City and killed their way to Qin Shi Chi's residence, Zhao Liao said. At that time, I was at the front line beside Pavilion Master Duan. Suddenly, Zhao Liao's beautiful face turned pale and her delicate body trembled. Even though it had been a few dozen days, she still felt a sense of fear. Then an army of only 3,000 men surged out of Qin Shi Chi's residence. They were wearing snow-white armor and black cloaks. Their entire faces were hidden in the cloaks, only revealing their eyes. Every pair of eyes had blood-red pupils. Even though they were very far away, there was still a terrifying cold aura coming from them. Zhao Liao continued. Then this army of 3,000 men annihilated the 70 to 80,000 Alliance army led by Pavilion Master Duan within 4 hours. Pavilion Master Duan led all the experts and decided to ignore the battle and directly kill Qin Shi Chi and Ning Wuming. At that time, 10 people appeared beside Qin Shi Chi and Ning Wuming. In just 15 minutes, they killed the 100 experts led by Pavilion Master Duan Rian. Pavilion Master Duan was the only one left. He was knocked unconscious and captured. As soon as she said that, the entire place turned icy cold. What were the cultivation levels of those 10 people? Yang Dingtian asked. All of them were Grandmaster or above, Zhao Liao said. 9 of them were wearing purple robes. One of them was completely hidden in black armor. His face and eyes were hidden. It was as if he wasn't a real person. This person had been following Qin Shi Chi closely. This person was at the Grandmaster level. Pavilion Master Duan Rian was defeated by him. Instantly, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. 9 Grandmasters and 1 Grandmaster. These 9 purple-robed Grandmasters should be from the Ning clan of the South Sea. They are the most loyal subordinates of the evil demon, Prince Li Ming. Yang Dingtian said, the Grandmaster-level expert that Qin Shi Chi brought from Qin City should have been killed by Pavilion Master Duan Rian. That I should know about the Grandmaster-level expert. Qin Huaiyu said, City Lord Yang, do you still remember that day when you went to rescue Pavilion Master Duan Rian? In our Qin City's dungeon, there was a Grandmaster-level dungeon under the Grandmaster-level dungeon? I remember. I was very shocked that day. There was actually a Grandmaster-level prisoner in Qin City, Yang Dingtian said. I don't know who that Grandmaster-level prisoner was, Qin Huaiyu said. You should also remember that my father once led a team to fight a demon spirit. After paying a huge price, he finally got a 1,000-year-old demon spirit. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, what does your father plan to do with this demon spirit? I didn't know before, but now I can guess. Qin Huaiyu said bitterly, it's to create a Grandmaster-level battle puppet demon. His goal is the same as ours, to create a battle puppet demon with the heart of a demon spirit. Father didn't tell me about this secret. This battle puppet demon has already been created, and Father gave it to Qin Shi Chi. When he said these words, Qin Huaiyu's expression became even more bitter. Yang Dingtian's heart also sank. This meant that Qin Wanqiu had already chosen his side. He actually gave the Grandmaster-level battle puppet demon to Qin Shi Chi. Qin Huaiyu's chances weren't high, and Yang Dingtian's chances weren't high either. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian asked, Qin Shi Chi's Special Blood Eye Army, 3,000 people annihilated 80,000 people. Yes, Jiao Liao said the 80,000 people of the Southwest Alliance Army had almost no ability to resist. It was like slaughtering chickens and dogs. This army of 3,000 people had invincible weapons, invulnerable armor, fearless of death, as if they didn't know pain, and pressed forward courageously. Moreover, each of them had a cultivation of high-level martial mystic level or above. 3,000 people formed a neat formation, like a complete killing machine. Suddenly, the air in the main hall suddenly turned cold. This army was undoubtedly a secret army from the evil ways. Yang Dingtian knew better than anyone how terrifying this army was. Invincible weapons, invulnerable armor, were already extremely terrifying. The most important thing was that there was no emotion, no fear. 3,000 people as one. How many martial mystic level experts could a grandmaster level expert kill? At most, it shouldn't exceed 300 before their mystic chi was completely exhausted. Therefore, even in this world of powerful martial arts, an elite army still had great significance. A grandmaster level expert was extremely powerful, but if he didn't use poison, he could only kill a few thousand people with his own cultivation. Then, what if it was an army of 100,000 or a few 100,000? And then Yang Dingtian asked. Then I was taken captive. Jiao Liao said, but Qin Chi let me go, saying that you wouldn't be able to come back. She said to let. Jiao Liao couldn't continue. Go on. Yang Dingtian said. She said to let Madame Yan Yan and Madame Shimin bathe and wait for her husband, Ning Wuming. Jiao Liao said. Suddenly, the entire main hall was filled with anger, and then Yang Dingtian continued to ask. Then I saw Lang Yanmei appear. Originally, Pavilion Master Duan Rian had completely severed her mystic meridians, but when she appeared again, not only did her cultivation recover, but her strength also skyrocketed, and she became a high-level grandmaster. Jiao Liao said, then she carried out a bloody purge in Sky Phoenix Pavilion. There were more than 10,000 disciples in Sky Phoenix Pavilion, and more than half of them were killed. Among them, the most beautiful ones were all crippled of their martial arts and sent to a mysterious place as female slaves to various major forces. Qin Chi-Chi's upper echelons were also used to humiliate them. Boom! Yang Dingtian's body was abruptly ignited with fury. Yang Dingtian suddenly stood up and rode on the pillar with his sword. I swear to kill Qin Chi-Chi. Then he looked at the crowd and said, everyone, I once spared Qin Ji's life. But now, please remember this and remind me in the future. No matter what difficulties Qin Chi-Chi has, no matter what changes she makes, I will definitely kill her. I will definitely put her to death in front of tens of thousands of people and cut her into 1,000 pieces. If I violate this oath, I will be like this beast. After saying that, Yang Dingtian aimed at a golden lion in front of him and slashed it down. In an instant, the golden lion was completely smashed into pieces. Yes, everyone shouted. Yang Dingtian took in a deep breath and suppressed his anger that soared to the sky. He asked, that world meeting that Northwest Qin City also said that they want to suppress us. What's going on? Let me explain this matter. Wooden sword castles, Li Guanong said, last month, 5 days after the war in the Southwest. As the leader of the Taiando League's Northwest branch, Lang Yanmei convened a meeting of the Taiando League. The meeting was about the disappearance of the future leader of the Taiando League and the future headmaster of Yinyang School, Dongfang Bingling. At this point, Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. Then, Li Guanong narrated the matter. The Yinyang School's Northwest branch reported that they had completely lost contact with Dongfang Bingling for several months. They suspected that Dongfang Bingling had met with some mishap, so they requested the Taiando League's Northwest branch to help investigate. Later, someone reported to the Taiando League's Northwest branch, saying that they had seen Dongfang Bingling with a strange man and that she was heavily injured. Later, they found out that this strange man had left Cloud Sky City on a winged mount. Therefore, they suspected that this strange man was related to Yang Dingtian. Therefore, they suspected that Dongfang Bingling's disappearance was related to Yang Dingtian. Li Guanong said, therefore, at that time, the Tiando League's Northwest Branch's meeting. The topic of discussion was whether or not to take coercive measures against City Lord Yang Dingtian. They asked whether or not Dongfang Bingling's disappearance was related to City Lord Yang Dingtian. But later, someone directly showed the Tiando League's Northwest Branch something. It was a recording jade. On the screen, Miss Dongfang Bingling was covered in blood. She was lying beside a man on the verge of death, and this man was undressing her. The man on the screen was you. Therefore, they said that you used despicable means to kill Miss Dongfang Bingling and humiliated her. Previously, Lan Yanmei proposed to expel Cloud Sky City from the Tiando League and gather the Northwest Tiando League's army to suppress Cloud Sky City. However, she didn't get any approval. But after Lan Yanmei showed this evidence, the Tiando League's Northwest Branch completely passed this resolution. Expel Cloud Sky City from the Tiando League, and the Tiando League's Northwest Branch gradually joined forces to suppress the Tiando League. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's heart was completely shaken. It was no wonder there were rumors that the Northwest Qin City and the World Society were going to send a crusade. The Divine Weapons Manor, Sky Phoenix Pavilion, Autumn Water Sword Sect, White Cloud City, and all the other Heaven Dao Union factions in the Western world were going to send a crusade against Cloud Heaven City. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and began to recall. That's right, there was such a scene. However, Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Bingling escaped from Sky Demon City. At that time, Yang Dingtian and Yi Qianqian were being chased by the 4 elders of the Ning clan of the South Sea. Dongfang Bingling tried to save Yang Dingtian, but her sea of energy shattered. She was covered in blood and on the verge of death. In the valley of Sky Demon City, Yang Dingtian took off her clothes and checked her injuries, but he didn't expect that this scene would also fall into the eyes of the evil ways. They even recorded it with the recording jade as evidence. I also saw the recording on the recording jade, Li Guanong said. In fact, it looked more like you were saving Miss Dongfang Bingling instead of hurting her. However, the annihilation of the Sky Phoenix Pavilion scared everyone out of their wits, so this decision was passed. Of course, I objected, so I was also seen as an accomplice of Cloud Sky City. Lan Yanmei has already reported to the Yinyang School and the Black Heaven Sect. They also want to remove the wooden sword castle from the list. They also suggested that the Ning clan of the South Sea should replace them and become a member of the Tiando League. When he said this, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but laugh coldly. There was nothing more ridiculous in this world than this. The evil ways were actually going to join the Tiando League. Then, is the matter of Cloud Sky City being expelled from the Tiando League completely settled? Yang Dingtian asked. Not yet. Li Guanong said, the Tiando League Northwest Branch doesn't have the authority to kick a member out of the Tiando League. Only the headquarters of the Tiando League has this authority. Therefore, they have already reported to the headquarters of the Eastern Cloud State Tiando League. In about 2 months, they will have a discussion. At that time, whether or not Cloud Sky City will be expelled will depend on the results of this discussion. But the Northwest Tiando League's Crusade Army will still attack Cloud Sky City? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, Li Guanong said. The Tiando League Northwest Branch has discussed the crusade on the 20th of next month. There are still 25 days until today. How many troops will the other party send? Yang Dingtian asked. In the meeting, only the Autumn Water Sword Sect will send 10,000 troops. The Ning clan of the South Sea will send 50,000 troops. The Northwest Qin City will send 80,000 troops. The White Cloud City will send 20,000 troops. The West Continent City will send 20,000 troops. The 20,000 Wind Sword Sect will send 20,000 troops. Li Guanong said, the rest of the forces, such as the World Society and the Divine Weapons Villa, are actually just observing. They only symbolically said that they will send troops. They haven't made a final decision. As Li Guanong said these numbers, the atmosphere in the main hall became more and more solemn. As of now, the number of troops in this alliance army was more than 200,000. The situation had really changed. In the future, the Crusade army wouldn't be Qin Shi Chi's 100,000 troops, but an alliance army of 200,000. Qin Shi Chi was more powerful than expected. Of course, she wouldn't need such a large force to destroy a mere cloud sky city. She and Ning Wuming were using the opportunity to destroy Cloud Sky City and Yang Dingtian to force the forces in the Western world to stand on the side of the evil ways. Evil ways had really become smarter. They didn't directly start a war to destroy the world and sweep up tens of millions of troops to sweep the world. They had also learned to use the mask of justice. They actually used the name of the Tiando League to destroy the leader of the Tiando League. There was no other ridiculous thing in the world that could be compared to this. Qin Shi Chi and Ning Wuming were so powerful that the Temple of Annihilation would definitely have a whole new level of respect for them. In the Tiando League Northwest Conference, did the Qin City Lord and the World Society Lord personally participate? Yang Dingtian asked. No. Li Guanong said. Qin City sent the sect Lord's wife as a representative. The World Society sent Song Minghua as a representative. Song Minghua was Song Chuanhua's younger brother. In the World Society, he was considered one of the more outstanding disciples. He wasn't as foppish as Song Chuanhua's other younger brothers, but his talent wasn't top-notch. Then there's still a chance. Yang Dingtian said, especially the World Society. Yang Dingtian sat back on the golden throne and said, our situation looks very hopeless and scary. But in reality, it's not that scary, because the ones who really want to kill us are only Qin Shi Chi, Ning Wuming, and the other evil ways. The rest of them are all sitting on the fence. When Yang Dingtian said this, everyone in the Cloud Sky City's Elders Guild was shocked. Their eyes lit up as they waited for Yang Dingtian to continue. To be honest, the enormous pressure they had been under recently had almost made them collapse. That kind of hopeless atmosphere, that feeling of being betrayed by everyone and being the enemy of the whole world, really made them feel hopeless. Even Madame Shimin felt that there was no hope of winning. Now, Yang Dingtian actually said that they had a high chance of winning. In the next 25 days, we will be divided into two factions. Yang Dingtian said, one is the invisible political battlefield. The other one is the tangible one, the punitive army in 25 days. The most important one is the invisible political battlefield. As long as we win the political war, we will have a higher chance of winning the tangible war. Yang Dingtian said loudly, to be honest, what 200,000 allied troops, what 10 grandmasters, and 1 great grandmaster by Qin Shi Chi's side, and what 3,000 blood pupil army? I don't really care about that. Qin Shi Chi's side has 9 grandmasters, so do we, Yang Dingtian said loudly. Of course, we have 5, 6, or even more. Qin Shi Chi's side has 1 great grandmaster, so do we, Yang Dingtian said loudly. As for their so-called army, 50,000, 100,000, Yang Dingtian sneered and said, I don't put them in my eyes. I can tell everyone clearly that we have an incomparably huge strength in our hands. It doesn't matter if they come with 100,000 or 200,000 men. We will annihilate their entire army. Their army can even touch the borders of Cloud Sky City. Shiminlai, don't you think so? Have you prepared the things I asked you to prepare? Everything is ready, Shiminlai said. How's the power? Yang Dingtian asked. Earth-shattering, Shiminlai said. Yang Dingtian said, so the most important thing for us is the political battlefield. We have to completely defeat Qin Shi Chi and the Ning clan of the South Sea. We have to expose their evil nature. We have to make all the factions on the fence stand on our side. We have to turn ourselves into the righteous side and our enemies into the evil side. We have to increase the number of our comrades. Evil ways will have no place in the Western world. This is the foundation of this war. Then the key to this political war lies in 2 points, Yang Dingtian said loudly. First, the world society. We have to pull the world society to our side. Second, the northwest Qin city. We have to push Qin Huayu to the position of Qin city's young lord and completely kill Qin Chichi. Sect leader Qin Wanchou has no choice. As long as the world society and the northwest Qin city are united, the entire Western world will be completely united. The other small demons and ghosts won't be able to cause any waves. When Yang Dingtian said this, everyone was instantly excited. Like a gust of wind, the darkness in front of them was blown away. Chenhua, make some preparations. Qin Huayu and I will immediately accompany you to the World Society, Yang Dingtian said. This matter should not be delayed. Only by taking care of the World Society can we take care of the Northwest Qin City. Yes, Song Chenhua bowed. City Lord, Mu Lianqing said, according to our intelligence, the Metal Sword Fortress and Shimanju are holding a meeting and are planning to revolt. The meeting will be held tonight. That's great. Yang Dingtian laughed and said, to resist foreign aggression, we must first pacify our internal affairs. I was just worried that I wouldn't have the chance to eliminate these useless people. Tonight, we will make a trip to the Metal Sword Fortress and start a massacre. We will wipe out all the feudal vassals in the Cloud Heaven City territory. Yes, I will immediately prepare the troops. Shimen Lai said. No need. Yang Dingtian said. Just a few of us will be enough to wipe them out. Yang Dingtian looked at Qin Huayu and said, Senior brother Qin, let's prepare to kill tonight. That would be great. I have been holding it in for the past few months. Qin Huayu sneered. All right, let's eat. After eating, we'll set off immediately, Yang Dingtian said. Right at this moment, someone suddenly shouted from outside. Reporting to the city lord, the Mystic Heaven Sect's young lord, Zhu Hongxue is here to visit. Chapter 428. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect Zhu Hongxue to come. Of course, he might have been near Cloud Sky City all along, waiting for Yang Dingtian to appear. Even though his impression of Zhu Hongxue had changed greatly, Yang Dingtian still had a headache dealing with such a person. People like Zhu Hongxue were characterized by extreme pride and stubbornness. He came without a doubt because of Dongfang Bingling. On this point, Yang Dingtian had completely touched his reverse scale. Therefore, Yang Dingtian wasn't surprised at all by Zhu Hongxue's reaction. However, even if it was a headache, he still had to meet him. In the next 1 or 2 months, the Tiando League headquarters would discuss whether or not to expel Cloud Sky City. Regarding this, Black Sky Sect and Yin Yang School's attitude was the most important. Of course, Zhu Qingzhu was already part of the evil ways, but Zhu Hongxue wasn't. Therefore, Zhu Hongxue's attitude was especially important. Yang Dingtian stood up and was about to personally welcome Zhu Hongxue. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound was heard. The door of the main hall was blown to pieces. Zhu Hongxue stood outside with a cold expression on his extremely handsome face. In the square, countless Cloud Sky City disciples gathered around and looked at Zhu Hongxue's back. Some of them were angry, but most of them were weak and looked up to him. Zhu Hongxue came to smash the door and slap their faces. But the Cloud Sky City disciples were still afraid and looked up to him. Yang Dingtian's heart was filled with sorrow and anger. All along, the Cloud Sky City disciples had always felt inferior in front of these famous sections. This was because Cloud Sky City had always been eyeing Yin Yang School's rebellious reputation. Even though it was in the Tiando League, it didn't have a place in the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 branches. No matter where they went, they couldn't raise their heads when they met disciples from famous sections. Not to mention, in front of them was the famous genius, Zhu Hongxue, who was as famous as Dongfang Bingling. Therefore, Zhu Hongxue came to slap their faces. The first reaction of the disciples of Cloud Sky City was not anger or questioning, but fear and uneasiness. It was as if they had really done something shameful. Yang Dingtian, come here. Zhu Hongxue said coldly, I don't want to kill you in front of so many Cloud Sky City disciples. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian almost exploded with anger. He knew that Zhu Hongxue was annoying, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent. That kind of high and mighty attitude, as if calling for cats and dogs. This was not the Black Heaven sect. This was Cloud Sky City. Before Yang Dingtian could say anything, Song Chunhua was enraged. She drew her sword and was about to step forward to fight. Yang Dingtian gently pulled Song Chunhua to the side. He walked up to Zhu Hongxue and said indifferently, Zhu Hongxue, if you're here to discuss matters, then speak properly. Otherwise, scram. How dare you talk to me like that? You are courting death. Zhu Hongxue's face turned cold. When he said the last two words, there was a sudden gust of wind. The dust on the ground flew up, and the hall was like thunder. Outside, the thousands of Cloud Sky City disciples instinctively retreated. It wasn't that they were afraid of death, but they were instinctively afraid of Zhu Hongxue and felt inferior. In their eyes, Zhu Hongxue was the youth leader of the Taiyando League. He even held the fate of Cloud Sky City in his hands. Of course, that was the truth. As for Cloud Sky City's position in the Taiyando League, it was indeed up to people like Zhu Hongxue and Dongfang Bingling to decide. Therefore, during Yang Dingtian's ascension ceremony, Dongfang Bingling only appeared for a short while. All of Qin Huaiyu's actions, as well as those of Cloud Sky City's opposition, were silenced. They didn't dare to act rashly. This wouldn't do. The disciples of Cloud Sky City were too inferior. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to withstand the terrifying battle that was coming. Before the battle even started, their hearts would already collapse. They had to be given a spiritual sustenance, a powerful spiritual idol. Of course, this spiritual idol could only be Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian slowly took a few steps forward. He looked at Zhu Hongxue and said, I'll give you two choices. First, speak nicely. Put away your arrogance and don't appear to be so uncultured. Second, you and I have a good fight. Since you're uncultured, I'll help you educate yourself. Then we can have a good talk. Yang Dingtian's words resounded throughout the entire Cloud Sky City. All of the Cloud Sky City disciples were shocked. Their city lord actually dared to speak to Zhu Hongxue like that. This was a complete humiliation. He was scolding Zhu Hongxue for being uncultured, so Yang Dingtian wanted to discipline him on behalf of his father. Instantly, Zhu Hongxue was enraged. Bitch, you're courting death. His shout was like thunder. Then, a flame suddenly emerged from his body, burning fiercely. In an instant, the entire square was filled with a murderous aura. Originally, I didn't want to humiliate you in front of everyone in Cloud Sky City. Who knew that a bitch like you would speak such arrogant words? You're completely seeking your own death. Zhu Hongxue roared. Then he flew up into the air and pointed his sword at Yang Dingtian. Come out. In front of all the Cloud Sky City disciples, I'll tear you into pieces. I'll let everyone see clearly that there are some people that you can't offend. Yang Dingtian pulled out his sword and flew out of the main hall. He was 100 meters away from Zhu Hongxue. Floating in the air, he looked at Zhu Hongxue and said coldly, Your brain is really damaged. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't be able to wake up for the rest of your life. Shut up. Don't provoke me into killing you and taking my anger out on others. Zhu Hongxue roared. Trash like you doesn't have the qualifications to fight with me. Today, I'm giving you too much credit for fighting with me. If I can't kill you in one move, it'll be a disgrace to me. Kill me in one move. Yang Dingtian laughed loudly. Zhu Hongxue, you'll regret what you said for the rest of your life. Then I also swear that if I can't defeat you in 3 moves, you can do whatever you want of me. Ha ha ha. Zhu Hongxue was so angry that he burst into laughter. He only felt that this world was incomparably ridiculous. There was actually an ant that said that he could defeat him in 3 moves. Yang Dingtian, you took advantage of the opportunity to obtain the position of Cloud Sky City's lord. You've become so arrogant that you've lost your sense of measure. Zhu Hongxue laughed loudly. If you want to destroy someone, you have to make them crazy first. If it weren't for Bingling, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to talk to me, let alone fight with me. You despicable opportunist. Do you know that if you fight with me, even if you die, it'll be enough for your name to spread throughout the world? Now you actually dare to say that you can defeat me. In the younger generation of the world, other than Bingling, no one is my opponent. Even the dead Shimenwia wouldn't dare to say that you can defeat me in 3 moves. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be speechless. This Zhu Hongxue was actually arrogant to such an extent. Shimenwia's absolute strength was someone who surpassed his father, Zhu Qingzhu. It could be said that in today's world, other than the mysterious Wulingzi, no one was Shimenwia's opponent. Judging from Zhu Hongxue's tone, he actually didn't even think highly of Shimenwia. Instantly, Yang Dingtian looked at Zhu Hongxue quietly and said indifferently, "Come, make your move and kill me instantly. It's time for you, this proud son of heaven, to wake up." Zhu Hongxue's gaze focused. He held the soul sword in his hand, condensed his celestial qi, and condensed his celestial fire. Boom! The raging flames instantly rose by several feet. Zhu Hongxue's sharp sword and his entire person were burning fiercely. He was already extremely handsome and was listed as the most handsome man in the world. At this moment, he was even more like a god of war descending. The eyes of all the Cloud Sky City disciples were filled with fear, admiration, and incomparable worry. They didn't think that Yang Dingtian would be Zhu Hongxue's opponent at all. Although their city lord had created countless miracles, he was at most a beginner-level martial honorable. It was impossible for him to be Zhu Hongxue's opponent. He didn't even have the qualifications to fight. Although they stood on Yang Dingtian's side, they completely agreed with Zhu Hongxue's words. Even their hearts were deeply pierced by it. The highest leader of Cloud Sky City, their leader, was actually only a beginner-level martial honorable. In the past, they could still use Yang Dingtian's young age to hypnotize themselves. However, Zhu Hongxue's appearance directly pierced through the weakest part of their hearts. Their city lord was so weak and Cloud Sky City was in such a critical situation. Could Yang Dingtian lead Cloud Sky City to become stronger? Or, not to mention becoming stronger, could Yang Dingtian protect Cloud Sky City? The answer was a complete no. No matter how talented Yang Dingtian was, he was still a martial honorable. No one would wait for him to become stronger. To an ordinary person, a martial honorable was already strong enough. However, to a leader of a sect, there was nothing weaker than this. In an instant, the hearts of the Cloud Sky City disciples became even more inferior and weak. The morale that Yang Dingtian's heroic words had previously boosted was like a soap bubble that had burst. The mysterious flame of Zhu Hongxue's soul sword had already burned to the extreme. Yang Dingtian, this is a peerless soul sword. This is a heaven and earth level mysterious flame. To be able to die under my sword is enough for you to live in glory for the rest of your life, Zhu Hongxue shouted and slashed out with the sharp sword in his hand. Boom! There was no mysterious technique or any fancy moves. It was just the most direct sword radiance that was mixed with the energy of the mysterious flame. However, it was already earth-shattering enough to blind everyone. This sword radiance was like lightning that tore the sky apart. It was like a ray of light that shot down from the ninth heaven. In an instant, it streaked across the sky a few thousand meters above the square of Cloud Sky City. It completely blocked out the brilliance of the sun and illuminated the sky above Cloud Sky City. The people in the square were unable to see anything. Then, this earth-shattering sword radiance suddenly shot towards Yang Dingtian. Almost instantly, Yang Dingtian's body was completely swallowed up. In an instant, all the disciples in the square of Cloud Sky City closed their eyes. Their hearts were filled with despair, and they did not dare to look anymore. This was because there was only one ending in their hearts. Their governor's body was smashed into pieces and turned into ashes. After slashing out the sword radiance, Zhu Hongxue kept his sword and stood there without looking. He glanced at the densely packed crowd on the ground as if he was looking at ants. He said, disdainfully, "From now on, there will be no more Yang Dingtian in this world." After saying this, Zhu Hongxue turned around and was about to leave. "Zhu Hongxue, your high and mighty face is truly disgusting." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's casual voice echoed in everyone's ears. In an instant, everyone was shocked and looked up into the sky in disbelief. Their governor actually did not die. Their governor actually did not die under Zhu Hongxue's earth-shattering attack. One must know that their governor was only a beginner revered martial artist, while Zhu Hongxue was infinitely close to becoming a martial scholar. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Zhu Hongxue suddenly trembled and turned around in disbelief. The radiance gradually dimmed, and Yang Dingtian was still floating in the air. Not to mention being seriously injured, he was completely unharmed. How is this possible? Zhu Hongxue hissed, "Impossible. How could you not die from my attack? What kind of treasure did you get this time?" Previously, Yang Dingtian thought that under Zhu Hongxue's arrogance he had a righteous character and was worth roping in as an ally. Now, Yang Dingtian began to doubt this point, because, although this person had a prideful character, he was too arrogant and could not tolerate others being stronger than him. In the entire world, he only had Dongfang Bingling in his eyes. If others were stronger than him, then they must have obtained some treasure through despicable means, and definitely not through their own strength. "You are really hopeless," Yang Dingtian said lightly. "Now it's my turn." "Is that a peerless soul sword?" Yang Dingtian said lightly. "Mine is also a soul sword. Every strand of it was personally forged by me. As for its grade, I don't know. I can only tell you that if there is an emperor-grade soul sword in the world, it is mine." Yang Dingtian held the soul sword in his hand. Suddenly, his soul sword shot out rays of light. Powerful, golden, and noble rays of light burst out of the entire Cloud Sky City Square. This light was almost exactly the same as the sun. It was as if the sun was shining on the entire Cloud Sky City. Countless Cloud Sky City disciples were mesmerized by this ray of light. They looked up at Cloud Sky City in the sky and suddenly felt an urge to worship it. "You said the heaven and earth obsidian flame?" Yang Dingtian said lightly. "Your obsidian flame is called the thunderous flame, right? It is ranked 8th among the 9 obsidian flames in the world." Yang Dingtian stretched out his left hand. Suddenly, a flame floated to his palm. It was beautiful and mysterious. Even the light of the soul sword could not suppress it. "Didn't anyone tell you that my obsidian flame is also a heaven and earth obsidian flame? The million spirit demon flame is ranked 6th in the world. Or is it because your brain and eyes can't tolerate anything else?" Yang Dingtian said lightly. Looking at the million spirit demon flame in Yang Dingtian's palm, Zhu Hongxue's face started to twitch. The moment he obtained the great thunderous flame, his confidence had swelled immeasurably. He knew that there were other heaven and earth obsidian flames, but he felt that these obsidian flames were either waiting for him to collect them or only people like Dongfang Bingling would have them. A lowly person like Yang Dingtian had a heaven and earth obsidian flame? What a joke! A heaven and earth obsidian flame would choose its owner. How could a person like Yang Dingtian be worthy of it? Then Yang Dingtian grasped the soul sword in his right hand. Whoosh! Suddenly, An even more beautiful flame with constantly changing colors emerged from the soul sword. Not only do I have a heaven and earth obsidian flame, but I also have more than one. Yang Dingtian said lightly, this one is called the Demon Spirit Demon Flame. It is also a heaven and earth obsidian flame. It is ranked fourth among the 9 flames in the world. Zhu Hongxue, put away your arrogant face. Yang Dingtian said lightly, not only am I the lord of Cloud Heaven City, but I am also the successor of the Yin-Yang School. I am the only successor of Dongfeng Minmi. In terms of status and background, I am not inferior to you at all. And for a man, the most important thing is ideals and strength. Ideals, I will talk to you later. Now, I want to talk to you about strength. Yang Dingtian said lightly, previously I said that I would defeat you in 3 moves. Now I regret my words. I take them back. When Yang Dingtian said this, everyone's expression changed slightly. I have changed my words. You are worse than I thought. Yang Dingtian said, then I will change my words. I will defeat you in 1 move. If I can't do it, then I will be at your mercy. When these words came out, everyone in Cloud Heaven City was shocked. Defeat Zhu Hongxue in 1 move? Oh my God, how could it be? Zhu Hongxue was infinitely close to becoming a master. If their city lord could defeat Zhu Hongxue in 1 move, how powerful would that be? Zhu Hongxue was already shocked by the fact that Yang Dingtian had 2 obsidian flames. He was already going crazy and was on the verge of collapsing. At this moment, he heard Yang Dingtian say that he would defeat him in 1 move. Instantly, his fighting spirit soared to the heavens. Yang Dingtian, I don't know what despicable means you used to obtain 2 obsidian flames. Just like how you used Bingling's identity to obtain many things that you shouldn't have. But now, you are saying that you will defeat me in 1 move. This is the most ridiculous thing in the world. Zhu Hongxue laughed and said, don't even mention 1 move. Even if it's 10 or 100 moves, you can forget about defeating me. Then, I will also swear that as long as you can defeat me, I will be at your mercy right here in Cloud Heaven City's plaza. Yang Dingtian looked at him and said indifferently, I won't kill you or cut you. If I say that I will defeat you in 1 move, then I will do it in 1 move. If I can do it, I will ask you to take back your face, pick up your manners, and listen to me properly. Can you do that? Shut up. Defeat me first. Zhu Hongxue said furiously. All right. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, your thunderous flame is invulnerable. My Xian techniques are inferior. Then you will use your thunderous shield to the maximum. I don't want to have an unfair advantage. Zhu Hongxue was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Boom! Suddenly, a flame soared into the sky and completely enveloped Zhu Hongxue's body. Then, a golden light shield suddenly lit up and enveloped Zhu Hongxue's entire body. Zhu Hongxue knew that this thunderous shield couldn't block lightning attribute Xian techniques. But he didn't think that lightning attribute Xian techniques could defeat him in an instant. Yang Dingtian, I know that a speculator like you still has lightning attribute Xian talismans. But if you want to defeat me with mere lightning attribute energy, you are dreaming. Zhu Hongxue sneered. Don't worry, I won't use lightning attribute Xian techniques. Yang Dingtian said. Yes, if you don't use lightning attribute Xian techniques, you want to break my thunderous shield? Dream on. Zhu Hongxue said. You should speak less. The more you speak, the more you will lose face. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, are you ready? Bring it on. Zhu Hongxue sneered. If I am defeated by you, I will let you kill me. Remember your words. Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian opened his left hand. Immediately, the devil's spirit fiend flame's ice sealing energy shot out. At the same time, Yang Dingtian's right hand soul sword suddenly slashed. A golden sword aura shot out. Everyone on the ground was shocked and looked up at the sky. Chapter 4:29. Zhu Hongxue had absolute confidence in his thunderous dark fire shield. Apart from the lightning element, it could withstand all kinds of energy damage, including the dark fire. Therefore, so what if Yang Dingtian displayed two heaven and earth mystic flames? He still could not break through his thunderous shield. Moreover, Zhu Hongxue did not think that Yang Dingtian had the so-called lightning element talent. Even if he did, it would be from the dark talisman of the lightning element. It was impossible for him to defeat Zhu Hongxue with that little bit of lightning energy. It could be said that Zhu Hongxue had slightly awakened from his rage and shock. He felt that although Yang Dingtian had somehow obtained two heaven and earth dark fires, there was still a huge gap between him and Zhu Hongxue in terms of cultivation. Zhu Hongxue calmed down even more after he thought this through. Although the dark fire was important to a person's strength, cultivation was more important. If Yang Dingtian wanted to defeat Zhu Hongxue, he would have to surpass Zhu Hongxue in terms of cultivation. It was absolutely impossible for Zhu Hongxue to do so. In his mind, Yang Dingtian might have some talent and had obtained some treasures by luck. Therefore, he might have broken through a lot in just a few years. For example, he might have broken through dozens of levels because of the Yin-Yang festival. However, this kind of luck would end at the martial revered level. It would be a battle of talent and wisdom if one went beyond that. Therefore, it was impossible for Zhu Hongxue to think that Yang Dingtian's cultivation had reached his level. Yang Dingtian's attack was very fast. It could even be said that it was an understatement. His left hand gently flung out a blue halo. Then his right hand directly slashed out a golden sword light. Zhu Hongxue saw this and smiled coldly. It was impossible for him to break through Zhu Hongxue's thunderous shield and defeat Zhu Hongxue with this little bit of energy. However, Zhu Hongxue was instantly horrified. Almost instantly he felt that he could not move at all. His entire body seemed to have been completely frozen and imprisoned. This was because a mysterious blue energy body had sealed him in an instant. All the dark chi stopped, the thunderous fire was extinguished, and the thunderous shield disappeared. At the same time, Yang Dingtian slashed out a golden sword light. Like lightning, it directly hit his chest. Pooh! Fresh blood spurted out. Zhu Hongxue's body was sent flying like a piece of straw. Ah! Everyone cried out in surprise, looking at all this in disbelief. This included Madame Shimin, the other members of Cloud Sky City's Elders Guild, and even Shimin Yanyan and Qin Jiaojiao. Yanyan loved Yang Dingtian the most and had full confidence in him. He knew that Yang Dingtian would never make irresponsible remarks, but in his heart he absolutely did not dare to believe that Yang Dingtian's cultivation was superior to Zhu Hongxue's. Yanyan was very clear about her husband's cultivation. He was only a beginner martial honorable. He had only left home for 2 months, and at that time his cultivation progress was already very slow. Therefore, in Yanyan's heart, Yang Dingtian's cultivation was at most a 3-star martial honor. Of course, almost all the members of Cloud Sky City's Elders Guild thought the same. Therefore, although they believed that Yang Dingtian would not make irresponsible remarks, they still did not dare to imagine that Yang Dingtian could defeat Zhu Hongxue in one move. As for the many disciples of Cloud Sky City, when Yang Dingtian received Zhu Hongxue's attack and came out unscathed, their minds had already gone numb. At this moment, they saw that their own city lord had actually defeated Zhu Hongxue in one move. Extreme shock in an instant caused their minds to lose all sense of feeling. It was as if their entire bodies were floating, and they felt that it was completely unreal. Even if it was a dream, even if it was a fantasy, they did not dare to imagine such an outcome. The high and mighty Zhu Hongxue had actually been defeated by City Lord Yang Dingtian in one move. Of course, everyone's shock added together could not compare to Zhu Hongxue's. The moment he was sent flying and spat out blood, It was as if a bomb had directly exploded in Zhu Hongshua's mind. Then his mind went completely blank, and he lost all sense of feeling. In fact, he could not even feel the shock anymore. To Zhu Hongxue, he would rather believe that the world had been destroyed, that the sun rose from the west, than believe that Yang Dingtian could defeat him in one move. Therefore, for a moment, the entire Cloud Sky City Square was dead silent. Zhu Hongshue's mind was completely blank. After a full 15 minutes, all his emotions, all his feelings, crazily surged into his mind. His world had collapsed, and his mind had collapsed. His extreme pride, his extreme conceit, and his entire worldview. He had almost completely collapsed. Then, almost instinctively, Zhu Hongxue roared, "Yang Dingtian, what kind of sorcery did you use? You caused your Bingling's death. What kind of sorcery did you get?" Yang Dingtian could not help but be stunned. He really did not expect Zhu Hongxue to have such a reaction. He actually linked it to sorcery. Seeing Yang Dingtian's reaction, Zhu Hongxue seemed to have grasped at a life-saving straw. He roared, "Yes, what kind of sorcery did you get? You must have gotten some sorcery. Otherwise, you could not have defeated me. My talent is unparalleled in the world. In just 3 years, you could not have defeated me. Even if the world was turned upside down, it would still be impossible." Then Zhu Hongxue suddenly jumped up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face was distorted as he said, "Yang Dingtian, what sorcery did you use? What sorcery did you use?" Once these words were spoken, everyone in the Cloud Sky City Square could not help but reveal a strange expression. This was because Zhu Hongshue's defeat was too strange. It was almost inexplicable, and no one could see the entire process. Yang Dingtian defeating Zhu Hongxue in one move. Of course, they wanted it to happen even in their dreams. But when it really happened, this feeling was too unreal. "Yang Dingtian, what sorcery did you use? Your cultivation is far inferior to mine. What sorcery did you use?" Zhu Hongxue said sternly, "You must tell me, or else I will let the Tiando League punish you." Yang Dingtian looked at Zhu Hongxue and shook his head lightly. "Zhu Hongxue, you really disappoint people." Then Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, "All right, I will give you one last chance to be convinced. You and I will not use mystic flames, mystic skills, or anything else. Just a clash of strength, a clash of mystic chi. Do you dare?" "Dare? Why wouldn't I dare? My cultivation is far superior to yours. Why wouldn't I dare?" Zhu Hongxue said loudly, "No mystic skills, no mystic flames, just a clash of swords, a clash of mystic chi." Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and instantly gathered all the mystic chi in his body. Boom! All the mystic chi in Yang Dingtian's body suddenly exploded. Suddenly, there was a thunderous sound in the air. Then, the sharp sword in his hand suddenly bloomed with a dazzling light. Zhu Hongshue's eyes were scarlet red. He suddenly gathered all the mystic chi in his body. Bang! There was also a loud sound. The mystic chi suddenly exploded. "Kill! Kill!" The two of them shouted at the same time. Then, like meteors, they shot out. The two figures directly turned into a stream of light. Because their speed was too fast, they immediately dragged out a long, sharp light shadow. They tore through the air and made a whistling sound. In an instant, the two figures were like meteors. They fiercely collided. Like Mars colliding with Earth, they fiercely collided. This was the most direct collision. There was no technique, no mystic skills, and no mystic flames. It was purely a clash of strength, speed, mystic chi, and willpower. Boom! There was a loud sound. The sound of two fierce energies colliding. The sound of two swords fiercely colliding. Everyone felt a sharp pain in their ears. Their hearts suddenly jumped, as if their chests were about to split open. Buffed! Zhu Hongshue's body fiercely flew out. In the air, he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang Dingtian, on the other hand, only trembled slightly. There was no reaction at all. Zhu Hongxue was defeated again. He was completely defeated. Of course, Yang Dingtian had a reaction. Blood rolled over his chest. The mystic meridians in his body seemed to be broken inch by inch. His internal organs seemed to have been displaced. There was a sweet taste in his throat. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he forced it back and swallowed it. It was not that he cared about his face. He wanted to completely subdue Zhu Hongxue, because he really wanted to win Zhu Hongxue over. That was why he agreed to have such a naked, mystic qi fight with him. Otherwise, Yang Dingtian's trump card was much stronger than Zhu Hongxue's. If he fought with Yang Dingtian directly, he would be at a disadvantage. Yang Dingtian's Sea of Qi cultivation was at the level of a 2-star Grandmaster. However, because he did not learn the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, he could only display the standard of a 9-star 9th grade revered martial artist. This level of mystic qi was exactly the same as Zhu Hongxue's. Therefore, Yang Dingtian did not have much of an advantage in a direct mystic qi fight. Of course, Yang Dingtian still won in the end. Zhu Hongxue was still defeated, because Yang Dingtian's soul sword had an almost heaven-defying mystic qi boost. Also because Yang Dingtian had 9 Yang mystic meridians and had been modified by Naga's mystic meridians, his resistance to attacks was higher than Zhu Hongxue's. Therefore, Zhu Hongxue was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. Because of these reasons, although the two of them had the same cultivation, one won and one lost. Moreover, because Yang Dingtian endured the immense pain, the situation seemed to be one-sided. After a long while, Yang Dingtian suppressed the blood in his chest and dared to speak. Otherwise, he would have spat out blood the moment he opened his mouth. Zhu Hongxue, that was a naked mystic qi fight, right? What else do you have to say? Do you admit defeat? Yang Dingtian said coldly. At this moment, Zhu Hongxue's face was pale. His entire face was filled with bewilderment. His pupils were almost unfocused. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, he spat out another mouthful of blood. He raised the sword in his hand with a blank face. Then he realized that a hole had appeared on the soul sword that he was so proud of. His indestructible soul sword actually had a crack. Yang Dingtian's soul sword had actually slashed out a crack. At this moment, he had no reason to lie to himself. Yang Dingtian did not use any demonic techniques. He had directly used mystic qi to fight. He had also lost, because a reality had appeared in front of him. Yang Dingtian's cultivation had surpassed his. His cultivation was a 9-star 9th grade revered martial artist. He was only half a step away from Grandmaster, and Yang Dingtian had easily defeated him. That meant that his cultivation had definitely broken through to Grandmaster. Dongfang Bingling had broken through to Grandmaster. Zhu Hongxue would only feel proud and honored, because he had long regarded Dongfang Bingling as his destined wife. The stronger Dongfang Bingling was, the happier he was, because he had conquered the most beautiful and powerful woman in the world. Yang Dingtian was his rival in love. Of course, Zhu Hongxue did not think so. He thought that the gap between him and Yang Dingtian was like heaven and earth, just like a toad and a swan. He had never put Yang Dingtian in his eyes. He could crush Yang Dingtian to death with just a finger. Now this ant was actually stronger than him. He had a better mystic fire than him. He had more mystic fire than him. He had a better sword than him. Even his cultivation was stronger than him. That meant that his talent and mystic meridians were stronger than him. To Zhu Hongxue, this was completely earth-shattering. His pride had completely collapsed. His view of the world had completely collapsed. Moreover, Yang Dingtian had only been practicing martial arts for 3 years. He was only 22 years old this year. He was much younger than him. Zhu Hongxue, are you convinced now? Yang Dingtian asked coldly. Zhu Hongxue looked up at Yang Dingtian in a daze. The other party's voice seemed to ring in his heart, but also seemed to ring out from beyond the 9 heavens. Am I not that outstanding at all? Zhu Hongxue opened his mouth and muttered to himself, Am I very ordinary to begin with? It's just that everyone is trying to coax me because of my identity? Am I completely useless? Am I not worthy of bingling at all? Then what's the point of living? Yang Dingtian, you don't have to do it. I'll do it myself. Zhu Hongxue kept muttering to himself. Then he suddenly raised his hand and struck his chest. He committed suicide in front of everyone. No. Yang Dingtian was horrified. He really didn't think that Zhu Hongxue would commit suicide in front of everyone. He thought that he would continue to quibble, continue to hypnotize, and continue to frame him. He didn't think that he would directly commit suicide. With the fastest speed, Yang Dingtian suddenly released the Devil Spirit Fiend Flame's icebound technique. However, Yang Dingtian was still a step slower. Because his profound veins were severely injured, the Devil Spirit Fiend Flame's icebound technique became slower and weaker. Zhu Hongxue's palm struck his own chest. Everyone clearly saw that his chest suddenly caved in, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out. Ah! Everyone let out a cry of surprise. But in the end, Yang Dingtian still used the icebound technique to freeze all of his movements and profound veins when he hit his chest. Then, Yang Dingtian quickly rushed over, took out 2 sacred water pills, and directly stuffed them into Zhu Hongxue's mouth. Then he sat cross-legged behind Zhu Hongxue and desperately poured in his profound qi to circulate the medicinal power. Chen Hua, quickly come over and move us into the room, Yang Dingtian said. Yes, Song Chenhua said. Then she flew over and moved Yang Dingtian into the building. All disciples of Cloud Sky City, your performance just now disappointed me, Yang Dingtian said coldly as he healed Zhu Hongxue. All of you, kneel down. Suddenly, all the disciples in the plaza trembled and then knelt down in an orderly manner. All of you kneel like this. Think carefully about what you did wrong just now. Yang Dingtian said coldly, Wait, I will come over and ask. If you don't know what you did wrong, then kneel for me forever. Yes. The few thousand people in the plaza answered in unison and knelt on the ground in an orderly manner. Song Chenhua moved Yang Dingtian and entered the building. Qin Huaiyu and the rest also followed in. The door of the building was closed. The plaza outside was completely silent. The few thousand people were kneeling in an orderly manner to reflect. Yang Dingtian crazily channeled celestial qi into Zhu Hongxue's body, urging his extremely weak vitality to circulate. This crazy Zhu Hongxue had not only shattered all of his ribs, he had also shattered his own heart. Luckily, Yang Dingtian used the ice seal technique to freeze him. Otherwise, his heart and internal organs would have turned into a pile of mush and he would have died a long time ago. But even so, he was only a hair's breadth away from death. In other words, if Yang Dingtian hadn't given him the sacred water elixir at the first moment, he would have died long ago. He was actually so resolute in committing suicide. Of course, even if Yang Dingtian tried his best to save him, Zhu Hongxue was still lingering on the edge of death and could die at any time. That vitality was really weak, to the extreme. At this moment, his entire body's functions had completely stopped. Therefore, the flow of vitality was completely dependent on Yang Dingtian's celestial qi. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was about to race against Zhu Hongxue's death god. If he could outrun him, he could let the sacred water elixir's medicinal power gradually recover his body's organs. If he couldn't outrun him, Zhu Hongxue would undoubtedly die. Time flew by quickly. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours. Yang Dingtian's face became paler and paler, and his body trembled more and more. His celestial qi was already exhausted. Originally, his celestial meridians were already damaged from Zhu Hongxue's last attack. At this moment, he didn't have a large amount of celestial qi to heal Zhu Hongshua's injuries. Qin Huayu, come to my back and inject celestial qi. My celestial qi is exhausted, Yang Dingtian said. Just as he finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately, the celestial qi circulating in Zhu Hongshua's body stopped. Almost at the same time, Zhu Hongshua's body trembled, and he was about to die in an instant. Yang Dingtian used all his strength to inject the last of his celestial qi. Yes. Qin Huayu flew over quickly and placed his palm on Yang Dingtian's back, injecting thick celestial qi. Why didn't he let Qin Huayu directly inject celestial qi into Zhu Hongxue? Because his celestial qi had impurities. If it directly entered Zhu Hongshua's body, Zhu Hongxue might not be able to withstand it. His celestial meridians weren't as strong as Yang Dingtian's. After passing through Yang Dingtian's body, he could use the yin-yang qi transformation technique to turn it into pure celestial qi. Qin Huayu was a master stage expert. Another 2 hours passed. 3 hours. Qin Huayu's celestial qi was completely exhausted. However, Zhu Hongxue still couldn't be saved, and he was still hovering on the edge of death. Chen Hua, you take over. Yang Dingtian said, Qin Huayu, take the profound gathering pill and recover your celestial qi as quickly as possible. Yes, Qin Huayu said. Song Chen Hua quickly sat behind Yang Dingtian and placed his palm on Yang Dingtian's back, injecting celestial qi. Qin Huayu took the opportunity to leave Yang Dingtian's back, then took a profound gathering pill and sat cross-legged to quickly condense celestial qi. City Lord Yang, can you save him? Song Chenhua asked. I don't know. It's a race against death. Yang Dingtian said. If we still can't save him after exhausting all of our celestial qi, then he can't be saved. Even if we can't save him, he's courting death. Zhu Qingzhu can't blame us. Song Chenhua said. I didn't save him because of Zhu Qingzhu. I saved him because of Zhu Hongxue. Yang Dingtian said. We didn't misjudge him. Although he's extremely conceited, he's still upright. If he can become our comrade, our chances of winning will be much higher. His martial arts talent is much higher than yours and Qin Huayu's. He and Bingling are almost the only 2 ninth-grade celestial vein geniuses. Yes, Song Chenhua said. Then we'll do our best. Song Chunhua's cultivation was a 2-star master stage expert, so she lasted longer than Qin Huayu. However, she only lasted for 4 hours. Zhu Hongxue still couldn't be saved. Qin Huayu, you take over. I'll go recover my celestial qi. Song Chenhua said. Okay, Qin Huayu said. Then he immediately placed his palm on Yang Dingtian's back and transferred his celestial qi. Song Chenhua quickly moved to the side and swallowed a mystic gathering pill, desperately absorbing celestial qi. A full 10 hours later, Yang Dingtian had almost given up hope. Qin Huayu and Song Chenhua had already taken 2 mystic gathering pills, which had already damaged their celestial veins. Suddenly, the vitality in Zhu Hongshue's body stopped and began to circulate on its own. His life was saved. His life was finally saved. Yang Dingtian and the other 2 had almost used all of their strength to save his life. Yang Dingtian's heart relaxed, and he removed his palm from Zhu Hongshue's back. Uft! He couldn't help but spit a mouthful of blood on the back of Zhu Hongshue's neck. Zhu Hongshue's body suddenly trembled, as if he had been woken up by Yang Dingtian's hot blood. He opened his eyes. Then he didn't say anything. He just sat there quietly, as if he had lost his reaction to everything. Yang Dingtian gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and struggled to stand up. He came to the chair and sat down. He looked at Zhu Hongxue and said, Now are you quiet? Zhu Hongxue nodded slightly. It's good that you're quiet. I can tell you what I want to say next. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, You're here to ask me about Bing Ling, right? Zhu Hongxue nodded. You're also very curious as to why I saved you, right? Yang Dingtian asked. Zhu Hongxue still nodded. I'll answer your second question first. Then I'll answer your first question, okay? Yang Dingtian said. Zhu Hongxue still nodded. The reason why I saved you is not because I'm afraid of your father, but because of something that happened before which made me recognize you again. I hated you before, but after that incident, I have some admiration for you. So I saved you because I admire your arrogance, but your upright and prideful character. Of course, there's also your almost unparalleled talent. I want to be your comrade in arms in life and death. I want you to become the pillar that saves the world. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, I want to fulfill your true pride and fulfill your immortal life. I want to one day, when I'm in battle, I can leave my back to you without hesitation and entrust my life and death to you. Suddenly, Qin Huaiyu's body shook violently. He looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. Chapter 430. What about Bing Ling? Zhu Hongxue asked after a long time. Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment, then said, Before I answer your question, can I answer one of yours first? Okay, Zhu Hongxue said. In your heart, is Bing Ling more important? Or is the Taiando League more important? Yang Dingtian asked. What do you mean? Zhu Hongxue asked. You don't have to know what I mean. Just answer me. Yang Dingtian said. Zhu Hongxue fell into deep thought, then said, Bing Ling is more important. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was stunned, and so were the others. Yang Dingtian asked in disbelief, If you were to make a choice, one is Bing Ling's death, the other is evil ways completely destroying the world. Which would you choose? Zhu Hongxue was silent for a moment, then said, Evil ways should completely destroy the world. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was even more shocked. This Zhu Hongxue was not only conceited, but he was also an extreme romantic. But if evil ways took over the world, where would Bing Ling and you be safe? Yang Dingtian said, The world is so big, where can I go? Evil ways can't control every inch of land. Zhu Hongxue said. Yang Dingtian saw that he was being so negative and couldn't help but be angry. Zhu Hongxue, where are your ambitions? You're the youth leader of the Taiando League, the idol of the world, and the future leader of the Black Heaven sect. Where's your pride? Zhu Hongxue said, In the past, I might have been the leader of the world's youth, the idol of the world. But after the battle with you, I've become a disgrace. Wherever I go, I can't raise my head. What's the point of talking about pride and ambition? Yang Dingtian was speechless. Previously, he thought that in order to convince Zhu Hongxue, he had to hurt him. Otherwise, he would be too arrogant and conceited. He had to completely destroy his pride in order to subdue him. Who would have thought that he would actually walk to the other extreme? He actually went from extreme conceit and pride to extreme depression. He even wished he could change his appearance and never appear in front of the world again. Sigh. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps Zhu Qingzhu had protected him too well, or perhaps his life had been too smooth, so he couldn't bear such a huge setback. Where's Bing Ling? Zhu Hongxue asked again. She's not dead, Yang Dingtian said. She's in the hands of the Temple of Annihilation. Zhu Hongxue suddenly stood up and looked at Yang Dingtian. Then why are you still sitting here? Why aren't you going to save her? If you're not going, I'll go. After saying that, he actually wanted to rush out. Sit down, Yang Dingtian shouted. Then, Yang Dingtian had a headache. Previously, he had great hopes for Zhu Hongxue. He hoped that he could become the right-hand man to resist the evil ways and become Yang Dingtian's strongest ally. But now, it seemed that his mentality was too immature. Not to mention Qin Huaiyu and Song Chanhua. He was even worse than the little princess vulture. The little girl vulture was naive and didn't have a bottom line. Her thinking often went off the rails. She couldn't control her own thoughts and wanted everything she saw. But in fact, the little girl was very smart and even very intelligent. In this team, Yang Dingtian didn't have to spend too much effort to take care of her. She could even make a huge contribution to the team. But this Zhu Hongshue's mentality was too immature. After being defeated by Yang Dingtian, his mentality had completely collapsed. And basically, he had no reaction to saving the world. There was only Dongfang Bingling in his mind. Originally, Yang Dingtian wanted to tell him about Zhu Qingzhu, but now this thought was completely dispelled. There were probably only two people in this handsome guy's mind. One was his father, whom he was proud of, and the other was Dongfang Bingling, whom he adored. Facing such an immature Zhu Hongxue, Yang Dingtian was really at his wit's end. Zhu Hongxue, sit down, okay? Yang Dingtian said helplessly, I haven't finished speaking. Can you at least finish listening to everything about Bingling? Hurry up and say it. Zhu Hongxue looked at Yang Dingtian with a burning gaze. His whole mind was immersed in the name of Dongfang Bingling. First of all, Dongfang Bingling's real master is Nihility Piaoling, the leader of the hidden sect. Yang Dingtian said. After hearing this, Zhu Hongshue's body shook. His eyes lit up and his handsome face was filled with pride. Yang Dingtian was really speechless. Dongfang Bingling's master was the leader of the hidden sect. What did it have to do with Zhu Hongxue? Was there a need for him to be so excited and proud? So, Dongfang Bingling is the future leader of the hidden sect and the leader of the Tiando League. Yang Dingtian saw that Zhu Hongshue's face was so red that it was glowing. Yang Dingtian immediately stopped. You should have heard about the love between the leader of the Temple of Annihilation, Wan Wentian, and Nihility Piaoling, right? Yang Dingtian asked. Zhu Hongxue nodded. Everyone in the world knew about this. It could be said that if it wasn't for the fact that Nihility Piaoling was Wan Wentian's only love, the Tiando League wouldn't have been able to win the War of Extinction 200 years ago. So, even if Nihility Piaoling and Wan Wentian had a love affair, it didn't affect Nihility Piaoling's greatness. Now, the young master of the Temple of Annihilation, Li Ming, has come to the world because of the love between the previous leaders of the Temple of Annihilation and the leader of the hidden sect. So, the young master of the Temple of Annihilation, Li Ming, has always regarded Dongfang Bingling as his exclusive property. He thinks that he is Bingling's only man. Yang Dingtian said. Dream on, is he worthy? Zhu Hongxue was furious. He suddenly pulled out his sword and shouted, I'll cut that bastard into pieces. Yang Dingtian was speechless. Luckily, he didn't say that he and Bingling had already become husband and wife. Otherwise, Zhu Hongxue would have immediately pulled out his sword. You also know that after the misunderstanding between me and junior sister Dongfang was resolved, our relationship improved a lot. Especially in the Dongli grassland, I accidentally saved her life. So, after returning to the northwest continent, junior sister Dongfang repeatedly helped me. Yang Dingtian carefully worded his words. He was afraid that he would say that his relationship with Bingling was too intimate and trigger Zhu Hongshue's sensitive mind. After hearing this, Zhu Hongshue's expression didn't look too good, but he still nodded in agreement. However, this still angered the young master of the Temple of Annihilation, Li Ming. He regarded junior sister Dongfang as his exclusive property and didn't allow her to have any contact with other men. Junior sister Dongfang helped me, so he saw it as a betrayal. So he ordered his lackeys to release the soul-eater devil on Bingling. Yang Dingtian said. After hearing this, Zhu Hongxue flew into a rage. He clenched his teeth and hissed, I'll kill him, I'll kill him, I'll tear him into pieces. Shameless, despicable, lowly bastard, he's worse than a dog or a pig. How dare he touch Bingling? Yang Dingtian finally understood why Zhu Hongxue kept on calling them lowly creatures that were inferior to pigs and dogs. In his eyes, other than Zhu Hongxue, all men were lowly bastards. In this world, only he was worthy of Bingling. They were a match made in heaven. The lackeys who released the soul-eater devil on Bingling came from the Ning clan of the South Sea. Yang Dingtian said. Suddenly, Zhu Hongshue's eyes flashed. He was sure that he would fight the Ning clan of the South Sea to the death. Have you heard of the soul-eater devil? Yang Dingtian asked. Zhu Hongxue nodded and said, I've heard of the soul-eater Xian energy. Once you're hit by it, you'll become a bloodthirsty demon. Yang Dingtian said, the soul-eater devil was modified by Wan Wentian based on the soul-eater Xian energy. Once you're hit by the soul-eater devil, you'll become a succubus within a month at most. You'll lose your will and your entire body will be controlled by the Temple of Annihilation. You can probably imagine the consequences. Zhu Hongshue's face instantly turned red. Thinking that Bingling might become a succubus and fall into the hands of the Temple of Annihilation's young master, Li Ming, Zhu Hongshue's heart ached. He didn't dare to imagine that scene, that ending. Yang Dingtian continued, Junior sister Dongfang was framed by the shameless Li Ming because of me, so I had to find the antidote for her. So, I found the person who used the soul-eater devil on junior sister Dongfang. He was the young master of the Ning clan of the South Sea, Ningyu. He was already dead, but the Temple of Annihilation injected evil energy into him and revived him. I heard that he was in Sky Demon City. So, junior sister Dongfang and I went to Sky Demon City to find Ningyu, to save her. And then, Zhu Hongxue asked. Ningyu's heart was complicated, and he regretted it. He told me how to save her. But in exchange, I had to save the Ning clan of the South Sea from the Temple of Annihilation. Yang Dingtian said, Now, junior sister Dongfang can be saved. Zhu Hongshue's face immediately lit up with joy. But at that time, the bastard son of the Ning clan of the South Sea, Ning Wuming, the most vicious dog of the Temple of Annihilation's young master, sent for elders to kill me and Bingling. They wanted to capture Bingling and offer her to the young master of the Temple of Annihilation. Bingling's cultivation had completely disappeared, and her entire chi-si was controlled by the soul-eater devil. But you know her personality. She would rather die than live in dishonor. She relied on her own will to suppress the evil energy that was controlling her body and fought the 4 Grandmaster Elders. She took me and broke out of the encirclement. At that time, Ningyu detonated his chi-si and died together with the 4 Elders. Bingling's chi-si was completely shattered, and she was on the verge of death. Zhu Hongshue's face was covered in tears. He clenched his fists so hard that his nails pierced his flesh, causing blood to flow. Ning Wuming, I will definitely put you to death by 1,000 cuts, 1,000 cuts! Then I took Bingling and escaped from Sky Demon City to the outskirts. When I saw her covered in blood and her chi-si completely shattered, I was scared out of my wits. I wanted to save her, so I lifted her clothes and checked her chi-si. However, the despicable Ning Wuming sent people to follow me and recorded everything using the jade mirror. Then he slandered me by saying that I was the one who caused junior sister Dongfang's death and even molested her. Yang Dingtian looked at Zhu Hongxue and said, Zhu Hongxue, do you believe it? Would I defile junior sister Dongfang? Would I be able to kill junior sister Dongfang? Zhu Hongxue looked at Yang Dingtian and nodded vigorously. Impossible. Bingling is a fairy from the heavens. No one dares to defile her. That's right. Yang Dingtian said, and most importantly, even though junior sister Dongfang was seriously injured at that time, she was as pure as jade and as pure as ice. If I was disrespectful to her, would she not have any reaction? She would have killed me with a slap. Zhu Hongshue's eyes lit up. That's right. Bingling is so pure. How could she allow others to defile her? Previously, Yang Dingtian was worried that he would not be able to explain to Zhu Hongxue about Bingling. He was worried that Zhu Hongxue would suspect that he had done something to Bingling. Now, Yang Dingtian finally found out. Convincing Zhu Hongxue was the easiest thing to do. He did not need to explain how pure he was. As long as he described Bingling as extremely powerful and noble, it would be enough. As for the rest, Zhu Hongxue would fill in the blanks himself. Even if there were any flaws, Zhu Hongxue would fill in the blanks himself. Now, Qin Chichi married Ning Wuming. Lan Yanmei took control of Sky Phoenix Pavilion and slandered me for defiling Bingling and causing her death? Do you believe it? Yang Dingtian asked. Impossible, Zhu Hongxue said firmly. Then they started the Tiando League's Northwest Conference to expel Cloud Sky City from the Tiando League. Then they let the Ning clan of the South Sea join the Tiando League. Is there anything more ridiculous than this? The people who framed Junior's sister Dongfang, the lackeys of evil ways, actually want to control our Tiando League. Can we let them succeed? This group of shameless people who framed Bingling? Yang Dingtian said sternly, In your dreams. Zhu Hongxue slammed the ground, instantly smashing the hard stone floor into pieces. At this moment, Qin Huaiyu and Song Chanhua could not help but look at each other. Their expressions were slightly strange. It was really difficult for Yang Dingtian to deal with an extremely proud and naive person like Zhu Hongxue. Luckily, Yang Dingtian was able to grasp the crux of the matter and quickly find a breakthrough point. He used Dongfang Bingling to pull Zhu Hongxue's extreme hatred towards the Ning clan of the South Sea, Leng Yanmei, and the young master of the Temple of Annihilation. He did not use the so-called righteousness and the survival of the chaotic world to persuade him. And then, Zhu Hongxue asked. Then, Bingling saw her energy reserve shatter. Even if we used Ning Ruo's method, it would not be able to save her. But I was determined not to give up, so she said there was one last way, which was to find her master, the master of the hidden clan, Su Wu Piaoling. Yang Dingtian said. Zhu Hongxue was shocked and said, That's right. Master Su Wu is the best in the world. He must have a way. Yang Dingtian continued. Then Bingling and I went to the northernmost Yin-Yang mirror. She said she met Master Su Wu there. But when we passed through the north, we met a shameless scoundrel called Yan Pianxian. He was a very disgusting cripple and had been pestering Bingling for many years. I know him. This bastard is worse than pigs and dogs. He should take a look at himself in the mirror. He is a toad that wants to eat swan meat. Zhu Hongxue was full of disdain and hatred. If he had not helped Bingling in the past, I would have torn him to pieces. Bingling took me to the yin-yang mirror. Then we waited for Master Su Wu to appear. Time passed little by little, and the time until Bingling turned into a succubus was getting shorter and shorter. Yang Dingtian said, Later, Bingling told me the truth. She said that Master Su Wu had no way to save her. On the contrary, if he knew that she had been poisoned by the soul-devouring devil, he would be the first to kill her. She said that she brought me to the yin-yang mirror because she was afraid that the Yin sect would be completely cut off if she died. So, she wanted to introduce me to Master Su Wu so that I could inherit the Yin sect's legacy. Zhu Hongxue's expression changed slightly when he heard this. Obviously, he felt that the fact that Dongfang Bingling had brought Yang Dingtian was a huge blow to him. Yang Dingtian saw through his thoughts and said, Senior brother Zhu, you were tens of thousands of miles away at that time. Do you think junior sister Dongfang had a better choice? Also, ask yourself honestly, isn't my talent very high? Am I not a very good choice for junior sister Dongfang? If you have any thoughts about this, you are tarnishing Bingling's noble character. Immediately, Zhu Hongxue's face turned red. He looked ashamed and said, That's right. Your talent is very, very high. I shouldn't have such narrow-minded thoughts. Bingling told me that Master Su would appear in a few days and asked me to wait at the yin-yang mirror. However, she couldn't even make it through the night. The evil spirit energy had already reached her eyes and was about to take control of her entire body and turn her into a succubus. Yang Dingtian said, She told me to kill her the moment she turned into a succubus. She didn't want to fall into the clutches of the Temple of Annihilation's young master, Li Ming. She didn't want to become a succubus who had lost her will. She didn't want her pure body to be silent in a dirty hell. At this point, Zhu Hongshue's entire body trembled and tears streamed down his face. I promised her that I would kill her before she turned into a succubus, Yang Dingtian said. Suddenly, Zhu Hongxue looked up and said with a sharp gaze, You killed her! How is that possible? How could I do it? Yang Dingtian sighed and said, If it were you, would you do it? Impossible. I would rather die than do it. A succubus is a succubus. I won't kill her. At least she's still here, Zhu Hongxue said with tears in his eyes. I thought so too, Yang Dingtian said. Subsequently, I watched her turn into a succubus with my own eyes. Then, she immediately pulled out her sword to kill me. Of course, I was no match for her and was about to be killed. At this moment, Uncle Master Lung Qingqian appeared and subdued Bingling, saving my life. He originally wanted to kill the succubus, Bingling, but he couldn't do it in the end, so he prepared to take me away. Right at this moment, that shameless scoundrel Yan Pianxuan appeared. Zhu Hongxue was stunned. Why did that dog Yan Pianxian appear here at this time? No matter how much I hated him, I still didn't want him to die and told him to run away. However, he directly attacked and Uncle Master Lung Qingqian couldn't move at all. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, Uncle Master Lung Qingqian was a grandmaster, but he was directly subdued by him. How is that possible? Zhu Hongxue exclaimed. Because Yan Pianxian is the Temple of Annihilation's young master, Li Ming, Yang Dingtian said. Zhu Hongxue trembled violently. His eyes revealed an expression of utter disbelief. He was thoroughly horrified. That dog is worse than a pig, is actually the Temple of Annihilation's young master? Zhu Hongxue hissed. Yes, Yang Dingtian said. Uncle Master Lung Qingqian was subdued and couldn't move at all. The succubus Bingling directly pierced Uncle Master Lung Qingqian's head with her sword. This elder, whom she regarded as her father, died directly under her sword. Zhu Hongxue was shocked and couldn't say anything. Then, what about Sect Master Su Wu? Why didn't she appear? Zhu Hongxue asked. Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment. He looked at Zhu Hongxue and said, Senior Brother Zhu, what I'm going to say next is the world's most confidential secret. It will make the world despair and shock the world. Can I believe you? Of course, Zhu Hongxue said seriously. Don't tell me you doubt my character. Don't tell me you doubt Bingling's eyesight. Sect Master Su Wu appeared. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, She told me the secret of the hidden sect. It turns out that the hidden sect is not a force at all. There is only one person in each generation of the hidden sect. After Sect Master Su Wu, it should have been Bingling. However, Bingling became a succubus. Why didn't Sect Master Su Wu save her? Zhu Hongxue asked. Because Sect Master Su Wu was also poisoned by the soul-devouring devil mystic more than 200 years ago. Then, she became the Queen Devil Queen in front of me. Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Before she became the Devil Empress undead concubine, she had passed the position of the hidden sect patriarch to me. She had also passed me the hidden sect's keepsake. Yang Dingtian took out the crystal sword and handed it to Zhu Hongxue. Zhu Hongxue took the crystal sword in a daze and muttered to himself, I know this crystal sword. How can this be? Even Sect Master Su Wu was demonized. Then what hope does the Tianda League have? Zhu Hongxue said. Yang Dingtian said. Then the Queen Devil Queen and the succubus Bingling disappeared. The young master of the Shrine of Extermination, Yan Pianxian, came before me. He said that he wanted to kill me, but he didn't want me to watch Bingling fall into his demonic hands. He wanted me to watch the world fall into his demonic hands. He wanted me to experience the despair of an egg hitting a rock. That was why he didn't kill me. He also promised me that the duel with Bingling 3 years later would take place as scheduled. If I could win, he wouldn't humiliate Bingling's body. Of course, before my duel with Bingling, he wouldn't touch Bingling either. When he said this, Zhu Hongshue's eyes lit up. There was more hope. To him, Bingling's innocence was the most important. Of course, Yang Dingtian lied about this. In fact, after Bingling became Princess Mudan, she was second only to one person in the evil ways. She wasn't someone that the Temple of Annihilation's young master, Li Ming, could humiliate. However, in order to make Zhu Hongxue angry, he could only say this. If he told Zhu Hongxue directly that Dongfang Bingling had become the princess of the evil ways, she would be second only to one person in the world. Perhaps Zhu Hongxue, this romantic, would directly side with her. In any case, the justice of the Tiando League wasn't very important to him. I clearly saw that when Bingling killed Marshal Uncle Lung Qingshin, her eyes were filled with tears and incomparable pain. In my ears, her sorrowful voice rang. She said, "Senior brother, save me." Yang Dingtian, and then tears fell. This wasn't an act. Every time Yang Dingtian thought of this scene, his heart would be completely shaken. At this time, Zhu Hongshue's face was already covered in tears, and he was sobbing. "Senior brother Zhu, I asked you why I saved you just now. Actually, there's another reason." Yang Dingtian said indifferently, "Do you know what it is?" "What?" Zhu Hongxue cried and trembled. "Because of Bingling," Yang Dingtian said. "Before she became a succubus, she personally told me that before she died, there was one person she was most worried about, and that was you." Zhu Hongxue was shocked, and his eyes emitted a light that shocked Yang Dingtian. "She said that you were a person with great talent and noble character, but you were too proud and conceited, and you were unyielding. She was really worried that you would take the wrong path and suffer losses." Yang Dingtian said, "If she didn't die, she could still keep an eye on you. But if she died, no one would keep an eye on you. So, she told me to keep an eye on you and help you." Of course, Yang Dingtian was lying, but it was very useful. Zhu Hongxue directly knelt on the ground, sobbing and wailing. Yang Dingtian saw it even more clearly, although Zhu Hongxue looked down on the world. But in front of Bingling, he lowered his position very, very low. He raised Bingling to the top of the 9 heavens and put himself in an extremely humble position. So, even if Bingling had a little bit of affirmation, it was enough for him to go through water and tread on fire. This person was really a sentimental person. His infatuation with Bingling was far greater than Yang Dingtian's. Moreover, he also knew clearly in his heart that Bingling had always been indifferent to him. But the more it was like this, the more infatuated he was. From the beginning to the end, he didn't care about anyone. However, as long as Yang Dingtian talked about Bingling, no matter how high her status was or how powerful she was, he didn't have the slightest bit of jealousy. He was completely proud and honored. "Senior brother Zhu, we have to save Bingling. We have to completely defeat that bastard Li Ming. We have to completely eliminate evil ways. We have to save Bingling. We have to let her return to being the fairy of the 9 heavens. We have to let her return to being the leader of the Tiando League. We have to save her." Yang Dingtian looked at Zhu Hongxue and said, "But I can't do it alone. I only have Cloud Sky City, but the enemy is incomparably powerful. I'm already in danger. Senior brother Zhu, help me, okay?" Yang Dingtian said sincerely. Then, Yang Dingtian bowed to Zhu Hongxue. Zhu Hongxue was still crying on the ground. Then he gradually calmed down. The light in his eyes began to condense, and the expression on his face began to become more determined. Evil ways and the Temple of Annihilation are absolutely irreconcilable. I swear, I will definitely kill the Ning clan of the South Sea and tear Ning Wuming into pieces. Then Zhu Hongxue stretched out his hand to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian stretched out his hand and said to Song Chanhua, "Chanhua, Senior brother Qin, you guys come too. Immediately, Song Chanhua and Qin Huayu stepped forward. They raised their hands and clapped. Yang Dingtian said sternly, "We can't let Junior's sister, Dongfang, down. We can't let the Temple of Annihilation be complacent. Although our forces aren't weak, we have to let the demons of the Temple of Annihilation see clearly. We have to let that bastard Li Ming see clearly. Our Tiando League isn't dead yet. Our Tiando League still has heroes." Yes. Suddenly, their blood boiled. Yang Dingtian looked at everyone and said, "Since we're going to treat each other with sincerity, we'll become the kindling of justice in this world. Let's become sworn brothers of the opposite sex. How about it?" Yang Dingtian was still a little worried about Zhu Hongxue. Zhu Hongxue was too sensitive and naive. He had to completely hold him back. Yang Dingtian saw it clearly. Zhu Hongxue was an arrogant and conceited person. But once he fell in love, it wouldn't be easy to change. Therefore, he should be able to hold him back by using the relationship. When Yang Dingtian suggested this, Zhu Hongxue was instantly startled. "Senior brother Zhu, don't tell me you still look down on me in your heart?" Yang Dingtian said. Zhu Hongxue fell into deep thought. He realized that, at this moment, he actually had a strange feeling about Yang Dingtian in his heart. Perhaps it was because Yang Dingtian's story with Bing Ling gave Zhu Hongxue a strong sense of immersion. He couldn't help but put himself in Yang Dingtian's shoes. Perhaps it was Bing Ling who entrusted herself to Yang Dingtian at the last moment. Of course, if someone else entrusted themselves to Yang Dingtian, they would say that they were naive and would take the wrong path. Zhu Hongxue would be furious. He would see it as a humiliation and would directly draw his sword to wipe it away. However, when Dongfang Bingling said that he was naive and was afraid that he would take the wrong path and suffer losses, Zhu Hongxue was moved. Zhu Hongxue was so touched that he wanted to cry. His entire body and mind were sweet and numb. Bingling said that he was naive, so he desperately believed that he was really naive. Bingling was worried that he would take the wrong path, so he reflected on himself. If he really did take the wrong path, he would suffer losses. In short, Bingling's words of concern were like an imperial edict to him. "Of course not. Even I lost to you," Zhu Hongxue said to Yang Dingtian. "Then what do you think of my suggestion?" Yang Dingtian said, "After we become siblings of the opposite sex, we will live and die together. We will never betray or abandon each other." Although Song Chuanhua's blood was boiling, she was not very willing in her heart because she was more willing to treat Yang Dingtian as the leader. She was afraid that this kind of equal relationship would hurt Yang Dingtian's position as the leader. "Okay." Zhu Hongxue clenched his fists. After he really thought about Yang Dingtian's words, he felt that Bingling seemed to have turned into a tie that tied him and Yang Dingtian together. Qin Huayu was also worried that this kind of brotherhood would weaken Yang Dingtian's position. He could not help but ask, Then who is the elder among us?" The meaning was very clear. He wanted Yang Dingtian to be the leader of the brothers. "Of course you're the elder," Yang Dingtian said. "Among everyone present, senior brother Qin is the oldest." As soon as Yang Dingtian said this, Song Chanhua and Qin Huayu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They were worried that Yang Dingtian would make Zhu Hongxue the leader of the brothers because of his relationship with the Xiantian sect's young master. Now, it did not matter if Qin Huayu was the elder brother. This was because Qin Huayu would always follow Yang Dingtian's lead. "Okay, then let's become sworn brothers and sisters of the opposite sex," everyone said. "Go and call Vulture over," Yang Dingtian said. Zhu Hongxue immediately frowned slightly and said, "Yang Dingtian, there's almost no one in the world who can be compared to us siblings. I'm afraid no one else is qualified." This person was really arrogant and conceited to the extreme. Yang Dingtian said, "Vulture is the little princess of the Vulture Palace. She's the only successor of Ancestor Willingzi. She might be the only celestial spirit master in the entire world." Suddenly, Zhu Hongxue was stunned and nodded. If that's the case, then she's barely qualified to be with us. I'll call Vulture, Qin Huaiyu said. Not long after, they heard Vulture's excited voice. Become sworn brothers and sisters of the opposite sex. Good, good. There's also Zhu Hongxue. That's even better. He's so handsome, but he really embarrassed himself yesterday. To think that I used to like him a little. Sigh, but seeing that he's so handsome, I'll forgive him for embarrassing himself yesterday. Hearing the little girl's unscrupulous words, Yang Dingtian's face instantly darkened. Zhu Hongxue's expression also became a little strange. The little girl is still young. She's only 16 or 17 years old. As her elder brother, you have to tolerate and protect her. Don't lower yourself to her level, Yang Dingtian said. Zhu Hongxue raised his head and said, Of course. Why would I bicker with such a little girl? Yang Dingtian glanced at him with incomparable certainty and admiration. However, he felt a little helpless in his heart. Senior brother Zhu, actually, among these people, I'm the most worried about you. The one I have to tolerate the most is also you. Your mental age is the youngest. An hour later, Yang Dingtian was in the plaza of Cloud Sky City. He knelt down on a candlestick and lit incense. Qin Huaiyu, Song Chanhua, Zhu Hongxue, Yang Dingtian, and Vulture. The five of them knelt in front of the incense table. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but Qin Huaiyu and Song Chanhua directly surrounded Yang Dingtian in the center. Zhu Hongxue was on the far left, and Vulture was on the far right. Then, in front of all the disciples of Cloud Sky City, the five of them held incense and kowtowed. I am Qin Huaiyu. I am Song Chanhua. I am Yang Dingtian. I am Zhu Hongxue. I am Vulture. From today onwards, we are brothers and sisters of the opposite sex. We may not be born in the same year, month, and day, but we hope to die in the same year, month, and day. From today onwards, we will live and die together. We will never betray each other. From today onwards, we will fight for justice. We will fight for the Taiando League. We will fight against evil ways to the end. Chapter 431. At this moment, there were only 5 people on Yang Dingtian's side. On the other side, there were more than 30,000 people. However, when Qin Huaiyu, Zhu Hongxue, and the others took off their armor and masks, these tens of thousands of soldiers did not think much of it. Instead, they felt that Yang Dingtian was too much of a bully. Only 5 people dared to charge over. Did they not exist? Therefore, they roared and continued to charge over. However, their feudal lords were all stunned. When Qin Huaiyu took off his mask, they were already stunned. Then Song Chanhua and the others continued to be stunned. Finally, when Zhu Hongxue took off his mask, they had completely turned into wood as if they had been struck by lightning. What the hell is going on? What exactly happened? Didn't they say that Yang Dingtian had been abandoned by everyone? Didn't they say that Yang Dingtian was completely condemned by everyone and became the public enemy of the world? Why does it seem like he's so awesome and cool now? Who was Zhu Hongxue, the #1 youth leader in the world, the future master of the Black Sky sect? He could be said to be the most important person in the Taiando League. At this moment, he was shocked by Yang Dingtian's god-beating whip. Among the 5 of them, Yang Dingtian was standing in the middle. However, some of the lesser lords did not recognize these young lords of the major factions. They still roared and charged forward. However, when they saw that their companions had stopped moving and Tang Guozhao's face was full of defeat and trembling, they also stopped and looked around. When the tens of thousands of soldiers behind saw that the lords in front of them had stopped, they also quickly stopped. Instantly it was a mess. Therefore, the mighty army of tens of thousands stopped, and Yang Dingtian's group of 5 charged forward. When he was 20 meters away from the rebel army, Yang Dingtian stopped. Looking at the overwhelming rebel army, he said indifferently, I don't know what Tang Guizhou and the others said to you. I've been abandoned by everyone. I've become the public enemy of the Tiando League. Perhaps you don't know who these people beside me are. Brothers, introduce yourselves. Qin Huayu stepped forward and said loudly, Northwest Qin City's young lord, Qin Huayu. Song Chanhua stepped forward and said in a clear voice, Northern World Society's young master, Song Chanhua. Zhu Hongxue raised his head and said arrogantly, Black Heaven Sect, Zhu Hongxue. The little Princess Vulture also raised her head and said, Young master of the Vulture Palace, Vulture. By the way, my great-grandfather is Wulingzi. Instantly, Yang Dingtian and the others rolled their eyes at the little girl. At least half of the imposing atmosphere had been destroyed by this girl. The little girl stuck out her little tongue. If she didn't say her great-grandfather's name, it wouldn't be impressive enough. However, the effect was already very shocking. The tens of thousands of rebel soldiers were completely stunned. It had even begun to turn into admiration, intense worship, and a deep sense of inferiority. Speaking of inferiority, the disciples of Cloud Heaven City all felt inferior in front of Zhu Hongxue. On the other hand, the warriors of Cloud Sky City's territory were not as good as the warriors of Cloud Sky City's direct descendants. Normally, they didn't even have the qualifications to meet people like Qin Huayu and Song Chanhua. In the Northwest Tiando League, who is the pillar that holds up the sky? The Northwest Qin City and the World Society, but these two young masters are already my brother and sister. We live and die together. In the entire chaotic world, who is the pillar that holds up the sky in the Tiando League? Black Heaven Sect and Yinyang School. Yinyang School's headmaster is my master. Black Heaven Sect's young master is my brother. Saying that I've become the public enemy of the Tiando League. What a joke! Yang Dingtian said sternly, Who said that? Lang Yanmei. Just a traitor who rose to power. Who does she think she is? The real leader of the Northwest Tiando League is Pavilion Master, Duan Rian. Who is she? She's my most respected elder and my absolute ally. That's right. Yang Dingtian's words were very vulgar. It was as if he had a strong relationship with a certain important person and was trying to raise his status. However, there was no other way. The rebel soldiers in front of him fell for this trick. Yang Dingtian's method of raising the banner was the most effective. If he didn't raise the banner, was he going to reason with them and talk about justice? What a joke! Lang Yanmei, the traitor of Sky Phoenix Pavilion, Qin Chichi, the traitor of Qin City, and the evil Ning clan of the South Sea. They are the main culprits who slandered me. Yang Dingtian. They are destined to be nailed to the pillar of shame, destined to die under a knife. Are you going to stand with them? Yang Dingtian shouted coldly. The tens of thousands of rebel soldiers were silent. Their aura was completely suppressed by Yang Dingtian. Make your choice now. Are you going to stand with the traitor Lang Yanmei, Qin Chichi, or the Tiando League? Yang Dingtian shouted sternly. Instantly, the nobles present trembled, seeing that his side was completely suppressed. The new Iron Sword Fort Master couldn't hold back the hostility in his heart. He said, Yang Dingtian, don't raise the banner anymore. You're using these important people to suppress you. If you have the ability, use your strength to speak. What's your cultivation? You're just a beginner, revered martial artist. You want to be the master of all of us here? As soon as he said that, the nobles present all showed their dissatisfaction. Yes, Qin Huayu and Zhu Hongxue are awesome. However, the city lord of Cloud Sky City is still you, Yang Dingtian. Shimin Wei is so awesome. It's fine that we're suppressed by him. Now, you, a mere revered martial artist, want to suppress us? The new Iron Sword Fort Master continued. There are hundreds of lords here. There are at least 17 or 18 of them whose cultivation is higher than you, Yang Dingtian. Although I'm not the strongest, I'm still far stronger than you, Yang Dingtian. With your lousy cultivation, you have the nerve to give us orders? How about this? We won't attack Cloud Sky City. We'll leave Cloud Sky City. That's fine, right? As soon as he said that, the rebel nobles seemed to have found a solution. They shouted, "Yes, yes, we'll leave Cloud Sky City." Instantly, the Iron Sword Fort Master said proudly, "Don't say that we're bullying you. This world is so realistic. The weak are prey to the strong. Everyone hopes to rely on the strong. How about this? You and I fight. If you win, everything will go back to normal. If you lose, we'll all leave Cloud Sky City. We don't want the weak Cloud Sky City to ride roughshod over us. How about that?" As soon as he said that, the rebel army's morale suddenly increased. "In terms of status, we can't compare to you. However, in terms of cultivation, everyone here is much more powerful than you, a mere beginner revered martial artist." Even the new Iron Sword Fort Master was a 4-star revered martial artist. Although he couldn't compare to his father, he was more powerful than the previous Iron Sword Fort Master. However, his brain wasn't very good, so he couldn't become the Iron Sword Fort Master. However, a few months ago, the Iron Sword Fort Master was killed by Yang Dingtian, so he became the new Iron Sword Fort Master. If the next Duke challenged you, as the Cloud Sky City's lord, you didn't dare to accept. No matter how noble your status was, no matter how many important people you brought, Yang Dingtian's morale would be weakened. Immediately, the nobles looked at the Iron Sword Fort Master. They all said that his brain wasn't very good, but it didn't seem like it. Judging from his performance today, his brain was very good. Seeing everyone's gazes, the new Iron Sword Fort Master became even more proud. He walked out of the crowd and rushed in front of Yang Dingtian. He roared, "Yang Dingtian, do you dare to fight with me? As long as you defeat me, we'll go back and continue to treat you as our lord. If you lose, then I'm sorry, but we'll have to leave Cloud Sky City." The new Iron Sword Fort Master stared coldly at Yang Dingtian with his bloody eyes. He suddenly raised his giant sword and roared, "Yang Dingtian, do you dare to fight?" The nobles behind him also shouted, "Yang Dingtian, do you dare to fight?" Hundreds of people shouted, trying to completely suppress Yang Dingtian's momentum. The Iron Sword Fort Master suddenly tore his robe, waved his giant sword, and roared at Yang Dingtian, "Yang Dingtian, have you become a coward? Do you dare to fight?" Yang Dingtian had heard that the new Iron Sword Fort Master's martial arts were better than his brother's, but his brain wasn't very good. Now, he knew what was wrong with this person's brain. "Yang Dingtian, do you dare to fight with me? Don't you dare? Don't you dare?" "Ha!" The Iron Sword Fort Master laughed wildly. Yang Dingtian looked at him indifferently. "Get lost!" Yang Dingtian shouted. Boom! Suddenly, there seemed to be a sudden thunder in the sky. Just Yang Dingtian's shout turned into a huge energy, which suddenly condensed into a giant dragon and swept toward the Iron Sword Fort Master. Bang! In an instant, the Iron Sword Fort Master's body shook violently, and then his huge and majestic body flew out directly like a straw. Puff! In the air, his body suddenly exploded, and he died without a complete corpse. All the dukes present were completely shocked. They looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Although the new Iron Sword Fort Master's brain wasn't very good, he was still a 4-star martial venerable. They thought that Yang Dingtian didn't dare to fight. They thought that Yang Dingtian couldn't defeat him. Who knew that he didn't even need to make a move. With a single shout, he had shattered his body into pieces. The energy of a shout easily shattered a 4-star martial venerable. This was even more than an instant kill. What kind of cultivation was this? How amazing was this? You're worse than pigs and dogs. What qualifications do you have to fight with me? Yang Dingtian raised his chin and said with incomparable contempt. Then he said indifferently, "All the lords and dukes of Cloud Sky City, you incited a rebellion which is unforgivable. I order all of you to be put to death. However, the remaining tens of thousands of rebels, you are only bewitched so you can be exempted from death. From now on, you are all direct warriors of Cloud Sky City. Every month, your salary will be doubled, and the land you own will be doubled. The outstanding ones can even enter Cloud Sky City's newly built celestial chi condensation array to cultivate. Now make your choice. If you want to continue the rebellion, I will exterminate your 9 generations. If you want to completely surrender to me, take 10 steps back. Suddenly, the 30,000 rebels looked at each other. Although Yang Dingtian's words made them very tempted, they really didn't dare to move without someone taking the lead. No one is to retreat. The rebel lord said loudly, Yang Dingtian is lying to you. We have tens of thousands of people, and Cloud Sky City is no match for us. Double the salary, double the land, and celestial chi condensation array. They are all lies. Only by rushing forward and killing Yang Dingtian will we have a chance to survive. That's right. Charge forward and kill Yang Dingtian. Everyone, don't be afraid of him. Cloud Sky City only has a few soldiers. If they want to exterminate your 9 generations, they're dreaming. Aren't they afraid of biting their tongues? Suddenly, the tens of thousands of rebels began to hesitate. Qin Huaiyu stepped forward and sneered. Cloud Sky City doesn't have many soldiers, but Northwest Qin City has plenty. 100,000, 300,000, 500,000. As many as you want. If it's not enough, the world will send another 200,000 soldiers. Will it be enough to exterminate your 9 generations? When Qin Huaiyu said this, everyone's faces trembled. Qin Huaiyu said, also, the Tiando League headquarters will list all your clansmen on the world's wanted list. Even if your families escape to the ends of the earth, only death awaits. I want to see if you have the final say in the Tiando League, or if we have the final say. Yang Dingtian looked at the 30,000 rebels. Suddenly, he shouted, still not retreating, Do you want to die? Suddenly, it was as if a thunderclap sounded in the sky. This loud sound caused the earth to tremble. Everyone's eardrums almost burst. This power was even more shocking than when the Iron Sword Fort Master was killed. Bang! At the same time, an incomparably huge bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. The dozens of rebels in the center of the field were instantly turned into ashes. They were directly blown to pieces. Of course, this was the power of Yang Dingtian's lightning-type mystic skill, Demon Sky Splitter. However, many of the rebels thought that it was the power of Yang Dingtian's roar that caused the world to be angry. Suddenly, the tens of thousands of rebels trembled and quickly retreated. Once he retreated, there was no way to stop it. Like a tide, they retreated more than 10 steps. They were completely defeated. Many lords shouted, threatened, and even killed, but they could not stop the rebels from retreating. Suddenly, the tens of thousands of rebels completely drew a clear line between themselves and the hundreds of rebel lords. They left them there alone. Thus, all the rebel lords' aura weakened and felt incomparably weak. Kill them all. Leave no one alive, Yang Dingtian ordered calmly. Then, the 5 of them put down their masks and galloped. With Yang Dingtian as the leader, the 5 riders pierced into the group of rebel lords like an arrow. They pulled out their sharp swords and killed crazily. There was no suspense and no resistance. In incomparable horror, the heads of these rebel lords were cut off one by one. Yang Dingtian and the other 4 swept over. Blood spurted out and heads flew. In just a moment, dozens of nearly 100 rebels were slaughtered clean. Everyone was beheaded and died without a complete corpse. In fact, if these nearly 100 rebels were to gather together and fight to the death, they would not be completely powerless. Although they might still lose in the end, they would also cause a certain amount of trouble and damage to Yang Dingtian and the other 4. The combat strength of nearly 100 experts gathered together was still astonishing. However, the reality was a one-sided massacre. There was no resistance at all. It was because they were completely weak. Before the war began, their souls were almost scattered. Yang Dingtian's mysterious might and the identities of Vermilion Snow, Qin Huayu, and Song Chanhua suppressed them to the point that they almost could not breathe. Therefore, this battle was an absolutely lopsided battle. Over 100 rebels were wiped out. Among the people present, only Tang Bosheo was still standing. His legs were trembling, and his entire body was trembling. He used all his strength to prevent himself from collapsing. Yang Dingtian turned his horse around and came in front of Tang Bosheo, looking at him indifferently. Tang Bosheo trembled and knelt on the ground. He said loudly, "My brave and great lord of Cloud Sky City, Tang Bosheo has finally fulfilled his mission and gathered these rebels together so that Master can eliminate them in one fell swoop. My Cloud Sky City is strong and immortal. I, Lord of Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian, have both literary and martial virtues. I benefit the common people and will last for thousands of years. My might will shake the world." Yang Dingtian was stunned and looked at Tang Bosheo in disbelief. It turned out that people could really be shameless to this extent. "Where's Shimin Ju?" Yang Dingtian asked indifferently. Instantly, Tang Bosheo said flatteringly that traitor seemed to have heard the news and escaped long ago. He must have gone to seek refuge with that bitch Qin Chi. "Then what do you plan to do, traitor?" Yang Dingtian asked indifferently. Tang Bosheo's expression changed slightly. Then he suddenly pulled out his dagger and swung it at his crotch. Instantly, blood spurted out. Tang Bosheo had completely become a eunuch. Yang Dingtian was really shocked. How could Tang Bo Zhao be so cruel to himself? After castrating himself, Tang Bosheo endured the unbearable pain and knelt in front of Yang Dingtian while trembling. He kissed Yang Dingtian's warhorse hooves and said in a trembling voice, "From now on, I am Master's loyal dog, the most lowly lackey. I am willing to do anything for Master." Then he said in a low voice, "Also, I actually have an illegitimate daughter who is as beautiful as a flower. What's even more rare is that they are a pair of twins who look exactly the same." Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. This shameless person. Not only did he offer his own wife, he even offered his illegitimate daughter. Yang Dingtian listened to his shameless words and did not say anything. "Also, I know the direct descendants of these traitors. If you cut the grass without removing the roots, it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. I am willing to lead people to uproot them and let this 1,000-mile territory completely become Cloud Sky City's territory. The people of this 1,000-mile territory will no longer be persecuted. I will let them truly enjoy the glory of the city, Lord God of culture and martial arts," Tang Bosheo said. Yang Dingtian still did not say anything. Tang Bosheo continued, "In the war between you and that bitch Qin Chi and those pigs and dogs from the Ning clan of the South Sea, I can also be a surprise soldier. I am willing to do anything for my great master and show my humble and meager strength. A person who is shameless is invincible. This sentence is really true," Yang Dingtian said lightly. Then Yang Dingtian rode his horse and arrived in front of the 30,000 traders. Whoosh! No one knew who started it, but the 30,000 traders all knelt down. In the end, the front was filled with kneeling traders. Not a single one of them was standing. "I mean what I said," Yang Dingtian said lightly. "All of you, sit where you are and wait. Cloud Sky City will send troops to settle you down and reorganize you. Tang Bosheo, come here." Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Tang Bosheo endured the pain and quickly ran over. He directly knelt in front of Yang Dingtian and said, "Master, what orders do you have?" "You are familiar with the traders. Organize them into teams. 10 people make a small team, 100 people make a medium team, and 1,000 people make a large team. Every team has a captain. Also, you pick out 500 people with the best martial arts. You will be the temporary military commander and be in charge of the order of this 3-man army." Yang Dingtian said lightly, "If one person runs away, kill all of his small team. If 2 people run away, kill all of their medium team. If 10 people run away, kill all of their large team. Yes, I will obey the orders of the city lord. Tang Bosheo knelt and said, "These 500 soldiers can be the most direct army of Cloud Sky City in the future. They will enjoy 3 times the treatment of ordinary warriors." Yang Dingtian said. Suddenly, the 30,000 traders' eyes lit up and were filled with hope. After that, Yang Dingtian really didn't care about anything. He directly left with Qin Huaiyu and Song Chanhua. He handed over the 30,000 traders to Tang Bosheo. Of course, he only used a flying bird to send a message to Cloud Sky City and asked Shimin Lai to send an army to reorganize and take over the traders. Yang Dingtian, why didn't you kill Tang Bosheo? He is really disgusting. Little Princess Vulture said, "You must like to hear his flattery." Yang Dingtian said he is still useful. Then you shouldn't have handed these 30,000 people to him. What if something happens? Vulture said, "In a few hours, Shimin Lai will bring people to take over this army. But he will only bring a few people, only 1 or 2,000. If this traitor army rioted, wouldn't Shimin Lai be in danger? It won't." Song Chanhua said, "These traitors are like a group of dragons without a leader. They have already become a flock of sheep. Even if they rioted, they wouldn't be a match for Shimin Lai's 1,000 over black blood cavalry. Then what if Shimin Ju or Qin Chichi sends experts to fan the flames among the 30,000 traitors?" Little Princess Vulture said. Qin Chichi looks down on this motley crew. Yang Dingtian spoke indifferently. Furthermore, our enemy is in the west, and we are heading towards the west. If there is an enemy, we will be the first to meet them. Qin Huaiyu also said, "Don't worry. These 30,000 traitors are insignificant. They can't do anything, nor can they ruin anything." Yang Dingtian led the 5 of them to the Abyss Castle at the fastest speed. As expected, Shimin Ju was no longer there. All the cavalry in the Abyss Castle had also retreated. It was obvious that they had gone to seek refuge with Qin Chichi of the northwest Qin city. Yang Dingtian's group of 5 rode directly across the drawbridge at the Abyss Castle. At this moment, there was no one on the drawbridge. On the other side of the drawbridge was the territory of the northwest Qin city. It was guarded by Qin Jingtang of the Abyss Castle. At this moment, there were guards of the Qin city in the outpost. They didn't stop Yang Dingtian's group, but no one came out to greet Qin Huaiyu. Qin Huaiyu was the young master of the northwest Qin city. Qin Jingtang should have come to greet him personally. However, the entire Abyss Castle was silent. Qin Jingtang didn't appear. No one else appeared, because Qin Jingtang was sitting on the wall. They didn't know whether they should stand on Qin Chichi's side or Qin Huaiyu's side. Therefore, even if they knew Qin Huaiyu had arrived, they pretended not to see him. Qin Huaiyu's face immediately became ugly. "Do you want to go to the Abyss Castle to see Qin Jingtang?" Song Chanhua asked. "No need," Qin Huaiyu said. "If they want to sit on the wall, then let them continue to sit on the wall." Then Yang Dingtian led the 5 of them and continued to head west. Along the way, they passed by the northwest Qin city's territory. However, there was absolute silence along the way. No one came to greet Qin Huaiyu. It was as if they didn't see him at all. It seemed that the situation of the northwest Qin city was very bad. Qin Wancho's focus had already shifted even more toward Qin Chichi. "We have to hurry," Yang Dingtian said. "The marriage between Qin Huaiyu and Song Lihua can only succeed. It can't fail. The World Society's alliance with us can only succeed. It can't fail." "Yes," Song Chanhua said coldly. "In order to achieve this goal, we can do anything." After entering the territory of the northwest Qin city, Yang Dingtian's group rode on their flying mounts and directly went north. Along the Continental Bridge, they flew in the direction of the Northern Lands World Society.